This book is a love letter to every woman who's ever felt overlooked in a noisy world, to the ones who lead with heart, who dream big, and who deserve someone who sees them, really sees them, and says, "You don't have to change a thing." I hope as you turn the pages, you feel wrapped up in a story that's both comforting and compelling, that you fall a little bit in love with Nick and root hard for Janelle, and that when you reach the last chapter, you'll be ready to dive into the next billionaire marriage broker story. Take a deep breath and step into a story that just might steal your heart. You're in for a romance with brains, heart, and a whole lot of slow-burning sighs. With love, Lucy. Janelle's multigrain pancakes stuck in her throat, her appetite vanishing as she read the text from her department head. Dr. Ford, budget cuts went through. The trip is canceled. Sorry. May have to cut your hours too. The phone clattered against the laminate table, a hollow thud against the cheery checkerboard surface. Stupid university funding. Once again, the powers that be had siphoned money away from the archaeology department and funneled it into athletics, because of course, nothing said academic excellence like a new scoreboard. Janelle closed her eyes and took a breath, trying to ignore the hot sting behind her eyelids. She would have sold her car, lived off ramen, even picked up a third campus job to make the Guatemala dig happen. That trip wasn't just a line on her thesis. It was her thesis, the missing piece that could shift how historians interpreted Mayan sacrificial rituals. And now it was sitting at the bottom of Dr. Ford's digital trash bin. Drizzling syrup with the precision of a woman attempting to salvage something, she looked up at the 50s-themed diner and tried to focus on anything but the gaping crater forming in her future. Vinyl booths, black and white floors, a poster of Buddy Holly giving a thumbs up she suddenly resented. A quiet sob caught her attention. Across the aisle, a girl cried softly, shoulders trembling, mascara threatening mutiny. Janelle instinctively sent up a prayer. Lord, help her, and maybe toss a miracle my way while you're at it. Curiosity got the better of her. She peeked. Two women. The older one was pristine, hair in a sleek twist, navy suit sharp enough to slice through ambition. The younger woman, beautiful, tragic, had eyes that spoke of heartbreak and high cheekbones that belonged in a magazine. The older woman leaned in. I've dropped him as a client. And I promise, you're next, I'm done, the younger one interrupted, voice calm, like someone used to saying final things. She wasn't just quitting. She was walking away. Janelle stilled, her ears tuning in like satellite dishes. The blonde woman fussed with her watch. You could do 2, maybe 3 more contracts. Think of the money you're walking away from. Janelle perked up. Money, you say? At this point, she'd take any opportunity that didn't involve student loan paperwork or peanut butter for dinner. It's not about the money, said the girl. My mom's sick. They don't know if she might not. Oh, darling. I didn't know. Neither did Janelle. But now she was emotionally invested. She sipped her orange juice, the acidity biting at her already knotted stomach. No matter how bad your day is, someone always has it worse. The server returned with her check, a kid, maybe 17, all elbows and eagerness. I'll be right back with your change. Thanks, she murmured. He turned to the next booth. Can I get you anything? Hot chocolate, said the blonde. Kiara? The girl shook her head, her long black hair catching the light. No, I'm leaving. Be right out, the kid said. Kiara dabbed at her eyes. I'm sorry, Pamela. I hate to leave you in a lurch. Don't worry about me, said Pamela with a comforting smile. It takes a special person to do this work. I'll find someone. You just take care of your mom, okay? Janelle practically leaned out of her seat. Special person? Work? Money? She needed a job flexible enough to work around classes and her remaining research. Something more meaningful than cataloging other people's discoveries. She watched as Kira stood and slipped on a high-end tailored jacket, one of those pieces that screamed, I have options. Janelle's jacket, by contrast, was one step up from a sleeping bag with sleeves. The women hugged. Pamela stayed behind, staring into her hot chocolate as it arrived. She stirred it absently, the whipped cream melting into a slow swirl. Janelle hesitated, then stood. She calculated a generous tip, 23% exact. She couldn't afford to be generous, but he'd been sweet and kindness mattered. As she reached the exit, a memory stopped her. Senior year, Wall of Fame. Students of the month, all smiling and smug. She'd never made it. One day, she finally asked her math teacher how students were picked. He'd blinked and said, "You ask? Get a teacher to nominate you. That's it." She'd been waiting to be chosen. From that moment on, she made her own opportunities. She pulled her glasses off, wiped them on her t-shirt hem, and took a breath. What's the worst that could happen? She turned around. "Excuse me." Pamela looked up. Her smile was polite but assessing. Lipstick flawless, scarf chic, everything about her said executive enchantress. Janelle straightened without thinking. "Yes, I couldn't help but overhear you lost an employee. Might I inquire about the position?" "Oh no, that came out way too Downton Abbey." She cringed internally. "Janelle." Pamela gestured to the booth with a gracious sweep of her hand. "Have a seat. Are you dating anyone?" Janelle blinked. Well, that escalated. She hesitated for half a beat, sliding onto the leather bench as her brain tried to catch up. Not really. Her voice came out more defensive than she intended. She thought briefly of Alfred, her sort of lab partner turned maybe something. 2 dinners, 1 awkward hug, 0 butterflies. Why do you ask? Pamela folded her hands on the table, her polished nails catching the light. Because this position isn't particularly conducive to pre-existing relationships. It tends to demand flexibility and discretion. Janelle stiffened slightly. Flexibility? Discretion? Was she applying for a job or stepping into a spy novel? She offered a nervous laugh that sounded a little too high-pitched. Okay, now I have to ask, what exactly is the job? Pamela's smile was enigmatic, like she knew secrets for a living. We'll get to that. First, tell me about yourself. Janelle felt the weight of the moment settle in. She adjusted her glasses, suddenly aware of how underdressed she was in her faded university hoodie. I'm working on my PhD in archaeology. I teach 2 intro-level classes and assist one of my professors with cataloging recent acquisitions, mostly pottery shards and fragments of dreams. Are you local? Born and raised. I still live near campus, more convenient for late nights at the lab. Pamela nodded, her expression unreadable. And your 5-year plan? Janelle exhaled. Here it was, her fork-in-the-road answer. I was supposed to go on a research dig in Guatemala for my thesis, but the funding was just cut. I'll need to come up with a new project if I want to graduate this spring. Long-term, I want to teach at the university level, publish, and take sabbaticals to chase the stories that history hasn't told yet. That got a flicker of interest. Pamela leaned forward slightly, her eyes softening with something that felt like approval. Your parents must be proud. Janelle smiled despite herself. They are. My dad still keeps my first discoveries in the garage. Old Coke bottles, some bent nails, one very questionable fossil. He calls it my museum. There was a pause. A moment of quiet assessment. Then Pamela reached into her handbag with the grace of a woman who did nothing halfway and retrieved a pale blue business card with embossed silver lettering. I have a good feeling about you, Janelle. Stop by the office this afternoon for orientation. If it feels like the right fit, we'll talk. Janelle took the card with both hands, like it might vanish if she wasn't careful. Thank you. I'll be there. She turned to go, the bell over the diner door chiming softly as she stepped into the brisk morning air. Behind her, she heard the soft click of a camera phone. She glanced back just in time to see Pamela lowering her camera and offering a final, elegant wave. Janelle stood still for a second, her breath clouding in front of her. Had Pamela just taken her picture? Weird, but not creepy. Probably. She reached into her pocket and brushed her thumb across the card's raised lettering. It felt heavier than paper, more like a key. Maybe it was fate. Maybe it was a mistake. Either way, she was already halfway down the rabbit hole and she wasn't turning back. Chapter 2. According to Janelle's hurried research, the company was real. She found a website that lacked a description of the type of work done, a list of clients, or any other information that would tell her what she'd gotten herself into. Janelle dialed the number on the card and set an appointment with the receptionist. The office was on the 3rd floor of a 25-story building. The people in the elevator were dressed as if they conducted important meetings with overseas clients on the daily, all sleek lines and splashes of color. Janelle tugged on her purple blouse and wondered if her gray slacks were dressy enough for this job. If she had to buy suits, she'd be out of there faster than you could say credit limit. The elevator deposited Janelle in front of a reception desk where the same logo from the website, a cursive BMB, hung at eye level on the wall. A cute redhead with impeccable skin talked on the phone and waved a quick hello to let Janelle know she'd be off in a second. She had one of those voices that soothed frazzled callers and made them feel like they were top of her priority list. It was quite possible that when they were handing out freckles in heaven, Janelle had taken this girl's smattering. Redheads were supposed to have freckles. Raven-haired women? Not so much. She'd never minded her freckles. She thought they gave her face character, but when she came in contact with someone with flawless skin like Tina, as Janelle read on her nameplate, she wondered if she was missing out on something. That won't be a problem. We're the best brokers in the business, Tina said into the phone. Janelle worried her bottom lip. Brokers? She didn't have experience brokering anything. She managed her expenses well, but there was no way she would tell someone what to do with theirs. She certainly wasn't comfortable buying and selling assets for other people either. Didn't you have to have a license to do that? Off to her left, 3 seats and an ornate coffee table waited for clients. The carpet was short and had that just-installed smell. She contemplated sitting down and decided that she was better off moving. It helped keep her nerves under control. Tina finished her conversation and turned to Janelle. "How can I help you?" Janelle gulped. "I'm here for an orientation." Tina checked her computer screen. Janelle, yes, she managed to press the word through her tightening throat. Was it hot in here? Tiny beads of perspiration formed on her hairline. The desire to lift her hair off her neck and fan herself hit her like a truck. She dug for dinosaur bones in Vernal, Utah in the middle of August and hardly broken a sweat for heaven's sake. Richard, one of the other students, claimed she was born of the desert sun. Of course, he'd said it with a sneer because she'd gotten credit for a find, which she rightly deserved, but he was the type to play the victim, so she'd spent the summer being the bad guy at every turn. "Harrison is expecting you. If you'll follow me?" Tina stood and walked on pencil-thin heels down the hallway. Harrison turned out to be a 30-something ex-athlete who looked like he could still play football on Thanksgiving or any other day of the year. He had a few smile lines and an office that belonged in a decorating magazine. After a quick introduction and the cursory "nice to meet you," Tina excused herself. Harrison directed Janelle to a swivel seat at a small round table with a glass top. He took the chair across from her and grabbed a file and 2 pens that looked like they had been waiting for her arrival. She caught her name typed on the label attached to the tab. "If nothing else, these people are efficient. You probably have many questions, but if you wait until I finish with the orientation packet, it may answer most of them." He brushed his wavy hair out of his eyes. "Okay." She sat tall and put on her best listening face. She was what professors called an active listener, with her thoughts about the topic written across her face. "Our company is called Billionaire Marriage Brokers, or BMB. We have a large and extremely private list of billionaire clients seeking spouses. Before we continue, I'll need you to sign this privacy agreement. Anything we discuss from here on out will be considered confidential information." Janelle's heart rate spiked, and then her jaw dropped. Was this guy for real? Why on earth would a billionaire need a dating service? She realized she was staring at Harrison like he'd grown horns and quickly composed herself. She would be happy to file profiles or enter personal information into a dating database if it paid better than the university lab. It wasn't her place to judge. She signed the paper, and Harrison flipped it over and picked up the next paper in the stack. "I need to run a background check on you. Please sign this paper giving me permission to do so." Janelle signed. With billionaire clients, they probably expected a clean stuff. Thankfully, she was a straight arrow with no skeletons in her closet. Well, except for the ones she dug up, but she stored those in her office. "This is our code of conduct." Oh great, the dress code. She tucked her scuffed shoes under her seat. "I'll give you the basic run-through. Page 1, no drugs, drinking to the point of drunkenness, and no smoking." He looked up and Janelle smiled to reassure him that she wasn't a drug addict or an alcoholic. Initial here. She did. Page 2, you will use clean language, no physical violence, no bad-mouthing clients or other employees. You'll dress appropriately for each outing and do all in your power to maintain the high standards upheld by billionaire marriage brokers. Initial here. She paused, her pen hovering over the paper. Do I have to wear suits all the time? No. Trish will cover your wardrobe at the end of the orientation. Harrison patted the stack of papers. Janelle initialed. Page 3, as they worked their way through the textbook thick stack of papers, Janelle promised all sorts of strange things, including that she would maintain an exercise program, 20 minutes a day or more according to her personal preferences, work to settle differences in a calm voice. That one was strange. She hadn't yelled at anyone since her big brother threw her in the swimming pool on graduation night, and plan vacations around her, By the time they were through, she thought her head would explode with all the rules bulging out. None of them were over the top, and she didn't foresee any differences between how she lived her life and how they asked her to behave on the job. It did seem strange that they were making her legally promise to keep her area clean, and they hadn't even told her what she'd be doing. She should have asked, but Harrison clearly assumed she knew what was happening, and she'd feel stupid saying, "By the way, what position am I applying for?" Besides, Harrison might be her new supervisor, and she didn't want to look like a half-wit before she started the job. She decided to ride it out and find an opportunity to ask questions later. Harrison flipped the last sheet of paper, one verifying she had a legal driver's license and that her insurance was up to date, onto the top of the pile. He turned the whole thing over, tapped it on the table to align the sheets, and slipped it back in the folder with her name on it. He checked his watch and said, "Your next stop is Kimberly in accounting. She'll be setting up your payroll and expense account. I'll show you the way." Expense account. Sweet. No one said anything about an expense account. She could practically smell the new sticky notes and pens. She loved a good ball-tip, fine-point pen in blue. Kimberly's office was less of a showpiece than Harrison's office and more of a workspace. Several filing cabinets lined up along the east wall, each drawer neatly labeled. There was a traditional cubicle desk in light gray with a laptop, a printer, and a plant that looked like it was watered all year so that it would bloom for 3 days. Harrison tapped lightly on the open door before walking in, with Janelle a few steps behind. "Hey, Kimberly. This is Janelle. Pamela wants her on the Ryburn account." "Will do." Kimberly acknowledged the information with a wave of her hand, her eyes glued to her screen. Harrison left without glancing back, and Janelle turned her attention to Kimberly. 3 pens stuck out from her messy blonde bun. She wore a pressed white blouse and a black pencil skirt with sensible shoes. The shoes were off to the side, and she had painted her toenails white. Kimberly pushed away from her desk and rolled over to one of the filing cabinets. She pulled a file out of a middle drawer and another from the drawer next to it. She rolled back to the desk and pulled up a credit card site. Flipping open the first folder with Janelle's name on the tab, she pulled out a sheet of paper with a credit card attached. She removed the sticky rubber things and handed them to Janelle. "Sign the back of that, will you?" Janelle's palms were sweaty. The deeper she went into BMB, the harder it would be to get out. She hated wasting people's time. If she backed out now, she'd leave a mess of paperwork. And BMB's employees had all been so kind. She could work with them, she was sure of it. She took a pen from a coffee mug with a picture of the Grand Canyon on the side and signed the card. Kimberly asked her to create a password, typed the numbers in on 3 different screens, and wrote them on 4 separate pieces of paper. "If you ever need to get in and see what's in the account, this is the place to go. Here's your opening balance. Anything over this amount will have to come out of your pocket." Janelle sucked in. This was more than she had made in 3 months. "What kinds of things am I spending money on?" Kimberly put the credit card paper, the credit card, and a blank balance sheet in a blue envelope. "You know the basics: gas, groceries, clothes, whatever you need. The funds will be replenished on the 5th of every month." "Do I need to keep receipts?" "If you'd like. Your account manager will monitor the monthly statements and let me know if anything is amiss. I need your personal checking account information and a canceled check to set up the direct deposit." Janelle dug through her purse for her checkbook. She was digging a hole for herself here. Harrison was an easy bluff, sign a few papers, agree to confidentiality, and promise to keep her nose clean. Not that bad. But Kimberly plowed through credit cards and bank accounts like she was handing out lollipops. Janelle needed a moment to catch her breath. You're good to go. I put your salary information in this envelope. Kimberly held it out to her. Resisting the urge to snatch it from her fingers and open it immediately, Janelle asked the question that would kill the deal for her right now: is the position considered full-time or part-time? Her studies came first, and if this job were to interfere, she'd have to find a way to leave now. Kimberly tipped her head to the side as if she'd never been asked that question before. It will depend on the week, the hours change. But it's flexible. You can work out a schedule with Mr. Ryburn. Janelle ran her finger along the envelope. This might work. Sounds good. You'll need to give that to Trish. Kimberly pointed at the envelope. Go down this hall. The first door on your right is the restroom and the second is Trish's office. She'll give you all the information on Mr. Ryburn and set up your calendar. Finally, some firm answers. Thank you. No worries. Once in the hallway, Janelle looked around to see if anyone was watching. When she was sure she was alone, she slipped into the restroom, locked the door, and slid open the envelope to check her salary. Closing her eyes, she gave herself a number. If she didn't make at least that much, she'd walk. There was no reason to give up the 3 part-time jobs she worked now for something that paid less. Taking a deep breath, she forced her eyes open and scanned the paper. $400,000. Janelle fell against the door. What in the world was going on around here? She took in the travertine tiles and dark-stained wood moldings. These people dealt in money, real money, the kind of money that made the world go round. For just a split second, she wondered if something illegal was going on behind this earth-toned facade, but Pamela was too put together, Harrison was too charismatic, and Kimberly was too efficient. Janelle considered herself a good read when it came to people. Pamela may be high-end, but she was not a crook. Peeking at the sum again, Janelle grinned. She could finance her dig. She was so quitting her jobs. Before her hopes rose to a devastating height, she took a steadying breath. There had to be some sort of mistake. There was no way they were throwing around this much cash on a part-time position, and she wasn't ready to give up on her dreams. She flipped around, ready to return to Kimberly's office to set things straight. With her hand on the cool door handle, she paused, remembering the conversation she'd overheard this morning, the one where Pamela mentioned the big money the girl turned down. If she did this job even for 1 year, she'd not only be able to heat her apartment this winter, she'd be able to buy plane tickets and equipment for her trip. She giggled, imagining Dr. Ford's face when she wrote out a personal check. She would finally get her shot, and this job could make it happen. Who cared what she did? She could do anything for a year. Throwing her shoulders back, she slipped out of the restroom and knocked lightly on the next door down. "Hi, I'm Janelle." She held out her hand, and the woman took it with a smile. "Trish, nice to meet you." Trish's hair was pink, well, half pink, the bottom half. The other half was so white it practically glowed. The cut was short and feminine and made her eyes stand out. In fact, all of Trish would stand out on campus or anywhere else, from her zebra print dress to her pointed snakeskin boots. Trish didn't release Janelle's hand but used it to pull her into the office. If you could call the space made up with a makeup table, animal print furniture, and a rack of evening gowns an office. Janelle's office was full of dirt-covered specimens and stacks of final papers students never collected. There was a small desk with a petite laptop, fashion magazines, and low couches in wild prints. Janelle looked at the place like she did with one of her digs and realized she'd landed in the clutches of a fashion expert. Even worse, she was the human sacrifice served up for lunch or a makeover. Let's take a look and see what we have to work with. Trish reached up and slipped Janelle's glasses off. "Hey." Janelle reached for them. She already felt self-conscious enough. "I just want to see your eyes." Trish folded the glasses and handed them back, all the while taking in Janelle as one would a home improvement project. "They're beautiful, a nice mix of gray and blue. We'll need to darken up your hair color just a bit to make them pop, but it shouldn't be a big deal." Janelle took her glasses out of Trish's outstretched hand and slid them back on. "I can see why you chose those frames. The dark color draws attention to your eyes just like the hair color will. Good choice, said Trish. Janelle held back a laugh. She'd picked the frames because they were the only ones in her price range that didn't look like bug guards. Trish slipped the paperwork out of Janelle's hand and sat down on the sofa. Let's see what kind of expense account we have to play with, shall we? She slid her eyes over the numbers and smiled. This is great. We can do all sorts of damage with this. She glanced up and took in Janelle's clothes. A tiny crease appeared between her perfectly sculpted brows. Are you free tomorrow? Can you push that to Thursday? Okay, block me out. I'm going shopping. She stood up and handed the envelope back to Janelle. Bring that card and meet me in the lobby of this building at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Dress comfortably and don't worry about your hair too much. I'll get you in at a salon. Janelle's stomach churned. What started out as a new job quickly took over her whole life. New clothes, new hair, money to burn. Well, not burn, but money. It was all a bit much, and she was afraid she was getting in over her head. Are you sure it's okay to use this card to shop for clothes? Trish shrugged. And makeup and hair and massages and lunch with the girls and flowers and whatever else you need, it's your personal expense account. Your free spending money makes it easy to maintain the code of conduct. You're a billionaire broker's bride now, and you need to look the part. Janelle felt her stomach drop to the floor and her blood pressure spike. Excuse me, did you say bride? Chapter 3. Lowering herself into a chair across from Pamela, Janelle held onto the armrest to stop her hands from shaking. A bride, as in a woman engaged to be married. 2 hours ago, she didn't have a romantic prospect in sight. Now she was expected to get married within a week? Trish took one look at her ashen face and rushed her down the hallway to meet with the founder of Billionaire Marriage Brokers in person. Apparently, dealing with hysterics wasn't part of Trish's job description, though Janelle was far from hysterical. She was in shock. Pamela gave her a radiant smile as though everything was right with the world. It wasn't. At least, not in Janelle's world. If it weren't for the possible annual income dangling over her head, she would have stormed out. It wasn't so much about the money as it was about what the money could do for her struggling academic career, not to mention her standing in the archaeological community. The opportunity waiting in Guatemala would provide years of published findings and establish her as a cornerstone in the community. Instead of starting at the bottom, she'd springboard to the middle of the head of the pack without having to claw someone's throat out to get there. Not that she was the clawing type. There were plenty of those out there, and she was constantly on guard against intellectual thieves. I'm sorry I wasn't able to greet you when you first arrived, Pamela started. A friend of mine is gravely ill. He arrived unexpectedly this afternoon and needed legal advice. She rubbed her lips together, and the corners of her eyes dropped as if she had already grieved the loss of her friend. Janelle wondered about the friend, but wasn't about to pry. Besides, before they were done here, she planned to ask a whole host of questions. She would listen to Pamela, even if marriage was drastic, and then she would unleash her thoughts on the unsuspecting woman. Pamela came to herself. Have you ever heard of a mail-order bride? Janelle shook her head, not sure she liked the idea of being a bride, let alone being on order. Before the internet made it possible to e-date, video date, or text date someone on the other side of the world, marriage prospects were usually limited to a woman's geographical area. If she were lucky, she had perhaps 15 eligible bachelors in town to choose from. Some towns had more, but some had less. Janelle nodded. Her arguments were sound and made sense to the part of Janelle that studied human history. The Mayan often celebrated arranged marriages, with the father of the bride's approval of the groom. She thought they had something going, until her parents set her up with a guy who ignored her half the night for a game on his phone and then forgot his wallet and didn't Venmo her for his half of the check. Pamela continued, factor in other women of marrying age, take out the drunkards, the abusers, and the lazabouts, and you're left with 2 to 3 men. Sometimes you were left with nothing. Janelle found herself nodding along. She'd have to run the numbers, but statistically, Pamela's ratios were believable. Women weren't the only ones with slim pickings. When men went out to homestead a piece of land, they soon realized that there were a lot more single men on the prairie than single women. They also realized the benefit of having a woman as a partner. Though it seems old-fashioned, a partnership made up of two people with complementary skill sets is productive and fulfilling for each participant. Again, Janelle wasn't surprised. Throughout the ages, men and women have partnered together to survive. Recently, female skeletons were found in a burial site in Peru alongside big game hunting paraphernalia, which showed that women weren't always waiting at home for the man to bring home a meal. This also proved that men and women were partners in hunting. Complementary skill sets, as Pamela called them, allowed for more success on the hunt and therefore better survival. But Pamela wasn't talking that far back in history. She was talking about American history. To find a partner, the men would place ads in newspapers for a bride. After corresponding for a time, or sometimes after just one letter, the woman would board a train or stagecoach, meet the man in his town, and they'd be married and back on his farm before nightfall. Janelle blinked. All this was fascinating, but it's not like that anymore. Like you said, people all over the world can fall in love. Why would a wealthy bachelor come to you for a bride? They don't need help getting married. Our clients value what a marriage can bring to their lives and recognize the benefits that come to each party from such a union. We offer them the opportunity of marriage without all the fuss. No fuss? I don't understand. What exactly would I have to do? Pamela typed a few words into her laptop and smiled. Mr. Ryburn is a new client. He's 32, never been married, no children. He made a fortune building an idea company that focuses on new electronic gizmos. She swiveled the laptop around so Janelle could see the picture on the screen. Janelle squinted and leaned forward. The guy looked good. Too good. She chewed her lip as she studied his strong jaw brushed with 2-day stubble. It couldn't be that he hadn't shaved for the picture because his neck was smooth. Nope, the look was sculpted and the barbershop artist did a fantastic job. His dark brown hair and tan skin gave him a dangerously sensual edge, while his easy smile could transform a tiger into a kitten. She slumped in her chair. Even if she could convince herself to try the arranged marriage, which wasn't as difficult as she thought, because there were hundreds of years of evidence that this kind of thing worked out, a marriage with this man wouldn't happen. Darling, what's wrong? Pamela looked from her to the screen. Guys like that. She pointed to the screen, but in her head, she pointed to every basketball player, football star, and popular man on campus. Never go for the girl who gets straight A's and loves to dig up skeletons and pot shards. He'd take one look at her and run for the hills. It wasn't that she didn't believe in herself. She just knew how a man's brain worked, millions of years of evolution and all that. Nonsense. I've already sent him your picture and a brief bio. He's on board. Janelle rubbed her arms to get rid of the goosebumps. She stared into the eyes of the image on screen. Could he be different? Was he more than the rounded shoulders and thick arms belied? Had she judged him prematurely? I think I should go. She gathered up her purse strap. Why? Pamela asked, surprised. Where to start? I think marrying someone for their money is wrong, which is exactly what you should be thinking. Pamela's adamant agreement to Janelle's argument against her entire business philosophy left her confused. What? You aren't marrying him for his money. You're becoming a partner in a marriage corporation. I'm not going to lie to you. Being a wife is a job. Back in my younger days, it was considered a viable career. But you're working. Besides, he's 100% aware of the parameters and has already signed a contract. This is what he wants. Janelle considered her point. She shook her head. I still feel like it's using him. Do you feel like you could contribute to this union? Aren't you smart, capable, organized? Do you have managerial and leadership qualities? Janelle had gone over her resume. She was all those things and did have the qualities needed. Yes, trust me, you'll bring as much to this marriage as Nick will. In fact, what you bring can't be quantified as easily as a bank account. A fact that he's well aware of, by the way. But why me? I told you I had a good feeling about you. Pamela winked. I've been at this a long time, longer than BMB, and my feelings are never wrong. Contemplating Nick's picture, Janelle thought of the last boyfriend she'd had who was seriously good-looking. Davy Lyman was in the 8th grade. Of course, that was before she beat him in the science bee, and he decided Cherry Steele and her devil-may-care attitude toward grades was more attractive than Janelle and her fascination with history. Janelle cringed internally as she asked, "Can I see the picture you sent him?" Pamela clicked away, and soon the photo she'd taken with her cell phone at the pancake house popped up. Janelle put on a calm mask as she leaned forward to look over the image. Her black yoga pants looked good. "Thank you, Warrior 2. Her scarf and jacket were cute, if a bit faded. The messy bun and the wisps of hair around her face looked like she'd done them that way on purpose instead of getting caught in the wind. But it was the small smile and hopeful look in her eye that made her feel less self-conscious. Even though it wasn't a bad shot, the girl in that photo was nowhere near the league. Heck, she couldn't even afford to buy a ticket to watch a game in the same league as the guy in that picture. "We have an extensive prenuptial agreement signed by both parties that Lisa Marie will go over with you and Mr. Ryburn on Thursday. The wedding will be scheduled for the following Monday morning. Trish will help you pick out something when you shop tomorrow." "Wait," Janelle held up her hand. "You're saying we aren't going to date? We just get married?" Pamela rubbed her temple with her fingertips. "Arranged marriages are my specialty. In 20 years of business, I've only had 3 early termination contracts. Many of our brides are married several times over before they retire. It's a lucrative and fulfilling career." And Janelle thought of the woman she'd seen crying this morning. Was she one of the 3? It felt like too much of a coincidence that Janelle had stumbled upon the scene. Under normal circumstances, Pamela sat tall and tugged on her jacket. "Well, this isn't a normal case. But no, there is no dating period because it's not a romantic relationship, it's a job. This isn't a setup, it's an interview. Don't let the job title scare you off." Janelle nodded. It wasn't a marriage where first comes love, it was business. Wife was a job title. She started to see this from Pamela's perspective. A corporate marriage. Hiring a spouse with a certain skill set to advance your standing. It made sense in an academic way. If she took her heart out of the equation and added a time limit on the position, okay, this might work. "I suggest you spend the weekend packing," said Pamela. "Packing?" Janelle fumbled out of her thought process. "Well, yes, you'll be moving into Mr. Ryburn's house." "I have to live with him?" she squeaked. "A wife usually lives with her husband, darling. It makes coordinating and establishing solid communication much easier." Janelle suddenly felt sick. "I need to set something straight. I know some women may crawl into bed with strangers, but I am not one of them." Sheesh, this place was a glorified prostitution ring for the wealthy. Pamela didn't miss a beat. "Mr. Ryburn has renovated a personal, private suite for you. In fact, he has a decorator standing by to finish up, so you can move in on Monday. He just needs to know your favorite color." Oh, that was different. Her own room. Wait, her own suite. That didn't sound so bad. Purple. She bit her cheek. With a little jolt of pain came a modest jolt of courage. "So I don't have to have sex with him?" Pamela smiled. "There's no sexual or physical component to the marriage unless both parties agree to it. Think of it as a business marriage. 2 people contractually coming together to help further one another's goals. After the first year, we have a review, and if things are going well, the contract can be extended. If not, or things change, then we file for a no-contest divorce and the marriage is terminated." Cut and dry, easy as pie. "I want you to bring a list of your goals on Thursday," Pamela added. "The 3 of us will sit down and discuss your goals and his before you sign the prenup." Janelle relaxed for the first time since she'd heard the word bride. If Nick turned her away or found her lacking in some area, he'd stop all this before they said "I do." If he turned out to be a creep who made her skin crawl, she could walk away without guilt. She had nothing to lose by showing up for the second interview. Perhaps Pamela was correct to use terms such as contractually and career in this case. Referring to their blind date as an interview made it seem much less scary, although she doubted she'd find any websites with tips on how to ace this one. Pamela turned her computer screen back around and asked, "Now that you're up to speed, are you ready to move forward?" Janelle took a moment. She wanted that PhD more than she wanted anything, ever, and that included the 10 speed she'd begged her parents for when she was 11. When someone had a dream that big, they had to work for it. It doesn't just fall into their lap. She'd seen a meme once that read, "A dream doesn't chase you back." She'd been working, scrimping, and slaving like a dog for the last 6 years. What was one more year? Could she marry a stranger, live in his house, and work as his wife? She'd never pictured herself married. At 28, and with an embarrassingly small amount of experience in the dating world, she didn't feel prepared. However, she'd been working since she was 16, so she knew how to work hard. She could do this if she thought about it as a job rather than a marriage. What did Pamela say? It was a contract. She was a contracted employee, and she'd be a good one. I'll do it. Great. I'll send a notice to Mr. Ryburn and schedule the meeting for Thursday at 10. As Pamela's nails clacked across the keyboard, Janelle had the horrifying thought that Pamela had just emailed her fiancé. She wondered what sort of man he was. Was he all business or a playboy? What prompted him to sign up with a marriage broker? He was gorgeous as all get out and loaded. Which left her with one last question. What was wrong with him? Chapter 4. Nick Ryburn turned his phone over and tapped the email from Pamela Jones. His heart did a stutter step as he read her business-owned missive. He sucked in an air. He was officially engaged. The magnitude of the situation wasn't lost on him, and he sank into his cushioned office chair, needing a lifeboat in the sea of crazy he'd launched himself into the day he signed up with the marriage broker. Engaged. Nick tapped his fingers on the desk. He was either an idiot or a genius for agreeing to marry a woman he'd never met. He pulled his chair closer to the desk. There was no use rehashing the mental debate that got him to this point. He'd given his word, and he planned to follow through. He pressed the intercom button on his phone and could hear the corresponding beep through his open office door. He never yelled for his assistant, Brenda, even if the door was open. It just felt rude. And his legs had given out a moment ago, so he didn't trust himself to walk out there. "Can you come in here for a second?" he asked. "Sure." While he waited, he forwarded the preen up to his lawyer and asked him to go over it. Confidentiality wasn't a problem there and wouldn't be with his assistant either. Brenda came in a moment later with her ever-present paperless pad resting in the crook of her arm. She loved the tech that allowed her to write notes faster than she could type, store them in folders, and avoid internet distractions during meetings. "Please shut the door." Nick waited until she'd settled into the chair across from him before he spoke. "I have news." Brenda flipped open the pad and tapped the note-taking app. Poised with the cellies over the screen, she waited. There was no way to say this delicately. He needed to just tell her the situation and let the chips fall where they may. "I'm getting married next Monday morning." Brenda looked up but didn't start writing. Her normally controlled features were frozen in shock and awe. "You're what?" "I'm getting married," he repeated. Perhaps if he said it 100 times more, he'd believe it himself. "On Monday," she confirmed, still not writing. Nick jumped from his chair and paced. "I signed up for a matchmaking service. We're meeting Thursday morning to sign the prenup, and then the wedding will be Monday." Brenda continued to stare at him like a fish in a feeding pond. The moment she accepted that this wasn't a practical joke, she tapped the screen. "Do you need a tux, flowers, or reservations for the honeymoon?" Nick closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He needed to tell Brenda the whole story or she'd think he was nuts. Judging by her first reaction, she already did. "What I am about to tell you is confidential," Brenda glared. "Sorry, I know you don't gossip." Brenda cleared her throat and shifted slightly, her hands sliding from her digital notepad to the arms of the chair, her subtle signal that this conversation had officially moved off the record. Nick took the cue and leaned forward, elbows braced on his knees. "Don't judge me, okay?" His voice was quiet but rough around the edges. He flopped backward into his chair, scrubbing both hands through his hair. "I'm so tired," he said, eyes fixed on some invisible point beyond the glass wall behind her. "Tired of going to galas with women who see my bank account before they even ask my last name. Tired of the expectations, like the right to a luxury watch just for showing up in a cocktail dress and fake laughing at my jokes. And don't even get me started on the ride home. He let out a bitter breath. Half the time, I feel like a prize bull they're trying to corral before we even get to dessert. He looked at her now, tone softer. I'm not looking for a fling. I want someone I can count on. Someone who doesn't flinch when I talk about 5-year plans or stock market crashes or the fact that I hate rooftop parties. Pamela says she finds matches based on goals, compatibility, not charm or cleavage. Brenda didn't speak, but the stillness in her face told him she was taking it in. He hesitated, then glanced away. There was more, but it lived deeper down. He wanted a family, a home that didn't feel like a hotel suite, warmth that didn't vanish when the makeup came off. But that wasn't the deal. Not with Janelle. And not with the world he lived in. This wasn't about romance. It was about protection, keeping the vultures at bay. She needs funding for a PhD project, he continued, voice regaining its businesslike rhythm. According to Pamela, she's smart, driven, and stuck because of budget cuts. This arrangement gets her to Guatemala. It gets me some breathing room. He shrugged, though the motion felt heavier than it should have. It's not like she's after my last name. She's not even looking to stay married. We're signing for a year. After that, we check in, renegotiate if we want to extend or end it cleanly. No mess, no drama, no broken hearts. Brenda's expression softened just slightly. I know it sounds crazy, he admitted, but I've dated. I've really tried. And I'm tired of the games, the mixed messages, the energy it takes just to figure out what someone actually wants. Love isn't supposed to be a scavenger hunt. He paused. One of my friends used BMB. He says the peace of mind alone was worth it. His wife is lovely, professional, kind, totally unbothered by the press or the perks. They're happy. Not movie ending happy, but real life happy. That sounded pretty good to me. He leaned back, exhaling as if the confession had taken more out of him than expected. I met Pamela for lunch. We talked through everything. I signed the contract, the code of conduct, and 2 weeks later, she says she's found someone. Brenda raised her eyebrows so high he wondered if they had a zip code of their own. You haven't met this woman? You haven't met this woman? Nick shook his head. Thursday. We signed the prenup. Wedding's Monday. Brenda tapped her stylus against her lip. He ran a hand down his face. Look, I'm not expecting you to throw a bridal shower, but she'll need access to my schedule, my calendar, the events that include spouses, and I want you to treat her like she's my wife, not an intern with fancy stationery. Brenda nodded slowly, making notes now, but with a gravity he didn't miss. I want people to take her seriously, and that starts with you. If she calls, let me know. If she comes in, send her back. If she asks for time, I want to give it. Brenda looked up, deadpan. Shall I also buy her flowers on Valentine's Day and pick up a gift for Christmas? His mind went blank. How far did he need to carry out the charade? No, maybe. I'm not sure how all that's going to work out. What's your cover story? How did you meet? And why hasn't anyone met her before? He rubbed his eyes. Well, I'll talk to her about that on Thursday. It would be best if we were on the same page. Nick ran his hand through his hair, cursing under his breath. He needed a haircut. Will you make time for me to get to the barber tomorrow? Brenda tapped open another folder. I'll get you the first appointment with Reggie on Thursday morning. You should have time for a shave and a haircut before meeting your fiancé. Nick slapped the table as his resolution to see this thing through solidified. In fact, let's start letting people know I'm engaged. Just start a little rumor. Then, in a week or so, I'll tell everyone we eloped. That should take care of most of the office gossips. A quick marriage made him look like a man in love instead of a man who couldn't find it in a display case. Nodding, Brenda said, sounds good. She clicked the sleep button on her pad and stood to leave. Nick rolled the tension out of his shoulders. He didn't realize how hard it was to tell someone he was getting married. Married. How could one word hold so much promise and responsibility? Thanks, Brenda. You're good at what you do. And don't you forget it, she fired back. Nick clicked on the image of Janelle to make it fill the screen. She was pretty in a wholesome way he hadn't seen in a long time. She was more real than he expected, with her hair coming out of the ponytail and her basic attire. She didn't sparkle or flash. He liked it. She was comfortable with her beauty. He read her bio again, taking in every little detail, although there weren't many. She was almost done with her PhD and he'd barely graduated with a bachelor's. At least she had goals in life. Most of the women he'd dated had him at the top of their to-do list. He realized all that was behind him now and felt free for the first time in years. Instead of the strain and stress of socializing, he'd have a partner who would guard him from the gold diggers, and Pamela guaranteed her brides weren't gold diggers. They were honest and hard-working employees. As she was an equal partner in this contract, though a wife who would share his home, Nick needed to keep a professional distance. If Janelle was as beautiful in person as she was in the picture, staying professional could be difficult. He already felt a connection to her. Another email popped up from Pamela. Janelle's preferred color was purple. He quickly scrolled through his contacts until he found the interior designer's number. "Hi, it's Nick. Hey, you can go ahead and finish that suite." He gave her the requested information and free rein to do as she liked within budget. Everything should be ready for Janelle to move in on Monday. His house had 2 suites on the East End. He had his own suite done in tans and natural stone, but no one touched the other suite in the 5 years he'd lived there. When he met with Pamela and she mentioned needing a room for his wife, he felt like the space was waiting for that exact moment. It was going to be a busy weekend. There was a strange thunk under his desk. When he looked, he realized his leg was bouncing. Every time his shoe hit the floor, it made a noise. Placing his hand on his knee to hold it still, he wondered, "Am I nervous?" He was always a little on edge when signing contracts, but as long as his attorney gave the thumbs up, it was something he got through with a semblance of calm. This was a good move for him. Not only would it take him off the meat market, it would bring someone into his home. He'd built his dream house and then dreaded walking through the door to find it empty. Someone to come home to, a wife, was going to be very good for him. If it was so good for him, why was his leg bouncing again? Chapter 5. Janelle rolled over, checked the time on her cell phone, and groaned. Of all the reasons to get out of bed in the morning, including grading finals, today's activity was her least favorite. Shopping day. It wasn't that she disliked shopping, it was just that she'd spent hardly any money on herself for years and learned to live without. The life of a PhD student was full of noodle dinners, secondhand clothing, and the same backpack she'd had in high school. Fashion didn't matter when she was sequestered in the library or out in the summer sun on a dig in Utah where no one cared if you wore name-brand clothing because you all ended up the same color as the dirt anyway. As she made her bed, she found the copy of the 5 love languages Tina had handed her yesterday on her way out the door. "Why do I need this?" Janelle had asked, flipping it over to scan the back cover. How can you keep your relationship fresh and growing amid the demands, conflicts, and just plain boredom of everyday life? It's required reading for all brides and grooms. Required reading she understood, but if the marriage was for business purposes only, then having a love language or understanding one wasn't necessary. There was no reason to keep the relationship fresh and growing. Why? It talks about the way people receive and give love. We like to use it as a tool to help couples express appreciation and improve their communication. Janelle had cringed at the idea of being part of a couple because it fit like a size too small shirt. She'd press the button for the elevator, anxious to extract herself from the conversation. Tina tapped the cover. "You'll need to read it before your prenup meeting." No problem. She doubted she would get much sleep anyway. Fluffing her pillow, Janelle acknowledged that she'd been right about not getting any sleep, but the love book had little to do with it. Instead, resurrecting her files on the Guatemalan dig had her reading, planning, and daydreaming about what she was going to do with her new income till the wee hours of the morning. She resisted the urge to call Professor Ford and tell him that the dig was back on thanks to some private funding she'd lined up. It was better to wait until she was locked into the contract and a paycheck on the way before raising his hopes. Besides, the whole bride-for-hire thing was a bit much. Mr. Ryburn might be some kind of a jerk, a narcissist, or a control freak, and Janelle could end up as Pamela's 4th early termination contract. Wouldn't that be a great way to start out on a new job? Breaking the boss's good luck streak? Secretly, she planned for this marriage and this marriage only to be her first and last contract with billionaire marriage brokers. After this, she'd be well on her way to professorship and a lifetime of recognition in her chosen field. No one on the academic side of her life would be any wiser to how she'd funded the project thanks to BMB's confidentiality agreement. If all went well, she could live off her expense account during the marriage period and sock away the salary. She could send in the funds and the paperwork to get approval for the dig at the end of the first month. Once she got that, she could buy plane tickets and supplies the next month, and it would continue like that until she was knee-deep in ancient Mayan ruins and done with the Ryburn account. She tucked the required reading into her purse and headed out the door to meet Trish downtown. The office building was still full of suits and busy people doing important things, but Janelle didn't spare them a second glance. She had the job, and with it came a level of confidence. Upon entering the lobby, she spied Trish leaning against the security guard's desk, looking like a supermodel waiting for her close-up. Her pink hair color stood out amidst the gray, black, and navy. She wore a black and white checkered skirt and neon blue button-up shirt. She wore more makeup today than Janelle wore in a year and yet managed to look flawless at the same time. Some women had the gift. Before Trish spotted her, Janelle's phone buzzed. She fished it out of her purse and felt her stomach tighten at the sight of the name on the screen. Mom, she hesitated for a fraction of a second, then answered with a quick, "Hey, hi, sweetheart." Her mom's voice warmed the line like sunshine on cold stone. "Just wanted to check in and see how your week is going. We still on for Sunday dinner? I thought I'd try that honey lime chicken you love." Janelle smiled, but it came with an ache behind her eyes. Her mom's voice always hit her soft spots. She cleared her throat and kept her tone breezy. "Yeah, Sunday sounds great. I'm, just running errands this morning. It's been a busy week." "You sound tired. You're not pushing too hard, are you?" Janelle swallowed. Her gaze drifted to the marble floor, then up to the grand chandelier casting prisms across the lobby. Guilt crept in like a tide. "No, just a lot going on. Some changes. Good ones, I think." Her murmured. It was her gentle way of saying she knew Janelle wasn't saying everything but trusted her to come around in her own time. The silence between them was familiar, comforting, until it wasn't. "I know I've said this before," her mom added, "but just remember, you don't have to do it all on your own. You've got us." Her voice trembled slightly, and that did it. The tightness in Janelle's throat turned sharp. She blinked fast, willing her eyes to stay dry. "I know, Mom. Thanks. I'll see you Sunday. Looking forward to it. Love you." Her reflection in the chrome elevator doors caught her off guard, hair slightly windblown, eyes a little too glassy. She looked like someone about to lie to the people she loved most. Because she was. Guilt settled heavy in her chest, pressing against her ribs. Her parents, married for 31 years, lovers of handwritten notes and anniversary traditions and talks that went deep into the night, would never understand. To them, marriage was sacred, earned, built brick by brick. And here she was, treating it like a stepping stone. Even if she told them the truth, they wouldn't see a brave choice. They'd see their daughter lost, desperate, someone who'd given up on love. This would break their hearts. She squared her shoulders. "Just get through today," she told herself. "Do the job. Get the dig." But the words felt hollow now, like a lecture note you reread 3 times and still didn't understand. Her mom's voice clung to her skin like humidity. The trust, the love, the simple belief that Janelle was walking a path they'd be proud of, it pressed down on her chest. She tucked her phone away and tried to shake it off, forcing a slow exhale. Just then, movement caught her eye. Trish spotted her, already in motion. With a grin that could launch a fashion campaign, she closed the distance and looped her arm through Janelle's as if they'd been besties for years. "There you are." Before Janelle could respond, Trish spun her around with practiced flair and ushered her outside and into the back seat of a waiting limo. "We have an appointment in 15 minutes at Salon Le Meunier. Depending on how long it takes them to shave off the rough edges, we'll order in lunch or grab something quick. Then we'll spend the rest of the day shopping." Janelle rested her palm on the creamy leather, letting the cool sensation remind her that this was not some weird dream. Thoughts of alternate realities flitted through her mind. She brushed them aside and determined to enjoy at least part of this. Who knew what was under her student-issued clothing and easy-wash hairstyle? Maybe there was more to her than she had allowed herself to see because she didn't have the money to look. Today could be a day of uncovering a layer of herself, something that was under the surface all this time. The idea left her feeling exposed and vulnerable and yet daring. They walked into the salon and Janelle was caught in Hurricane Trish as her guide gave instructions to the stylists, estheticians, and Janelle wasn't sure who else. The calm in the middle of the storm found her wrapped in enough foil to receive images from the Mars rover, her feet soaked in a pool where a little fish ate the dead skin off her heels and a nail tech buffed her fingernails. In that moment, she sat taller, no doubt a byproduct of the massage that took 6 years of grad school tension out of her shoulders. Trish had other brides scheduled at the salon for maintenance, and she took this time to catch up with them, making sure they had their calendars organized and giving them fashion advice for upcoming events. Janelle was introduced to both girls in passing. As she settled into Claire's station, she gave the other brides a careful once-over to see if they were happy. The taller one had everything together. Though she closed her eyes to relish the hand massage, she didn't seem haughty, just happy to have a moment to relax. The shorter girl had a hint of country twang in her speech, and her blonde hair would have made a pageant queen jealous. She talked to her stylist about her little brother, a high school bulldogging champion, saying how much she missed him and was proud of his accomplishments. Janelle put aside her curiosity about the brides and opened her book. She read through the introduction and was halfway through the quiz to find her own love language when Claire scooted her back toward the sinks to wash out the colorant. Once in the swivel chair, Janelle looked for a difference, but her dark hair just looked dark. Claire swung her around and pulled out a pair of scissors. Janelle about jumped out of the chair. "I want to keep the length." Claire gave her a soothing smile and patted her shoulder. "Of course, just shaping it a bit. How do you feel about bangs?" Janelle wrinkled her nose. "I'd rather not. I've never had much luck with them." "They're really in right now," Claire offered, comb in hand. "They're also a lot of work. I don't do high maintenance." Janelle crossed her arms over the plastic cape like armor. Claire cast a look at Trish, one of those silent, stylist glances that said, "Help me out here," but Trish merely shook her head and mouthed, "No bangs," with a wink. Claire heaved a theatrical sigh worthy of a soap opera finale. "Fine, no bangs. But don't blame me if the rest of the world doesn't recognize your brilliance without them." Janelle huffed a nervous laugh, grateful for the backup. The scissors began their dance. Snip, comb, clip. The floor filled with locks that looked suspiciously like more than a trim. Janelle swallowed her panic, telling herself Claire was a professional and this was just the price of reinvention. "Trust the process," Claire said with a grin, as if she could hear Janelle's inner monologue. When the cutting finally stopped, Claire moved on to a parade of bottles: smoothing cream, curl enhancer, a shine serum that smelled faintly of coconut. She worked them through Janelle's hair with expert fingers, humming under her breath as she pulled out a blow dryer the size of a small jet engine and a diffuser attachment. "You've got an amazing wave. Let's show it off," she said over the roar of the dryer. By the time the chair swiveled toward the mirror, Janelle barely recognized herself. Her dark hair fell in soft, dimensional waves that framed her face like she belonged on the cover of a lifestyle magazine. It was a little shorter, layered to give it bounce, but still long enough to pull back if she needed to. The low lights added depth, catching the light in subtle ribbons. Tentatively, she touched a lock. It was soft, luxurious, still her, but elevated. "Wow," she breathed. Claire beamed. "You love it." Trish appeared beside her, hands on hips, surveying like a general inspecting her troops. "The waves don't need the drama of solid black. This is perfect. Did you do her brows?" "Of course." "They work with her skin tone and her eyes." Trish leaned in, tilting her head. "They pop now." Claire fluffed a few strands around Janelle's temple. "You've got great bone structure, the kind people pay good money to fake." Janelle studied herself in the mirror. She'd always thought of her face as functional, nothing to write home about, but serviceable. Now she looked capable, confident, like the kind of woman who said, "I'm here to change the world," and then did. She pointed to her reflection. Can I do this? Like on my own? Claire smiled. Absolutely. It's all in the diffuser. I've put together a kit with everything I used. It'll be waiting for you at the front. Janelle swallowed a lump in her throat. That's really thoughtful. Thank you. As she slid her credit card across the counter, her stomach clenched. The number on the register made her palms sweat. Trish nudged her. That's what the money's for. Don't worry, we're just getting started. She lifted the glossy product basket wrapped in a teal ribbon. This is warm-up spending. The card's going to be crying by the time we're done. They stepped out into the waiting limo and Janelle followed, feeling like a woman reborn. Only this version of her came with luxury shampoo and a price tag she still wasn't sure she could emotionally afford. Janelle sighed. She hoped Mr. Ryburn's love language, or language of appreciation as she preferred to call it, wasn't gift-giving. If he intended to express his thanks by showering her with flowers, jewelry, or shopping trips, he'd stress her out. Today was great, a dig into who she was outside of the university setting. It was educational. Doing this every week would drain her. Not just her energy, but her time. She chewed her lip again. What if Mr. Ryburn's language was gifts and she'd be required to buy him something? She had no idea what men wanted. Not to mention, she'd never met her future husband. How was she supposed to buy gifts for a stranger? Janelle slid into the limo, crossed her legs, and folded her arms. No matter how many times she told herself this was just a job, it felt like more. More personal. More like a commitment. Just more? Her hands trembled. Instead of stewing over her lack of knowledge, she pulled out the book and began reading. Studying never failed her before. Surely the answer to her nerves was written in here somewhere. She'd search it thoroughly and be prepared to write a 5-page essay on the topic before meeting Mr. Ryburn. No matter how uncomfortable she felt, how out of her realm, she was determined to pass this test and get the money for Guatemala if it killed her. Chapter 6. Janelle stepped out of the elevator and into the unknown. Her boots, brown leather with just enough heel to say "I tried," clicked against the tile like a countdown clock. Each step felt louder than the last. The teal leather jacket hugged her shoulders, soft as butter and 10 times more confident than she felt. She tugged at it, wishing she could tug herself together while she was at it. From behind the reception desk, Tina's eyes widened. Wowza. Janelle's cheeks ignited. Her hands flew to her face like she could physically press the blush away. "It's too much," she whispered. "Too bold, too new, too not her." This was Trisha's fault. The whole outfit had come together in a boutique with string lights on the ceiling and price tags that gave her heart palpitations. By that point in the day, Janelle had been too tired to argue. Now she was facing a billionaire fiancé looking like she'd walked out of a makeover montage, and not in the comfortable, endearing kind of way. She dressed that morning feeling powerful, reimagined. Now she just felt like a fraud in expensive boots. A tiny, involuntary squeak escaped her throat. Tina rounded the desk and wrapped her in a hug that smelled like vanilla and felt like safety. "Hey, breathe. It's going to be okay." Janelle couldn't speak. Her ribs had locked up around her heart. Tina pulled back and grinned. No one has ever died from signing a prenup. Not here anyway. She winked, but her voice held just enough softness to feel like more than a joke. "Is he here?" Janelle asked, eyes darting to every hallway like they might reveal an exit. No stairwell, no elevator, just a cracked office door waiting to swallow her whole. She was trapped in a moment that had suddenly become real. Tina's grip tightened gently around Janelle's arms like she was physically holding her in place. Maybe she was trapped. "He's in Pamela's office." Of course he was. Gorgeous, brilliant billionaire Nick Ryburn, the man she was going to marry, was already in the room. Waiting. "Evan, help me." "If you need a minute," Tina offered, "I can bring you a bottled water. You can stay here until you're ready." Tina demonstrated a deep breath, shoulders rising and falling with practiced calm. Janelle tried to follow suit. Her own breath came out shaky, tinged with lavender, that new curl cream. Her fingers had fumbled with the bottle this morning, unsure if she was doing it right, but now the scent grounded her, a reminder that she could learn new things, that she'd already started becoming someone different, someone braver, someone who could wear teal leather and mean it. If she could master salon speak and pick an outfit that made a receptionist say wowza, maybe, just maybe, she could sit across from a billionaire and talk prenups like it was normal. I'm okay, she offered. Still, can you bring the water anyway? She asked. Her voice was steadier now, but her nerves still sang beneath her skin. Tina nodded. Of course. Go on in, I'll be right behind you. Janelle gave her a grateful smile and turned, her lips pressed together, checking for the lip gloss Trish had reapplied twice during their shopping spree. Don't lick it off, she'd warned. Gloss was war paint. One final breath, and she started down the hallway. The past 6 years of struggle, the student loans, the ramen noodles, the rejected grant applications, all of it led to this hallway, this door, this man. And what lay beyond it wasn't just a paycheck, it was possibility. A chance to fund her future, to build something no one could take from her. She raised her fist and knocked lightly on the cracked door. Then she pushed it open, stepped inside, and walked toward the rest of her life. Chapter 7. Pamela's office was too sterile to distract him, two abstract paintings, a couple of polished knickknacks. Nothing remotely personal, nothing that could compete with the voice inside his head. You're getting married. Nick adjusted his cufflinks, his fingers slightly trembling. Reggie had done a clean job on his beard this morning, thank heaven for professional barbers, because his own hands hadn't been steady enough to hold a razor. If he tried, he'd look like a teenager trying to prove he was old enough to shave. Pamela's phone beeped. Janelle is on her way back, she said with a bright smile, nodding toward the door just as a soft knock sounded. Nick stood and nearly lost his balance. She stepped into the room like sunlight through clouds, and for a beat too long, he forgot how to breathe. Janelle. Her picture had not done her justice. He'd studied it, memorized it, tried to prepare himself for this moment, but there was no preparing for her. Her hair was different, fuller, wavy, a bit wild, like she didn't entirely trust her new style yet. That hit him somewhere stupid and sentimental. He didn't know this woman, not really. And yet some part of him felt known by her. It was unsettling and magnetic. Pamela took Janelle's hand like she was welcoming a niece home from college. Hello, darling. Come in, come in. Her warmth filled the room. Nick stepped forward and offered his hand. Mr. Nicholas Ryburn, Pamela introduced, but Janelle didn't flinch or look away. Their palms met, soft, cool. Her fingers trembled the tiniest bit, and the instinct in him, the man in him, wanted to curl his other hand over hers and kiss the spot just above her knuckles like they did in old movies. He didn't, because this wasn't that kind of marriage, was it? Nick, this is Janelle Fendrick. It's nice to meet you, she said, voice low and rich like cello music. The pleasure's mine, and it was. Finally. After dodging office gossip and too many questions from curious investors, it was a relief to see the woman who, contract or not, would change his life. Pamela gestured to the chairs in front of her desk. Nick pulled out the one closest to Janelle, steadying it with a palm until she sat. She gave him a grateful smile, and in that small curve of her lips he saw it, the real her. Eyes a stormy blue-gray, lined just enough to show she'd tried, but not so much that she'd hidden behind them. She wasn't timid, though there was a flicker of nerves in the way her gaze darted sideways. Still, she didn't break. She was braver than he'd expected. They sat. We have a few things to go over before you meet with Lisa Marie, Pamela said, opening a sleek leather folder. Let's start with rings. She turned the book so they could see the page. 5 dazzling options. Platinum, gold, rose gold. Stones that shouted money and attention. Nick glanced at Janelle, unsure. Which one do you like? She didn't answer right away. Her eyes scanned the 5 sparkling rings displayed on the page, showstoppers, every one. Thick bands, high-set diamonds, ornate settings that screamed, "Look at me." Slowly, her hand lifted to her left ring finger, where she began rubbing the skin with her thumb in small, anxious circles, as if testing how something heavy might feel. Her movements were gentle but repetitive, and the skin bloomed pink from the pressure. "Are they all that size?" she asked, her voice quiet but steady. Pamela straightened. "These are the rings included in the wedding package," she said, her tone softening. "But if you'd like something more minimal, we can always send you over to the jeweler." "No," Janelle said, almost too quickly. Her hand kept moving. Nick leaned in, concerned. "Is something bothering you?" Was she about to add an additional carat to the diamond size? What was he getting himself into here? She hesitated, the kind of pause that told him she was weighing whether or not to be honest. Then she lifted her chin and met his gaze. "I work in a lab," she said simply. "Some days I'm wrist-deep in plaster. Other days it's layers of ancient dust or delicate artifacts that could be scratched by a setting like that." She gestured toward the ring with the largest diamond. "One of my professors lost her engagement ring in a mold once. We had to tear apart an entire exhibit case to find it. She was mortified." Nick blinked. That wasn't the answer he expected, and somehow it disarmed him more than if she'd said she hated the style. "You don't want a bigger ring?" he asked, still trying to align her response with the woman sitting in front of him. She laughed, a surprised little breath that shimmered in the air between them. "No, I don't think so." He raised an eyebrow, something loosening in his chest. "Functional?" "Exactly." Her smile was easy, unguarded. It reached her eyes. He flipped a few pages, scanning until he found the one he remembered. "What about this?" he asked, tapping the image. "It's a band with a detachable stone setting. You could wear the band to work and the full ring for events." She leaned in, her shoulder brushing his briefly, and angled the book toward herself. Her fingertip traced the gold and platinum inlay on the slim band. "This one? I like it." Nick studied her expression. She wasn't trying to impress him. She was trying to be practical, to hold her own in a room full of expectations. "It works for me," he said, and he meant it. Pamela beamed like a fairy godmother who just watched Cinderella choose the right shoe. "Now I need to know your love languages." Nick stiffened. Of all the things he thought might come next, that wasn't on the list. Not this, he thought. Not the book. He'd read it twice. The first time to prepare for the interview, the second time because the results unsettled him. Quality time and physical touch, as if his heart hadn't already done enough time in the penalty box. He hadn't told a soul, not even Reggie. Especially not Reggie. Before he could summon an answer, Janelle spoke. "Acts of service and physical touch," she said, her voice clear and calm, but her cheeks betrayed her. A flush rose beneath her freckles, blooming like a sunset across her skin. She didn't glance away. She didn't deflect. She just owned it, honest even when it cost her. He liked that more than he should have. "Quality time and physical touch," he said, forcing the words past the knot in his throat. He expected the ground to swallow him whole, or at the very least a sympathetic cough from Pamela. Instead, Janelle looked at him. Really looked. Her eyes met his, and something unspoken passed between them. Not heat, not humor, recognition. And in that breath, he didn't feel embarrassed anymore. Maybe we're not so different. They'd gone over logistics, calendars, expectations, boundaries. She'd outlined her dissertation timeline with the kind of precision only a doctoral candidate could muster: dig prep, defense deadlines, her advisor's sabbatical schedule. He'd listed board meetings, quarterly reviews, investor dinners. Between them, their lives were full, but as the conversation settled, a quiet rhythm emerged, gaps in their days that aligned like puzzle pieces, overlapping silences that wouldn't feel lonely anymore. "I hope you won't be bored with me," Nick said, only half teasing. Janelle looked up, her expression softening. Then she laughed, not polite or practiced, but warm, from somewhere in her ribs. "I have plenty to do. I'll be fine." It made something in his chest unclench. Pamela closed her folder with a crisp snap. "Perfect. I'll walk you to Lisa Marie's office. They stepped into the hallway. Pamela's heels clicked ahead while Janelle lingered just behind, adjusting the strap of her purse. Are you packed up? Movers come Monday at 7, Pamela asked. Yes, thank you. That's a huge help. Janelle reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. The gesture dislodged the sleek perfection of her earlier styling, and untamed waves spilled forward across her cheek. She didn't fix it. Nick noticed. That loose piece of hair said more than words. She wasn't performing. She wasn't posing. She was real, effortless, human, and brilliant. She was chasing a PhD with the kind of grit he admired from a distance. He, who hadn't even finished his bachelor's, who built his empire with instincts and risk and the right mentors, suddenly felt off balance, like he'd walked into a room underdressed and hadn't realized there was a dress code. Pamela asked, "Is her suite ready?" He cleared his throat. "Paint's drying. Furniture's arriving today. Designers finishing Saturday." "Good. Don't be late Monday." Nick opened the door for Janelle and walked beside her down the hall. His hand lifted instinctively toward the small of her back and stopped. Too familiar, too fast. But if they'd met differently, at a fundraiser, at a gallery, he would have asked for her number. That thought settled like a stone in his chest, because he wasn't supposed to fall for her. But if he wasn't careful, he just might. Chapter 8. Janelle tried to keep her breathing even as they stepped into Lisa Marie's office, but her pulse had other plans. Marriage. A wedding. A groom. Her groom. The word felt foreign and strangely sacred, like something you'd whisper in a cathedral. It echoed in her chest, unsettling and thrilling all at once. Nick walked beside her, steady and confident, and everything inside her was alert to him. The way his shoulders filled out his jacket, the faint scent of sandalwood that stirred something low and ancient inside her, the quiet, almost imperceptible way he kept adjusting his pace to match hers. He was better looking in person. That was the problem. The picture she'd studied for hours hadn't prepared her for this version of him, the warmth in his eyes, the clean sweep of his jaw, or the way his presence seemed to command the room without crowding it. He didn't dominate the space. He held it like someone trustworthy, like someone solid. Last night she'd stared at his photo like it was part of an archaeological dig, memorizing the shape of his smile, the tilt of his chin. She could have picked him out in a police lineup, no question. But this version of Nick, this real, present, gentlemanly version, he was more than handsome. He was grounding. And he smelled expensive. Had he gotten a haircut for this? Her mind conjured an image of him rumpled and reading in an armchair, sleeves rolled to his elbows, hair askew from his own hands. Bookish Professor Nick. Stop. Down, girl. He's your future colleague, not your daydream. But the way he'd handled the ring situation earlier still sat in her chest like a warm stone. He'd noticed her hesitation before she even voiced it. He hadn't flinched at the practical request, hadn't pushed for something showy to save face. He'd just helped, offered a solution. Quiet, capable, unbothered. She'd expected a man with a billion-dollar reputation to care more about appearances. He'd cared about her comfort. That did something to a woman who'd spent her life being useful, not treasured. Nick held her chair again, without fuss, like it was instinct, and something inside her went tender. There was a difference between manners and attentiveness. Manners were performative. Attentiveness was personal. And Nick Ryburn? He noticed things, her things. She lowered herself into the seat and felt her posture shift, almost involuntarily. Chin up. Ankles crossed, as if some long-lost Duchess version of herself had been waiting for just this moment for this man to arrive. She'd never thought of herself as elegant, but Nick made her feel like she could be, like she already was. Most of the men she'd dated had been polite, respectful even, but none of them had made her feel seen. Not like this. And it wasn't just the chair or the ring. It was the way he looked at her without agenda. The way he listened when she talked, as if her opinions mattered, as if she mattered. She wasn't sure what they were building here, if anything, but for the first time since walking into this surreal matchmaking firm, Janelle felt something she hadn't dared to hope for. chosen. Not for her resume, not for her figure, not even for her availability, but for who she was. Right here, right now, just as she was. Lisa Marie laid two identical stacks of papers on the table, as neat and final as a judge's gavel. With a practiced calm, she began walking them through each clause, line by careful line. Janelle picked up her pen, fingers steady, even if her heart wasn't. Most of it was boilerplate. Initial here, sign there, agree not to sue, agree not to claim anything that wasn't hers. Nick's money, his assets, even the shares of his company, none of it would ever be hers. Not in marriage, not in death. Even if he died while they were still technically husband and wife, it would all go to his mother. Fine by her. She wasn't here for the money. Her salary was generous, and more importantly, it was earned. When the year was up, she'd walk away with her savings intact and her dissertation complete. It was the best arrangement she'd ever signed up for, except for one clause. Lisa Marie flipped the page and began explaining the parameters of the physical relationship. Janelle didn't lift her eyes. She stared at the fine print like it was a fossil under glass, willing herself not to fidget. The clause was clear. They were not required to engage in a physical relationship. But if both parties agreed, she scribbled her signature quickly, wanting to skip past it, move on, forget it existed. Only she couldn't forget, not with Nick sitting just inches away. Not with the memory of how his voice rumbled when he said her name. Not with how her pulse jumped every time his cologne drifted her direction. She wasn't naive. She'd worked alongside attractive men before. She could compartmentalize, keep things professional. As long as Nick didn't feed the tension, didn't look at her like he saw her, everything would be fine. Just business. Except her body hadn't gotten the memo. It was far too aware of him. A knock on the door broke the spell. "Sorry," Tina said, breezing in like a fairy with perfect timing. "I thought you all might like something to drink." She handed Janelle a cold water bottle, and with it, a knowing eyebrow raised in silent question. "You okay?" Janelle nodded back, subtle but firm. "Yes. Okay. Maybe even better than okay." Nick took a water without hesitation, his fingers brushing Tina's as he thanked her. Lisa Marie asked for coffee, then paused, reading the room with surprising empathy. "You know what?" she said, standing. "We could all use a breather. I'll grab my own coffee and be back in a minute." And just like that, the room emptied, leaving Janelle alone with the man she'd just agreed, on paper, not to love, not to touch, unless they both wanted to. She took a sip of water, the cold shocking her senses, but it couldn't quite erase the heat rising beneath her skin. This was going to be complicated. Lisa Marie walked out behind Tina, the soft click of the door closing, leaving an unmistakable stillness in her wake. Suddenly, it was just Janelle and Nick. Fiancé and fiancé. Janelle wasn't sure what to do with her hands, her breath, or the wild storm of second-guessing in her chest. Nick twisted the lid on his water bottle back and forth, the plastic creaking beneath his fingers. He was staring at a painting on the far wall, horses running across an open plain, but the focus in his eyes wasn't real. He wasn't seeing brushstrokes. He was somewhere else entirely. "You look bored," she offered softly, trying to sound more teasing than nervous. That pulled him back. He startled slightly, then ducked his head with a crooked half-smile, one hand pushing through his hair until a single piece flopped artfully across his forehead. "Sorry. It's not your company, I assure you." His voice was low and sincere. "I spent an hour and a half listening to my lawyer go over this thing yesterday. It's waterproof. You'll be fine too." "I asked him to look at your end of the contract." That startled her. She blinked. He asked his lawyer to look out for her? It wasn't just the thoughtful gesture, it was the quiet assumption behind it. That she mattered. That her peace of mind deserved protection too. Warmth spread through her chest, inconvenient and disarming. Had he noticed how carefully she'd listened to every clause? How she'd hesitated twice before signing the physical clause, trying not to show how awkward it made her feel. She'd tried to seem calm, capable, unshaken. But sitting next to a man who was clearly used to boardroom deals and billion-dollar signatures, Janelle felt like she'd wandered in with hay on her boots, the poor country girl with a borrowed pen pretending she belonged. Nick tapped his fingers against the top sheet of his papers and grimaced. It wasn't a deep frown, more like something half-hearted and human. Her stomach dropped. "Are you having second thoughts?" she blurted, unable to hold the question in. He looked over, startled by her intensity. Then he sighed. "Phil, my attorney. He's a great guy, don't get me wrong. But he gave me a half-hour lecture on the sanctity of marriage." "Oh," she said softly, looking down at her hands. Her fingers curled together in her lap. She didn't feel wrong about this. Strange, sure. New. Fast. But wrong? No. Ever since he'd picked out a practical ring with her without blinking, she'd felt a sense of calm settle into her bones. Peace, actually. He turned toward her, dropping his voice. "Is this your first marriage?" She nodded. The question triggered a flutter of nerves in her chest, her throat, and her brain. Everything suddenly felt like it was vibrating at the same frequency. "Did anyone try to talk you out of it?" he asked gently, almost curious. A groan escaped her lips, and she dropped her face into her hands. "No one knows," she mumbled, fingers muffling her voice. "My parents are going to flip. And I mean FLIP flip." She peeked through her fingers and gasped. "I shouldn't have said that. That wasn't professional at all." Nick chuckled, low and warm, the sound curling between them like smoke from a hearth. It was a laugh that didn't just echo, it landed, soft and unexpected, in the pit of her stomach. "They aren't the only ones," he said, shaking his head with a rueful grin. "My mom will have a canary." The tension in Janelle's spine softened, relief breaking over her like sunshine through storm clouds. Gratitude surged before she could stop it, unexpected, undeserved, and completely human. She reached out without thinking and gave his arm a quick pat. Beneath her palm, he was solid, warm, real. "At least you told your lawyer," she teased, her voice lighter than it had been all day. "And my secretary." She laughed, an actual, unfiltered laugh, and threw her hands into the air in mock exasperation. "Great, you're too up on me." His next laugh came freer, full-bodied and golden, like rich amber pouring through the cracks of her defenses. It rolled through the room and settled in her chest, chasing away every last icy edge of dread. That laugh didn't belong to a billionaire at the top of a glass tower. It belonged to a man who curled up with someone he loved on a Saturday morning. Wow. For the first time since stepping off the elevator, Janelle felt like she could breathe again, really breathe, not just survive the moment. Her shoulders uncoiled, her heart slowed. She smiled back at him, not out of politeness or obligation, but because something inside her was genuinely glad to be here. Not doing the paperwork, but here, with him. "I think I'm going to enjoy our weekly meetings," she said, surprised by her own honesty. Her voice was quiet, a confession tucked into a grin. Nick arched a brow, amused. "You say that now." She laughed again, caught off guard by the playful glint in his eyes. He had a way of disarming her, not by overpowering her, but by making her feel safe. Like she didn't have to keep her guard up so high. Like maybe this wasn't going to be a year of pretending after all. "Are you inviting anyone to the ceremony?" she asked, careful to keep her voice light. Nick cleared his throat and glanced away, his jaw shifting slightly as if weighing the question. "I wasn't planning on it," he said at last, his tone honest but without apology. Janelle's shoulders dropped half an inch, a breath slipping out she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "Me neither." Her nod was small but firm. "Let's just keep it low-key." He looked at her then, really looked, and gave a single, steady nod. Agreed. That one word sent a wave of relief rolling through her. She hadn't realized how much she'd braced for resistance, some kind of push to turn this into a show, to impress someone or prove something. But there it was again, that quiet, simple agreement. No fanfare, no ego, no expectations. He didn't press her for reasons or explanations. He didn't try to fix anything or suggest a compromise. He just met her where she was. And that somehow meant more to her than if he'd promised her the stars. Just as the moment threatened to stretch into something charged and unspoken, Lisa Marie reappeared with a cup of steaming coffee the color of potting soil. She looked perfectly unfazed. Janelle took a sip of her water and turned back to the next page. There were still a dozen signatures to go, more ink than it took to buy a house or a car or maybe even a small country, but none of it shook her. She'd made her decision. Nick was thoughtful, respectful, funny even, and despite his wealth, he wasn't treating her like a hired hand or a checkbox. He was treating her like a person. Maybe not a wife, not yet, but definitely a partner. As they continued, her thoughts drifted to Sunday dinner. How on earth was she going to sit across the table from her parents and not tell them she was getting married the next morning? She couldn't claim she was sick. Her mom would show up with chicken soup and a thermometer. She couldn't say she was out of town. Her dad would check the weather and ask if she needed chains on her tires. Nope. There was no way out of it. She was going to have to eat pot roast and pretend she wasn't hours away from a wedding. And somehow not spill the secret. Chapter 9. Saturday night draped itself across the city in glittering strands of black tie expectation, and Nick made a socially mandatory appearance at a charity dinner alone. From the outside, it looked like the kind of evening that promised influence, champagne, and glossy photo ops. Nick had once thrived on those things, had found a strange rhythm in working the room, a sense of accomplishment in knowing just when to laugh or lean in. But tonight, seated at a round table for 10 in a gilded ballroom, he picked at his salmon and asparagus and listened absently to conversations that spun in practiced hollow circles. Nothing landed. Nothing stirred him. He found himself wishing Janelle were there, which was absurd. They'd spent less than 4 hours together, and most of that had been interviews, paperwork, prenups. Still, something about her stuck with him. It wasn't just the way she'd carried herself in that teal leather jacket, or how her voice had dipped when she talked about digging up ancient cities. It was the way she saw the world, layered, curious, methodical. She didn't smile because she was expected to. She smiled because something delighted her. And that was rare. When the keynote speaker wrapped up and applause rippled through the room, Nick slipped out before dessert was served. No goodbyes. No small talk. Without Janelle beside him, the whole event felt wrong, flimsy. And he had no interest in playing the game tonight, no tolerance for sideways glances from women with designer bags and curated interests, no patience for their aunts and mentors trying to set him up with the perfect girl who just happened to be within social range. He'd chosen a partner. Whether their beginning was unconventional or not, he intended to honor that choice. Honor her. The moment he pulled into the garage, the tension in his shoulders eased. The smell of concrete sealant, sharp and sterile, hit him first, then the quiet. The cavernous space was as immaculate as ever. His employees knew how to run a household, but the bay to his left sat empty, waiting. That space belonged to her now. To Janelle. He sat there for a moment longer than necessary, fingers curled around the steering wheel. The keys were still in the ignition. The silence around him deepened. This wasn't a midlife crisis, no matter how much it looked like one on paper. He wasn't buying a sports car or dating someone half his age. He wasn't grasping for lost youth. He was building something, hoping for something. That required courage, not recklessness. Inside, the house welcomed him with its familiar hush. The mudroom was pristine. The scent of lemon cleaner clung to the air. Everything was in its place. He toed off his shoes, lined them up by the bench, and started toward his suite, only to pause. A rustle, light but persistent, echoed from down the hall. He turned toward it, curious. The door to the suite that would soon belong to his wife stood ajar. He nudged it open, expecting maybe the painters or cleaning crew finishing up a project. But instead, there was Erica, her hair in a tousled bob, halfway through stuffing a pillow into its cover. She yelped when she saw him. "Nick, good grief, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Didn't mean to sneak up on you." He raised both hands in apology, then stepped into the room, reassured by the familiar sight of her no-nonsense bun and Saturday sweats. Should have known it was you. Erica Owens, his interior designer, mother of four, and married to one of Nick's oldest college buddies, was exactly the kind of person you wanted handling your wife's living space. Efficient, discreet, completely unflappable. And you are, she drawled, placing a hand to her chest. Honestly, you better like this room. You just shaved 5 years off my life. Nick gave a small laugh and looked around. The walls were a soft gray, cool and calming, with crisp white trim. A built-in window seat stretched across one side, flanked by bookshelves waiting to be filled. The four-poster bed commanded the room, dressed in layers of velvety purple and shot through with shimmering threads of gold and silver. A few accent pillows were tossed across the top, each one more luxurious than the last. When he reached out and touched the coverlet, it was like dipping his hand into warm water. Soft, effortless, expensive without trying to prove anything. "This is, wow," he said softly. "Erica, this is incredible." "I know," she grinned. He stood next to the bed. "It's tall," he murmured, brushing a hand over the draped fabric. His fingertips slipped across it like water. Erica smiled. "Top-of-the-line pillow top. Your guest is going to sleep like royalty." She didn't know this wasn't just for a guest. This was Janelle's room, and the realization hit him with quiet intensity. He wanted her to love it, to feel safe here, at home. He drifted to the en-suite bathroom. Gone were the white sheetrock walls. In their place, a shower tiled in soft teals and lavenders danced with light. Dark cabinets anchored the whimsy, creating balance. The closet was meticulously outfitted, shelving, organizers, even a belt rack. A box of wooden hangers waited in the corner, untouched. Nick bent down and opened the plastic. One by one, he placed hangers on rods, the rhythm meditative. Something about the simple act, preparing space for her, made this all feel more real. More right. When he returned to the bedroom, Erica was adjusting a gilded floor mirror. She glanced at him. "I have to admit, I was surprised you picked purple." "I didn't." He smiled, something about saying it aloud warming his chest. "My fiancé did." Her squeal echoed off the walls. "You're what?" "Nick Ryburn." "Engaged? To who? Since when?" He chuckled, already picturing the look on Brad's face when he heard. "It's new. We're eloping Monday." Erica slapped his arm like he'd just said they were moving to Mars. "And you weren't going to tell me?" "I was trying to keep it quiet. It's unconventional." She crossed her arms, eyes dancing. "Is she staying in this suite?" He nodded. "Yeah. I want her to feel like it's hers, that it's safe." Erica softened. "She will." She lifted her arms out to the side as she looked around. "It's ready." They chatted as she packed up bubble wrap and tags. After she left, Nick wandered the suite once more. Then, almost unconsciously, he sat down on the window seat. The cushions were thick, deep purple with a faint floral pattern embroidered across the edges. In the light, they caught a shimmer of gold from the chandelier. A soft throw blanket, one of those faux fur kinds that made you want to fall asleep instantly, was folded in the corner. He looked out the window. The city skyline shimmered in the distance, muted by the height and the low fog rolling off the river. The view was unexpected, just enough nature to soften the steel. She'd like this spot. He could see her here, legs curled beneath her, book in hand. A mug of something rich and spiced balanced on the sill. She'd probably annotate the margins, use sticky notes in 3 colors, leave pens tucked behind her ear. The built-in shelves would be filled within the month. Journals, research texts, a stray fossil or two, maybe a framed photo from the dig site in Guatemala. He smiled, the image hitting something deep and tender inside him. This space wasn't just about comfort, it was about respect. Janelle wasn't a trophy to display at events. She was building something. She had purpose, plans, and he wanted her to feel that here. Wanted her to know that even in this luxury home, there was room for her life, her mind, her dreams. That window seat was hers now, and something about knowing that made him feel steady in a way he hadn't felt in years. He leaned back, resting his head against the cool window pane, and let the quiet surround him. A wife, a contract, a year. It sounded clinical, but it felt like the beginning of something entirely different, something he couldn't define yet but already didn't want to lose. Chapter 10. Janelle stirred the honey lime glaze one more time, watching it simmer in her mom's favorite saucepan. She'd come early to make dinner because it was her turn. They'd started a rotation once she moved out. If she'd ever lived someplace that had more than a hot plate, she'd host them at her own table. Maybe one day she'd have them over for dinner, but not any time in the near future, certainly not while she lived at Nick's house. The familiar citrus scent curled through the kitchen like a childhood memory, sticky and sweet. It clung to the air and reminded her of every Sunday she'd ever stood in this room, sneaking slivers of grilled chicken off the pan while her mom pretended not to notice. Only tonight, her stomach didn't agree with the nostalgia. Her hands were steady, but her heart wasn't. It hadn't been since Thursday, since the prenup. Since the quiet, aching moment when Nick had looked at her across that conference table and said he'd asked his lawyer to look out for her side too. He didn't owe her that. He didn't act like someone playing pretend. He acted like someone building something real, which was exactly why she hadn't told her parents. Not yet. The kitchen timer dinged and she busied herself plating everything. She needed her hands full tonight, something to do besides unravel in front of her mom's intuitive eyes. Her dad walked in first, already smiling, sleeves rolled, ready to carve into his chicken like it was a science experiment. "That smells amazing, sweetheart." Janelle forced a grin. "It's your recipe, Dad. I just didn't burn it." He kissed the top of her head. "Then I consider that a success." Her mom appeared next, elegant as ever in jeans and a soft cardigan, hair pulled back in a no-fuss clip. She leaned in for a hug, wrapping Janelle up in warmth and lavender. "You look tired," she said gently, eyes narrowing in assessment. "Big week?" "You could say that," Janelle murmured, retreating to the counter to pour the sparkling cider. The week before her wedding would be a busy, full, big week, wouldn't it, no matter that she was set up by a matchmaking service. They sat, plates full, the table candlelit and familiar. Her parents had always made Sunday dinners feel more important than any other night. They dressed for it like it was an occasion. She'd always liked that. Her dad tucked into the chicken with his usual enthusiasm. "So, Guatemala, any updates?" Relief unfurled inside her like a tide going out. This was safe. "Actually, yes, I've secured private funding." Her mother's fork paused midair. "Private? Not through the department?" "No. The university had more cuts. The official grant fell through." She kept her tone light, practiced. "But I have a benefactor. They're passionate about field research and offered to sponsor the project independently." Her dad beamed, already halfway through his second bite. "That's fantastic, Janelle. You deserve that dig. You've worked hard for it." Her mom, though smiling, tilted her head. "That's generous." Janelle nodded. "Completely. Paperwork signed. I'll be able to present the revised proposal to the board next month. If all goes well, I'll be in Guatemala by early summer." They both exhaled like someone had lifted a mountain off the table. Janelle could feel the pride emanating from them, the belief. It filled the room and stabbed her straight through the ribs. They didn't know what it had cost, that she was moving into a stranger's house tomorrow, that her ring was waiting in a velvet box and her dress in a garment bag, all for a ceremony no one was invited to. Her mom reached across the table and squeezed her hand. "We always knew you'd get there. It just took someone with vision to see what we've seen all along." Janelle blinked hard, staring down at the citrus glaze on her plate. If they knew how she was getting there, how she'd bartered her last name for research and papers and a place at the academic table, it would crush them. She took a slow breath, let the clink of silverware and the quiet murmur of her parents' conversation fill the space while she gathered herself. She couldn't give them the whole truth, not yet, but maybe a sliver of it. Something that let her speak without unraveling. Something honest, even if it wasn't complete. "Actually," she said after a long pause, her voice careful, casual, "I did meet someone this week." "Kind of." Her mom's fork stopped again. "Oh, Janelle shrugged, letting her expression hover somewhere between bemused and unbothered. It's not a thing. Just a guy I met through work. It's probably not going to turn into anything since we work together. That wasn't at all awkward. Her dad perked up like someone had handed him a gift card for a grandchild. What's he like? She hesitated in an effort not to gush. Tall, go you to Ewan. Quiet, smart, definitely not an archaeologist. He works in tech. You always said you wanted someone who liked to get dirty. Yeah. Janelle pushed her chicken around with her fork. This guy wouldn't last 10 minutes on a dig site. I bet he's never even used a rock hammer. Though that didn't seem to matter all that much. Nick could hold his own in almost any space, she was certain of it. He'd probably discover a new dinosaur on his first day on a dig. He had that kind of a successful aura about him. I shouldn't have said anything. We work together. Great. Now she was repeating herself. So? Her dad offered with a smirk. How are you supposed to meet people if you don't meet them at work? Janelle gave a helpless shrug, like she hadn't already agreed to marry Nick Monday morning. I don't know. I guess I'm just focused on other things right now. Her mom smiled softly. When the right person comes along, you'll know. Janelle forced a nod and reached for her cider. The guilt was suffocating. They trusted her, believed in her, had never once made her feel like she had to earn their approval with achievements or awards. They just loved her, exactly as she was, and she was lying to them. Every laugh tonight scraped against her conscience. Every supportive glance dug under her skin. But what was the alternative? Tell them the truth? That she was getting married tomorrow in an office building for a paycheck and a promise? That her wedding night would end in separate bedrooms and a scheduled review next year? No, some truths had to wait until there was more context, until she knew how this would land, until she understood what this was. Nick wasn't just a solution. He was a surprise, a quiet presence in her mind she hadn't expected to linger. Every time she thought about the suite he'd renovated, or the ring he'd picked, or the calm steadiness in his voice, something inside her shifted. Not fallen, but tilted. He wasn't the kind of man she imagined, but maybe he was the kind of man she needed. A partner. Not to rescue her, but to respect her, and if she had to borrow his last name for a year to fund her dream, so be it. When dinner wound down, her mom hugged her at the door with a long, knowing squeeze. I don't know what this week held for you, she whispered, but something's shifted. You look fuller somehow, like you're carrying more than you're saying. Janelle swallowed hard. I'm okay, Mom. Just in transition. Well, her mom smiled, brushing her cheek. Let it be a good one. Janelle smiled too. I think it will be. She drove home under a blanket of stars, the night quiet around her and loud inside her chest. Her apartment waited like a half-packed metaphor. Her duffel was by the door. Her makeup was in a bag. Her heart was somewhere in between. Tomorrow she'd become Mrs. Ryburn, for better, for business, and, if she could survive this year, for everything she'd ever dreamed. Chapter 11. Janelle woke to pounding. Not metaphorical pounding. Literal, urgent, someone's about to kick down the door kind of pounding. She shot upright, heart thudding as if it too had overslept, which, judging by the clock on her nightstand, she most certainly had. She groaned and dragged a hand across her face. No, 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 no. Who oversleeps on their wedding day? Apparently, she did. In the end, it wasn't the enormity of the day that had knocked her out. It was the quiet ache she'd carried home from Sunday dinner, the way her mom's eyes had lingered on her, searching, the way her dad had carved the chicken like it was holy and asked questions she couldn't fully answer. That kind of guilt could knock a person out cold. Still, in her oversized flannel pajamas and disoriented as ever, she shoved the blankets back and grabbed her robe. The familiar cotton was threadbare in the elbows and permanently smelled like lavender dryer sheets. She'd had it since her first apartment. It wasn't bridal. It wasn't beautiful. But right now it was the only armor she had. She cracked open the door. And there was Trish, or rather Trish's arm, which was currently gesturing wildly at a bewildered moving crew. Her voice carried through the hallway like it owned the building. "Get me in there. She's got a schedule." The poor mover glanced toward Janelle and pointed. Trisha's eyes locked onto her in an instant. Finally, Janelle squinted, still half blind without her glasses, but the pink hair confirmed everything. Trish stormed inside without waiting for an invitation, took one look at Janelle's bedhead and socked feet, and released a noise somewhere between a gasp and a war cry. "You have 7 minutes to shower," she announced. "Go." The sheer command in her voice launched Janelle into motion. She bolted for the bathroom, nearly tripping over a stack of already packed boxes. Trisha's energy filled the apartment like a flash flood, fast, loud, and impossible to ignore. The moment she slammed the bathroom door, Janelle could hear the sound of furniture being disassembled. Drawers scraped, boxes thudded, tape zipped. Her life was being packed and erased in real time, and she was expected to emerge from the steam like a blushing bride. She stared at her reflection in the mirror as she scrubbed her face. "What am I doing?" It wasn't a panicked question, it was a quiet one. A tender, shaking thing that barely survived the rush of water. But there was no time for answers. Not today. 2 minutes. Trish hollered through the door. Janelle yelped and reached for the towel. Her skin was still damp when the door cracked open an inch and Trish's perfectly manicured hand shoved in a set of matching undergarments. "I feel like I'm being dressed for battle," Janelle muttered. "Correct," Trish called back. "It's you versus time." The bra and underwear were, of course, silk and seamless. Bridal armor, apparently. She shimmied into them while trying not to slip on the bath mat. 1 minute. This time, a t-shirt and yoga pants appeared through the gap. Janelle yanked them on with all the grace of a frantic penguin and yanked the door open, breathing hard. Trish gave her a once-over, then nodded. "Acceptable. Let's go." They were already 5 minutes late for hair and makeup, which, in Trish's world, was basically a felony. Claire met them at the salon with narrowed eyes and a towel in hand. "Did you moisturize?" "I used the cleanser stuff," Janelle offered as she was guided toward the chair and her still damp curls were raked back for a shampoo. "And I got like 8 hours of sleep. So no under-eye bags?" Trish made a non-committal sound as she folded her arms. Claire muttered something about dehydration and stress hormones and started massaging product into her scalp like she had something to prove. Janelle let her eyes close. The fingers in her hair were firm, focused. It was the first moment all morning that hadn't felt like a sprint. A wedding. She was getting married. Her wedding dress, or rather, her contractual union ensemble, was hanging in the garment bag in Trisha's car. Her signature was already on the prenup. Her boxes were being shipped to a stranger's house. Well, not a stranger. Nick. Not as a client, not as a paycheck. The man who chose a wedding ring with a removable stone so she could work with ancient ceramics without damage. The man who looked at her like she was capable, not decorative, not disposable. Capable. The man who'd be waiting for her at the end of a hallway in less than 4 hours. She cracked one eye open. "Can we skip the blowout?" she asked Claire. "I don't need the full bridal volume. Just real me, polished." Claire looked briefly scandalized but nodded. Trish, to her credit, didn't argue. She just adjusted the clipboard on her lap and made a note. "Fine. Polished, not poofy." Janelle smiled, small and tired and full of unspeakable nerves. This wasn't the day she'd dreamed of as a girl. There were no flowers, no aisle, no trembling vows. No dad in a suit trying not to cry as he handed her off to a man who had begged for her heart. Janelle worked to calm her racing heart. This was her wedding day, and she had no idea how she was supposed to feel. That alone felt like a red flag. Shouldn't there be a manual, a morning email from the universe with instructions? Something other than vague nausea and a sweat line down the back of her t-shirt? Her fingers drummed every surface they could find. The makeup chair. The marble countertop, the edge of her knee. It was like her body had taken over the job of panicking so her brain could quietly fall apart. What if she wasn't cut out for this? Not just the ceremony, but the job, the role, the expectation. The thought hit like a gust of wind on a rope bridge. Wobbly, high, no visible exit. She didn't know how to be a wife. Not a real one. Not a pretend one, not any kind. Her longest relationship had lasted 3 months, and it ended because she prioritized a weekend dig over an anniversary dinner. And now she was marrying a man whose house had an east wing. Did the other brides get training? Was there a crash course somewhere she'd missed? Wife 101, how to live with a man you can't let yourself like. Wife 102, how to share a bathroom with a handsome billionaire and pretend you're just there for the stipend. She should have surfed YouTube University last night instead of collapsing into bed. Trish walked by just as the esthetician was trimming Janelle's brows and did a full double take. She circled behind the chair and placed a warm palm on Janelle's jittering hand. "I've seen that look before, my friend," she said softly. "It's just cold feet. Happens all the time." Janelle blinked hard, willing the tears not to come. Her throat burned. "I feel so unprepared." Trish crouched beside her and looked her full in the face. "I know this has all happened for you at light speed. It's not usually like this, I swear. But I promise you I'm not going to drop you at the wedding and run. I'll be there this week. Every step." Janelle nodded mutely. It helped, not a lot, but enough to breathe. Trish flipped her palm over and gave it a gentle squeeze. "It's just a job." "Right," Janelle echoed, voice small. "It's just a job?" But her insides didn't feel job calm. They felt like a weather system, like a monsoon was trying to form behind her ribs. "Are you going to make it through this?" Trish asked gently, brushing a strand of hair off her cheek. "You look a little pale." Janelle summoned the only anchors she had. "Guatemala," she whispered. "Guatemala? I'll be fine. I'll get you some juice. You probably need a little sugar?" Janelle gave a grateful nod. "Thanks." The minute Trish walked away, Janelle let her shoulders slump. The stylist didn't even blink, just buffed her nails in a soothing rhythm while Janelle tried not to crawl out of her skin. By the time she was filed, waxed, blow-dried, and buffed within an inch of her humanity, she felt raw, too shiny on the outside and unraveling on the inside. Like her skin didn't quite fit. She was ushered into a changing room where everything was already laid out: jewelry, heels, underthings, her suit hanging pristine on the hook. Trish probably. Janelle closed the door behind her and leaned against it for one long breath. Then another. It was quiet here. Finally. And in that quiet, the worst thoughts surfaced. Not the contract, not the legal terms or the move or the press blackout. No. Her biggest doubt was simpler than that. She liked him. Nick. She liked the way he moved, the way he listened. She liked his quiet voice and the way he'd pause when she chose the practical ring, like her decision mattered. She liked his restraint, his kindness, the way he hadn't touched her hand again after that one careful shake, but had watched her with eyes that suggested he saw more than he said. And that was dangerous, because the contract didn't cover attraction. And if she let herself feel something, anything real, she wouldn't be acting. She'd be falling. Janelle rubbed her temples and forced the thought down, stuffed it into the box labeled unhelpful, closed the lid. Nick Ryburn was not hers. Not in the way that mattered. Not in the way a girl dreams of when she's little and pretending her bed is an altar and the hallway is a church aisle. This wasn't that. He didn't choose her. He signed a deal, and she'd signed it too. She dressed quickly, focusing on the steps. Undergarments, blouse, tuck, zip. The suit jacket slid over her shoulders like something inevitable. Her fingers fumbled only once with the buttons. She didn't look in the mirror. Not yet. When she stepped out of the changing room, she was ready to bolt, but she stopped cold. Everyone had gathered. The stylist, the assistants, the receptionist from the front desk, even the guy from the shampoo station. They'd all turned, standing with the kind of hush you usually reserve for candlelight vigils and parade floats. Janelle blinked. "Is something wrong?" Trish stepped forward. Her tone was soft now, almost reverent. "Come with me." She took Janelle's hand, no clipboard in sight, and led her to the long mirror at the end of the salon. Janelle tugged at her jacket sleeve and whispered, "How do I look?" Trish didn't answer. She positioned Janelle just so, then stepped aside. Janelle lifted her eyes and blinked. Her hair was styled in soft, defined curls, full of movement but still controlled. Romantic, not girly. Confident. Her makeup was light but transformative, subtle lines and shadows that made her eyes look larger, her lips fuller. A little more movie star, a little less librarian. And the suit, deep plum, fitted, clean-lined, fit like it had been made for her, not just in the measurements, but in the message. She looked like someone who knew what she was doing, like a woman who made bold decisions and didn't apologize for them. A bride, not a blushing one, but a brave one. Professional, polished, perfectly composed. The kind of woman who could sign her name on a marriage license and hold her own beside a billionaire. The kind of woman who showed up even when she was terrified. Janelle felt her throat tighten. It wasn't just the hair or the suit or the expertly blended makeup. It wasn't about beauty, not exactly. It was about presence. She looked like she belonged in the life she was about to walk into, not as a placeholder or an afterthought, but as someone chosen, someone capable, someone new. For the first time all morning, her heart slowed, her breath evened. The storm inside her chest eased into something steadier. She could do this. She would do this. Not because it was easy, not because it made sense, but because it mattered. Because Guatemala was waiting, because her future depended on this next step, and because maybe, just maybe, being afraid didn't mean she wasn't ready. Maybe it meant she was human, and she was showing up anyway. She met her own eyes in the mirror and lifted her chin. The reflection that looked back didn't blink or falter. "Okay," she whispered. "Let's go." The ladies clapped and giggled as Trish ushered her out the door, a bride off to meet her groom. Janelle smiled, cheeks aching with the effort of holding it together. She'd expected to feel fake, or at least awkward, but instead she felt like she was moving forward through some invisible slipstream, like the ground had been paved for her and all she had to do was follow the next step. Her heels clicked against the polished floor of the office building, sharp and deliberate, echoing just enough to make her feel like the moment deserved reverence. By the time they reached Pamela's door, her pulse was in her throat. Trish gave her hand a squeeze. "You got this." Then the door opened and everything else fell away. Nick was already standing, facing her. The rest of the room faded. The polished wood, the legal folder on the desk, even Pamela's warm welcome and soft-spoken greeting disappeared into mist. All Janelle could see was him. Nick Ryburn in a slate gray suit that looked like it had been made for the quiet intensity of his frame. Broad shoulders, crisp lines, a silver tie knotted with perfect ease, and his hair, still slightly tousled like he'd run his hand through it on the way up the elevator, softened the edges, reminding her that despite everything, he wasn't a mannequin. He was real, alive, and somehow already looking straight at her. Like she was the only person in the room. Her breath caught, not in a romantic sweep you off your feet kind of way, in a help I might die kind of way. Because it wasn't just that he was handsome, he was. It was that his gaze didn't scan her like a suit or a checklist. He looked at her like he was trying to take her in and not miss anything. The butterflies she'd managed to silence earlier came back with reinforcements. They swooped and spun and banged against her ribs in protest. Her face flushed, hot and instant, and the only coherent thought she could cling to was that Trish would be pleased she wasn't pale anymore. Nick's mouth curved just a little, and that barely there smile made her knees wobble. He stepped forward, not close enough to touch, but enough to close the distance politely. "You look—" He didn't finish the sentence, just shook his head once like words weren't going to cut it. Janelle swallowed hard. He hadn't touched her, hadn't reached for her hand or leaned in to whisper something, but everything in her body reacted like he had. Her skin buzzed, her breath hitched, and her heart, betrayal of betrayals, tried to imagine what it might be like to lean into the warmth of his voice. She could not afford this. This marriage wasn't built for feelings. It wasn't built for connection. It was built for function. A 1-year, mutually beneficial arrangement with clearly defined terms and a firm expiration date. Her attraction wasn't part of the agreement. She straightened her shoulders, clinging to professionalism like a lifeline, and told herself for the 100th time that if she just kept her heart quiet, the rest of her might survive the year. Chapter 12. Nick couldn't breathe. The moment Janelle walked in, looking as beautiful as any woman he'd ever seen, he lost the ability to pull air in through his lungs. He blinked, hoping to clear his head and restart his operating system. Harrison nudged his arm, and Nick looked down to stare at the flowers in his hand rather than his fiancée. The flowers. He crossed the room to intercept Janelle and to have a second with her before the justice of the peace called them to order. He had to clear his throat to find his voice. "I know this isn't a traditional wedding, but I wanted to get you something." He held out the bouquet of white lilies. Janelle took the flowers and closed her eyes as she breathed in their intoxicating scent. She looked up from lowered lashes. "Thank you. They're perfect." That moment, that one little moment, was worth the hours he'd spent last night tossing and turning, debating if he should give them to her or not. His heart beat wildly in his chest. He was on the verge of marrying this beautiful woman, and he was shocked to realize he felt happy about it, really happy. He hadn't expected the amount of anticipation that raced through him. "We're ready." Pamela waved everyone closer as the officiator, dressed in a bad brown suit and sporting a comb-over, took his place in front of the desk. Nick offered his arm to Janelle, who only hesitated a second before slipping her hand over it. He led her to the front, with Trish on her left and Harrison on his right acting as official witnesses, ring-bearers, and maid of honor and best man. Even with the ring exchange, the ceremony took less than 5 minutes. The justice of the peace refrained from the traditional "you may kiss the bride" line, which seemed appropriate considering the circumstances but was disappointing. He'd have liked the opportunity to seal their vows with a kiss. It would have made the whole experience seem real instead of the dreamlike experience he'd observed. "Congratulations." Harrison shook his hand. Nick reeled. He was married. Trish hugged Janelle and then him. He didn't feel her hug and wasn't sure he returned it properly. He was married. Pamela took a photo of them, and he was certain he looked like he'd had a cold glass of water dumped on his head. Somehow, in all that, he and Janelle didn't meet gazes. Was she avoiding him? Or was he out of it? He was married. Trish walked them to the elevators. She was on Janelle's side and continued to hold his bride's attention. "Take today and get settled in. I'll be over bright and early to help you get oriented." "Thank you." Janelle grabbed her arm and held on for longer than necessary. Trish tucked them in the elevator and gave them a wave as the door closed, leaving them truly alone for the first time since signing the prenup. Though Nick had looked forward to taking Janelle home and seeing her settled in her new room, he suddenly felt nervous about the whole thing. What if she hated it? He didn't know if it was her style. Really, he didn't know anything about her. He should have waited for her to pick things out instead of rushing forward. This all happened so fast, as in 5-minute marriage ceremony fast, and he wanted to slow things down. How could he slow time? "Would you like to stop for lunch?" he asked. "Sure." Janelle played with one of the leaves in the bouquet. Her eyes weren't focused on anything in the elevator. She looked like he felt. He touched her elbow. "Penny, for your thoughts?" Janelle's head snapped up. "I'm not having second thoughts." "Wait, what?" His let go of her arm. "You're having second thoughts?" No. Janelle adjusted her glasses and looked at the floor, where Nick was sure his heart had fallen. "It just hit me that we're married." Nick waited. "Married," she said again, as if he hadn't heard her. Or perhaps she hadn't processed it yet, like when a computer is loading a web page slowly, so the user clicks on the link a couple times hoping to hurry it along. "I know." He pointed at his ring, though he was as shocked as she. She looked down at the wedding set on her left hand, looking every bit the woman admiring the ring that represented her matrimonial hopes. But instead of having a bright, happy face, her eyebrows pinched together with concern. Taking a deep breath, she shook out her hand, threw back her shoulders, and gave him an honest smile. "Sorry." I feel like I've been on a high-speed train since I woke up. I don't think I ate breakfast. The elevator doors opened to the lobby. As they made their way through the lunch crowd, Nick wondered if she was too nervous to eat this morning. Perhaps she was more upset about the changes taking place than he realized. After all, she was the one who had to move. He handed his ticket to the valet and asked, "Why didn't you have breakfast?" She ducked behind her hair. "I overslept." He threw his head back and laughed. He threw his head back and laughed. So much for nerves. He'd probably worried more over the flowers than she worried about moving. Janelle lightly smacked his stomach with the back of her hand. "It's not funny. Trish almost broke my door down, and Claire about pulled my hair out for being late to the salon. I didn't dare mention food for fear of what the makeup artist would do." The valet arrived with his car, and another valet opened Janelle's door while Nick handed off a tip. As they slipped on their seatbelts, Nick took a moment to appreciate her long legs and the pencil skirt and the way her curls fell across her shoulders. She caught him looking and asked, "What?" As he shifted the car in gear, he threw caution to the wind. He caught and held her gaze. "For the record, skipping breakfast was worth it. You look stunning." Her cheeks flushed as she ducked her head and tucked her hair behind her ear. Nick pulled into traffic and thought that blush was worth it too. Chapter 13. Lunch had a time limit. Lunch was safe. 1 hour. That was all they'd committed to spend with each other today, and then there was the whole year-long marriage contract, but all Janelle wanted to think about was this moment. 1 hour in public, with food as a buffer and table linens as polite distance. Janelle was certain she could survive that much. She'd survived worse: department meetings, oral defenses, awkward blind dates arranged by well-meaning friends who thought nerdy was a love language. They were seated at a small table tucked into a corner of a downtown restaurant that screamed upscale comfort: linen tablecloths, soft jazz playing under the conversation, and natural light filtering through tall windows in buttery streams. The waiter had greeted them like they were royalty, and the server had clearly clocked them as newlyweds. She hovered briefly, too interested, too encouraging, before Janelle's silence must have tipped her off that this wasn't that kind of love story. They talked about the weather, too hot for this time of year. They chatted about traffic, always bad in the city, over food too beautiful to eat. Janelle fiddled with the corner of her napkin, then tipped her glass toward him in mock formality. "I guess we should learn a few things about one another." Nick lifted a brow, equal parts amusement and unease. "You first," she prompted, voice light but a little breathless. He wiped his mouth with the forest green linen and dropped it into his lap. His hands were shaking slightly. Just enough to make her feel a rush of, not power, but connection. They were both nervous. Somehow that helped. "You don't have to be nervous," she offered, laughing, a little too high, a little too fast. She extended her hand over the table, palm up, trembling. "I'm shaking enough for both of us." Nick looked at her hand, then at her face, and smiled, slow and crooked, like it had taken a long walk from somewhere deep inside him to reach the surface. "You may not realize it," he said quietly, "but you intimidate the heck out of me." "Me?" she squeaked. He nodded without hesitation. "Yes, you. Not only are you stunningly gorgeous, you have the brains to back it all up. My best quality is hard work and a determination not to fail. I'm scrappy where you're polished and professional. You seem like you've already won the game." Janelle's entire body warmed under the words. "You think I'm—" She trailed off, her voice catching on the word gorgeous, unsure if she dared to say it aloud. She pushed her glasses up her nose, a reflex that had nothing to do with adjusting the fit. "You wouldn't think so if you'd seen me before the makeover. Trish is as good at her job as she is scary." She pulled a face, feigning a dramatic shudder, hoping to coax a laugh. Nick's smile deepened, and his cheeks lifted, and she felt that same quiet triumph she always got from solving something complicated. It wasn't just the compliment, it was his reaction. Like she mattered. "I did see you," he said, his voice lower now. "Your picture, anyway. You were breathtaking then." The words knocked the wind out of her, not because she didn't believe him, but because she wanted to. So badly. No man had ever told her she was breathtaking, not when she wore a dress, not when she presented her work, not even when she was being her most charming, most articulate self. There'd been kind compliments here and there. You look nice today, or that shirt's cool, but not this. Not a word so loaded with reverence that it made her question every mirror she'd ever avoided. She picked up her fork, needing to anchor herself, and took a small bite of rice. Nick leaned back a little, let out a long breath, and added, "The thing is, I never graduated from college." She glanced up, surprised. "Really?" He nodded, watching her closely. "I started, then took a few engineering classes. I had this idea that grabbed hold of me and wouldn't let go. I spent more time in forums and building prototypes than I did in lecture halls. Eventually, I flunked out in my second year." Janelle gasped, splaying her hand across her chest. "You didn't." He grinned, enjoying her performance. She looked around dramatically, then leaned forward and stage whispered, "Are we even allowed to eat lunch together?" His laugh was real this time, warm and unguarded. The tightness around his eyes vanished and something in him shifted. His shoulders lowered, his voice softened. He looked happy. "I struggled for a few years," he continued. "Worked nights. Tinkered until I had a solid prototype. Once I got it working, I pitched it. It took off in a big way. Now I spend most of my time managing teams and dodging meetings I accidentally scheduled." Janelle tilted her head. "Do you miss it? The tinkering?" "Yeah," he admitted. "Sometimes." She understood that. She dabbed at her lips with her napkin and then said, quietly, "That's what Guatemala is for me." Nick paused, giving her his full attention. "If I don't go," she continued, "it'll be my life's regret. I'm terrified of living with that forever, of waking up at 40 and realizing I let it slip through my fingers." He didn't say anything right away, just reached across the table and placed his hand over hers. Neither of them were trembling anymore. "You'll get there," he said simply. Her pulse danced beneath the touch like a whisper she couldn't quite interpret. A strange thing happened in that moment, something she wasn't prepared for. The touch didn't unsettle her. It steadied her. And then, quite unexpectedly, she realized she didn't want to pull away. Something about Nick in this exact moment felt safe. And that scared her more than anything. Because safety was dangerous when you weren't allowed to keep it. "How is everything?" asked their server. Nick gently withdrew his hand, and the white noise buzzing inside her head cut off like someone had yanked the plug on an old TV. Janelle blinked, suddenly overwhelmed by the hum of conversation, the clink of glassware, the scrape of a chair 2 tables over. Everything was too loud, too bright. The spell had broken, and she was back in a world that made more noise than sense. "Fantastic. Thank you," Nick said, reaching for his wallet. Janelle side-eyed him as he handed over his credit card. Just a touch. That's all it had taken to completely short-circuit her thoughts. Just his hand on hers and the world had tilted on its axis. What else could he do? They rode in silence most of the way to his house, or rather, their house. She'd said it once, his house, and Nick had quietly corrected her. "Your house too," he'd said, without missing a beat. She'd only managed a tight smile in response, because it wasn't that simple. When the car turned off the city roads and passed through a set of sleek iron gates, Janelle's stomach flipped. They kept climbing, winding through perfectly manicured trees, the kind that probably had their own gardener and water schedule and soil analysis. The asphalt turned to hand-laid pavers, each stone forming a compass under the tires as they rolled to a stop in front of the house. No, not a house. A mansion. The driveway alone looked like it belonged on the cover of an architecture magazine. A grand walkway unfurled before them like something out of a movie, bordered by tiered flower beds and meticulously trimmed hedges. Shrubbery spilled in soft, fragrant mounds beside glossy black planters brimming with violet blossoms. The air even smelled cleaner, like lavender and success. And then she saw the door. Massive, wooden, carved with sweeping arcs and embedded with decorative ironwork. It looked like the entrance to a castle, to a world she'd never been invited into until now. The windows flanking the entry were taller than she was. The columns supporting the covered entrance stood like silent sentries. Everything about the exterior said someone important lives here. And she, somehow, was expected to walk through that door and belong. Her breath hitched. Nick circled the car and opened her door just as the last of her nerves began to splinter. "I would have pulled into the garage," he said, "but who wants to start a tour in the mudroom?" In a house like this, the mudroom would probably be something to behold, she was sure of it. Probably the size of her whole apartment with glossy cabinets and cubbies that smelled like cedar and order. But still, she was glad they'd entered through the front. This felt like something to remember. Mudrooms are usually adjacent to kitchens, she said, half teasing, and I've been cooking over a hot plate for 2 years. You'd better save the kitchen for last, or you might not get to finish the tour. Oh? He glanced at her with raised brows. You like to cook? More like, I miss real cooking, she admitted, tucking her hands into her coat pockets. The novelty might wear off, but I'm looking forward to chopping vegetables again, measuring things, using more than one burner at a time. I think you'll like it then. He smiled at the keypad. It's got more burners than I know what to do with. She grinned. Well, lucky for you, I do. She stepped out of the car slowly. Her first instinct was to shrink, to apologize, to joke about how she didn't pack confidence deep enough to live in a place like this. Nick walked a step ahead, then paused to let her catch up, like he knew she needed time to absorb it all. Janelle ran her hand along the smooth curve of her purse strap and forced her shoulders back. Her heart raced. The air around her felt too big, too full of expectation. This wasn't just moving in. This was stepping into a new identity. This was stepping into his world of power and elegance and everything she'd grown up believing wasn't meant for girls like her. And for one fragile second, it didn't feel like a job. It felt like a fairy tale she wasn't ready to claim. The idea that this house, this life, this man could somehow become hers, even temporarily, made her chest ache with a mixture of longing and dread. Because if she started to want it, really want it, what then? Nick glanced over and smiled. Ready? Not even close. But she nodded anyway. Lead the way. He walked to the front door and tapped a code into the pad. I gave you a code already. I hope you don't mind. She didn't mind at all. What is it? Nick hesitated and then gave her a small, almost sheepish smile. It's today's date. I thought it'd be easy to remember because it's she placed her hand gently on his forearm and the rest of the sentence evaporated between them. I'm pretty sure I can remember the date. His eyes flicked down to her hand. He nodded quickly, lips pressed together like he was holding something in, and shoved the door open. Janelle managed to keep her soft, accepting smile in place even though, internally, she was melting like sugar in tea. He'd used their wedding date as her entry code, not because he had to, not because it was expected, but because he'd thought about her, thought about making it simple, memorable, maybe even meaningful. Dare she even think that? Was Nick laying it on thick because they'd just gotten married? Complimenting her, holding doors, coding her a sentimental keypad because they were in the official honeymoon window even if their marriage wasn't traditional? Or was this just who he was? The thought was wonderful. Even if this was just Nick being himself, gentle, attentive, quietly kind, it was going to ruin her for dating forever. After years of lukewarm compliments and men who thought that picking up the tab at a fast food joint was grounds for romantic reward, Nick Ryburn felt like walking into a cathedral when all she'd ever been handed were parking garages. She shoved those thoughts into the examine later file of her mind and stepped across the threshold. The house greeted her like a hug. She stopped in the center of the entryway, needing a second to get her bearings. Her pulse pounded in her throat. Her eyes, traitorous as ever, slid toward Nick, drawn to him faster than she'd ever found bone in rock. Something about him, standing there with one hand still on the door and the other resting lightly at his side, made him feel less like a tech mogul and more like a man opening his world to her, hoping she'd see it, hoping she'd stay. The foyer rose up around her in sweeping curves and coppery light. 2 stories above their heads, an incredible bronze chandelier hung like a constellation, dozens of delicate bulbs tucked behind sparkling crystals. The light spilled over her like glitter, turning the air into stardust. She turned in a slow circle beneath it, letting the moment wash over her, letting it settle. This was magic. To the right, a library beckoned with dark wood shelves that stretched nearly to the ceiling, their surfaces crowded with well-loved books rather than perfectly arranged sets. Overstuffed chairs flanked a low-burning fireplace, the kind of space that invited long conversations or quiet afternoons lost in thought. On the opposite side of the foyer, a home office mirrored the warmth of the library but carried a more tailored edge, masculine, intentional. Rich Persian rugs softened the polished wood floors, and a stately desk with carved lion's paw legs anchored the room. A sleek monitor and keyboard sat beside a leather-bound planner, and an antique globe paperweight balanced between eras. Above it all, a striking black and gold painting of a lion dominated the back wall, its eyes full of strength and scrutiny, yet surprisingly warm. It didn't just command attention, it welcomed it. Strength and gentleness in one frame. Like Nick. She stepped further in, turning slowly, taking in the space. Wall sconces, can lights, a few table lamps with warm bulbs that made the whole place feel like it wasn't trying to impress, it was simply inviting her to stay. The rooms could be bright and open like this, with sunlight pouring in and everything vivid, or low-lit and intimate in the evenings, a place to retreat, a place to rest. She glanced back at the desk. How many nights had Nick sat there, too tired to think but not quite ready to sleep? Was he the kind of man who burned through the midnight hours, chasing ideas, or did he hit the pillow hard, out before his head hit the mattress? She didn't know. But for the first time, she wanted to. Her body flushed and she glanced quickly away from his workspace that had so easily led to thoughts about his sleep space. Her eyebrows pinched together as she scolded herself. It was perfectly reasonable to think about a roommate's habits. She didn't need to get all flustered about it. She could tell herself to act like she'd been to the dance before, wasn't that the saying? Act like you've been here, but she hadn't been anywhere near this situation. She'd never lived with a man, even as a roommate, and she didn't have a brother. Surrounded by so much wealth and quality, Janelle wondered how impressed she was supposed to act. She'd told Nick over lunch that she grew up middle class, and suddenly she felt self-conscious for reasons she couldn't put her finger on, and she'd only been in the entryway. She needed to stop worrying about herself and focus on someone else. Unfortunately, the only one around here to focus on was Nick, and he was the one making her nervous. He put his hands in his pockets and then took them out again, shuffling his feet and looking around as if he were trying to see his house through her eyes. Maybe she wasn't the only one feeling the forced proximity nervousness. He'd been honest about how she intimidated him, perhaps he'd like the same consideration. There was no harm in complimenting him on his home, as she could see by the hopeful expression in his eyes that he wanted her to like it. Your house is beautiful and inviting. He shifted as if dropping weight off his shoulders. You think so? She rubbed her lips together. I do. Her ears burned at her word choice. I mean, I like it a lot. Someone needed to smack some sense into her. She was blubbering. Do you spend much time in here? She pointed to the library. Not as much as I'd like. I usually end up spending my time in there. I can't seem to leave work at the office. There's always something that needs my attention. He pointed to the office as his cell phone rang. Speaking of work, can you hang on just a minute? Sure. Did she sound as relieved as she felt to have a minute to herself? Janelle wandered into the library to browse through the books on the walnut-stained shelves while Nick rushed into the office and opened the laptop. The rug was thick and absorbed the sound of her expensive shoes. She couldn't wait to take them off and give her arches some respite, but that would have to wait. She ran her fingers along the spines, testing the textures of the old covers against her skin. Many titles were classics, though she found a few mysteries and one or two history books as well. She leaned closer and breathed in the familiar scent of ink on paper and binder's glue. Ah! That was just the thing to soothe her climbing nerves, something familiar on all this new. She took out a copy of A Tale of Two Cities, letting the weight settle into her hands and then hugging the hardback to her chest like a dear friend. She wasn't particularly in love with this novel, but sometimes books were better than teddy bears. The cover dug into the ribs, and she released it to go back to its place on the shelf with a friendly pat. With the rooms open across the entryway, she caught snippets of Nick's conversation. I thought we changed that? Did you verify with his PA? His tone tightened as if he gripped the edge of the table. Can you put them off? No, don't tell them about the wed. She glanced his way to find him looking at her. Turning quickly aside, she busied herself with another novel, not sure which one she'd grabbed because her eyes wouldn't focus. He didn't want to tell someone about her, about their marriage. It was understandable. She wasn't broadcasting it on social media, that was for sure. Heck, she hadn't told her parents. She swallowed the thickness in her throat created by her lies of omission. Guilt was an ugly companion that enjoyed tormenting your mind, and she had to work to get free of it, if only for a short time. This was a job, not a traditional marriage. They wouldn't understand. They'd been married for 32 years and counting. The reason, well, one of the reasons their marriage lasted so long was that they respected the institution and held their vows sacred. She hadn't said vows. Not before clergy anyway. She'd signed a contract. There was a difference. Guilt cackled. They won't see it that way. She snapped the book shut and put it back on the shelf, turning abruptly and moving about the room. I'll take care of it. Nick ended the call. A large book on the coffee table caught her eye. She knelt on the soft rug and lifted the cover to find a stunning photograph of an ancient Mayan temple. Flipping through pages full of clear images from the place she wanted to discover in person, a thrill of excitement raced through her. In less than a year, she would stand at the top of a temple much like the one in the photograph. The knowledge was so strong she could smell the fresh rain and the rainforest. Find anything you like? Nick asked as he entered the room. He'd run his hand through his hair several times while on the phone, a gesture he did when he was nervous or thinking hard about something. It left his hair tousled in an alluring way, and she fought the desire to smooth it down for him. These photos are amazing. She ran her finger along the image. He stood near her, and she tipped her head back to look at him. Have you read this? She asked, curious as to how this particular book made it into his library. I haven't had a chance. It just got here this morning. How is that possible? Had someone sent him this? Paula, maybe. What do you mean? He squatted next to her. Your bio said your dissertation was on the Mayan pyramids. I wanted to see what you were interested in, so I ordered it Friday. When it arrived, I didn't have time to do much more than unwrap it and set it here. Janelle was stunned into silence. She couldn't think of the appropriate thing to say. No one in her personal life had ever made an effort to understand her work before. Her parents were supportive and would listen when she was excited about something, but they didn't go out of their way to learn more. The few boyfriends she'd had were caught up in their own studies, and her short list of girlfriends had all gotten married and moved on to other adventures in life. She looked back down at the book and hoped he didn't see the moisture in her eyes. It was just a book, but it meant more than that. There were two parts to her, the school Janelle and the family Janelle. Each one was expected to behave in certain ways, to talk about specific topics, to be half of her full soul. She'd assumed, with the marriage, that she'd create a third part, and she wasn't quite sure how wife Janelle should behave. This book gave her hope that she wouldn't have to do that she wouldn't have to leave parts of her at the door. Maybe Nick was the person who would see all of her, the one she could be her whole self with. Dare she hope? I'm touched. She managed to whisper, "Thank you." It was quiet for a moment as Nick searched her face. She met his gaze, not trying to be what he wanted in a wife or a partner, but just being her. The silence was comfortable and yet charged at the same time. Nick reached out to touch her cheek, causing her breath to catch and her fingers to curl around the edges of the book. His phone chirped and he dropped his hand with a sigh. I hate to do this, but I have an important client who insists on meeting with me this afternoon. Will you be okay if I head to the office for a while? Janelle blinked. There was a lot to unpack in that statement. He hated to leave? Or to leave her? Will she be okay? As in, will she fall to the floor in pieces if he walked out the door? Not likely. Will she be able to find her way around the house? Probably. Will she be lonely without him? Why? She stopped the answer that wanted to pop into her head and instead silently listed all the reasons she would be fine. She'd lived alone for years. She was a capable adult. They were married, not connected at the hip. Just because she tingled with an awareness that would fizzle out the moment he left the room didn't mean she wouldn't survive. She hadn't thought much about what would happen after the ceremony, but she kind of planned on them spending the day together. If she was going to make this business marriage work, she'd have to fly solo eventually. She lived here. She'd be alone here. She deliberately closed the book and avoided eye contact. You know, as far as job orientations go, I'm going to have to give this one a 2 out of 5. Nick balked and then chuckled. Ouch. My first 2-star review. She grinned back at him. My LinkedIn post will go viral, I'm sure. The corners of his eyes wrinkled with his smile. He held out his hand to help her off the floor. When she stood up, she felt a slight squeeze, and he didn't let go right away. Nick was like an electric blanket, she realized. Every time she touched him, warmth spread through her body. There's one thing I have to show you before I go. It was only when he went to move that he noticed he was still holding her hand. He dropped it like a kid caught stealing a candy bar and motioned for her to follow. Your suite is this way. I'm anxious to see what you think of it. He bounded up the stairs as if he was excited, though it could also be that he was in a hurry. Janelle tried not to read too much into what was going on, even though every part of her was on high alert, drinking in his expressions and savoring his attention. Walking up the circular grand staircase to the loft on the second floor, she did her best not to peek or gawk at the home sprawled out before her, but it was almost impossible because it was so beautiful. Up here is the private living area. I rope off the staircase when I throw a party. No one but you and I and the maids will come up here. She hadn't thought much about how many people would walk through here on a given day, nor on who would have access to her room. Even having a maid come through felt strange. Her parents raised her to clean up after herself. Dare she leave the bed unmade? Her mother's horrified gasp echoed in her head, and she stifled a giggle. The privacy and Nick's reassurances were appreciated. The balcony at the top of the stairs overlooked the gathering room. It reminded Janelle of the books she read about old English parties and children allowed to spy from the top of the stairs as guests entered the home. From this high, she could see every corner, drape, and the tops of the 3 chandeliers. The maids were good. Not even the lights had dust on them. Several sets of couches or chairs divided the enormous room into different zones, which no doubt made it easy for people to gather in small groups and mingle. A black grand piano stood in one corner. Do you play? She asked as she pointed to the instrument. No. I hire a pianist when needed. Of course you do, she quipped to herself. Nothing about this house allowed her to forget that Nick was a billionaire and she was not. This way. He beckoned and she about swooned at the small gesture. It was so confident, so dare she say it? Flirty. Were they allowed to flirt? The line between boss and employee wasn't as clear when she wore his ring as it would have been in an office. At the top of the stairs was a private sitting room. The wall directly opposite the balcony had a built-in entertainment center, a big screen TV, and a set of shelves full of contemporary novels. Several magazines were fanned out on the glass-topped coffee table, and a huge leather couch faced the TV. The room was smaller than the great room downstairs, but it was anything but small. Nick moved to a door on the left and placed his hand on the gilded knob. She loved this house. The attention to detail was incredible. Even the doorknob looked like it had a story, a life of its own. If she snuck out at night, would the flatware ask her to be their guest? She squelched her smile. She was anything but a princess, and this home, though gorgeous, wasn't full of magic. Nick hesitated. This will be your suite. He drew a breath, swung the door open, and stepped back so she could go in first. Janelle stopped just inside the door, and her mouth fell open in awe. Wasn't a princess? Tell that to this room. It was magnificent. Her hands flew to her cheeks, and she gasped, barely holding back a squeal of delight. If she had every bedroom in the entire world to pick from, she would have chosen this room. A set of bookshelves waited for her to organize and fill them with everything from her beloved collection of contemporary small-town romances, vampire romances, and Harry Potter hardbacks, first read when she was a teen and loved ever since. Not to mention the abundance of archaeological thriller paperbacks she picked up at second-hand bookstores. She vowed that she would be the heroine of her own story one day, though she could do without grave robbers locking her inside pyramids and the like. Fun to read about, but terrifying in real life, she was sure. Oh, her boxes were here, tucked off to the side. It was strange to see them with their frayed edges, deep creases, and serial logos on the side in the space that was so perfect. The window seat was a treasure aged to perfection, with beveled edges and overstuffed cushions. Everything was new and clean. She hadn't lived in a new place in all her life. Her parents' house was new to them, and they remodeled it every 10 years or so. Her dorm room was in the cheapest building and smelled of must, the cabinets made in the 1950s. Finally, the apartments she could afford near campus were box buildings complete with frayed carpet. The carpet in her new bedroom was so new she could make snow angels in it. The bed dominated the space. Big enough to hold a family of bears, the fabric swags and hills of pillows brought out a desire to jump in and never get up. While the room had a feminine feel with the deep purple accents, it was elegant and mountains above the dorm-like living she came from. She walked over to the bed and brushed her fingers across the velvety pillow, watching the fabric change colors in the light. Pillows like this were luxuries she'd forgone for years, promising herself that one day she'd make it. One day she'd prove herself to the world, and she'd have beautiful pillows and plates without chips. She hugged the pillow to her, much like she'd hugged the book in the library below. The scent of new fabric and vanilla air freshener puffed out of the pillow. It was a dream. This whole thing had to be a dream. "Do you like it?" Nick asked hopefully. She looked up to see him standing in the doorway with his back straight. "It's perfect," she grinned so wide her face hurt. "The colors, the pillows." She glanced down at the one she hugged so tight and forced herself to loosen her grip and set it back in place. "All of it." "I feel," she paused, not wanting to make him uncomfortable by gushing gratitude and spilling her guts about the questionable stains on her last mattress. "It's all exactly what I would have chosen. If I'd had $1 billion and the time to design a bedroom," she added silently. The thought gave her pause. Maybe satins and velvets and shelving weren't that big of a deal to Nick, but the fact that he'd spent time, or at least spent money, to make her comfortable here meant something to her. He came into the room, his presence like an aura of light and power filling it to the corners, and went to the desk. He opened a laptop exactly like the one in his office downstairs, and then opened the thin top drawer to reveal assorted sticky notes and several expensive-looking pens. Her inner office supply nerd squealed with joy. "I'd like you to take over managing the household staff." He clicked on a folder and brought up a spreadsheet. "The staff?" she asked, unsure what he meant. He'd mentioned maids, but how many could there be? She crossed the room and stood next to him, his spicy scent overpowering the vanilla in the room. Or maybe she was looking for his cologne. Hopefully not. 2 maids, a butler who also does payroll, a chef, a gardening crew, a plant guy, a pool company that also monitors the hot tub, and there's a list of contractors I've worked with in the past if any repairs pop up. The information is in here. He clicked open a file. "You can read through it and let me know if you have any questions. I gave everyone the day off today so you could get settled in without a bunch of people around." A bunch of people? There were 21 employees, though only 3 of them were full-time. Janelle nodded. "That's very thoughtful of you, thanks." She glanced at the computer screen, where spreadsheets and Word documents stared back. There were employee schedules, days off requests, shopping lists, supply lists, and more. Let the work begin. She'd managed grad students, lab techs, and others over the years. This would be easy, though she'd need to spend a few hours familiarizing herself with the different programs and etc. Nick's phone chirped. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. "I really have to go. You can wander through the house and make yourself at home." He waved his hand toward the boxes near the wall. "Unpack, grab some food, whatever you want." Janelle went to the boxes and ripped the tape off the top of the closest one. He put his phone in his pocket and rocked back on his heels. After a moment of him not leaving when he'd said it was urgent, she asked, "Was there something else?" Nick ran his hand through his hair, messing it up just enough that he looked handsomely unpolished. "I'm going." He flipped around. She watched as his long strides took him to the door, where he paused and turned back to her. His forehead creased as he hesitated. "Bye?" She laughed, and the tips of his ears turned pink. "Perhaps we should embrace the awkwardness." This is weird in some ways, right? He cleared his throat. It'll get easier. We just need to find our rhythm. He coughed. Not that we're, dancing or rhythming or anything together. Rhythming? Her voice cracked. What the heck is rhythming? His cheeks darkened a shade. She waved her hands. Never mind, don't explain it. He sagged with relief and she laughed. Okay, she shooed him out the door. Go. I'll be fine. You'll wow this uber important client and by the time you get home, we'll be cool and collected again. He paused. You think I'm cool? She rolled her eyes. He ducked his head to try to hide his smile and walked out. She waited until she heard his footsteps disappear down the stairs before she went back to unpacking boxes. Looking around her room, she was amazed at the care he'd taken to help her feel comfortable in his house. Her house? Their house? Well, it wasn't really her house, as her name wasn't on the mortgage, and according to the papers she'd signed, it would never be hers officially. She looked at the ginormous bed and imagined spreading out in it and relishing the comfort. Even if she didn't own the place, this was her space, at least for the next year, and she loved it. Heck, he'd spoiled her on ever living in campus-adjacent apartments again. The air shifted or something changed in the house and she paused. Somehow she knew Nick was gone. If it was her space, her home for the next year, then why did it feel empty when Nick left? Chapter 14. Nick cringed as the sweet and spicy scent of Chinese takeout preceded his personal assistant Brenda through the door to the large conference room. He should be home with his wife. The pull to Janelle was unlike anything he'd experienced before. Though it wasn't comfortable, it was pleasant, if that made any sense at all, which he highly suspected it didn't. He still couldn't believe he was married. Glancing down at his ring finger, the simple band winked back at him. That she'd said yes to this arrangement, had walked into his world with steady eyes and a purple suit that somehow looked more regal than daring, was a fact he still hadn't finished processing. And he didn't want to. Processing it would flatten it, make it make sense. And nothing about her made sense, not the way she surprised him or the way he kept catching himself wanting to surprise her back. Mr. James was the type of man who expected crystal and red carpet. His wife wore a 2-carat diamond set in platinum and banked by emeralds as if it were a trinket she'd happened to pick up when antiquing one weekend. She exuded old money, grace, and graciousness. She would love Janelle. He could easily see the two of them thick as thieves upon their first meeting, not because they came from the same backgrounds, but because they were both intelligent women who valued authenticity. Janelle would impress her, not by trying, but by simply being who she was. He could already hear her laughing at one of Janelle's dry observations, nodding in that way she did when someone had truly earned her respect. Janelle's realness was one of her most attractive qualities. Cough. Not that he was thinking of her as attractive or anything. Sure, she was beautiful, all right, gorgeous, but that wasn't why he'd married her. He shifted in his seat and forced himself to join in the conversation buzzing around the table. When Mr. James came to town, they did their best to impress him and met in the cavernous, sleek space with 3D projectors and a wall of screens. The takeout was from his favorite local restaurant and a guilty pleasure he only allowed himself when here. Brenda kept track of things like that and managed to seamlessly woo his clients. He counted his lucky stars that he'd found her when he did. She was as much a reason they succeeded as his early advancements in the field. Brenda artfully arranged dinner on the buffet table at the far end of the room, while everyone took a moment to finish up notes and check email. Everything from orange chicken to sushi and fried rice to papaya salad was displayed on classic white platters with silver tongs and serving spoons. The reason he'd groaned at her appearance was that dinner meant they were only halfway through the process. Normally a the meeting's half over kind of guy, he was definitely feeling like a we still have half a meeting left man tonight. And that was new and strange. Normally, he was the last person in the building and the first one in each morning. He'd told Janelle that he missed development, but he didn't tell her that he'd become obsessed with creating a machine. Tinkering with processes and the organizational structure kept his mind engaged on a level that left him happily exhausted at the end of the day. He loved this world. He'd built it. And yet tonight, for the first time in a long time, it wasn't enough. He checked his phone for a message from Janelle. Nothing. Of course not. He'd put it on silent before entering the meeting, but he still hoped, just a little, that maybe she'd tried to reach him. Maybe she was wondering what was taking so long. Maybe she was waiting on him to eat dinner. Probably not. He hadn't given her a reason to wait up for him. Heck, he told her to make herself at home. Still, he wanted to know how her first hours in the house had gone. If she'd found the desk drawer. If she'd liked the shampoo in the shower he'd asked the housekeeper to stock. If she'd felt seen. Their goodbye was so awkward. He smiled as he thought back to hovering in the doorway, most of him wanting to stay and show her the rest of the house, not because he wanted to give her an orientation, but because her approval had built him up in a way nothing else had. Her delight had rewired something in him. Her grin, unguarded and unpolished, had felt like a gift, one he didn't know how to earn, but wanted to anyway. Thankfully, she'd acknowledged things would be that way, at least for the first little while, thereby relieving him of half his stress over the whole situation. Experience had taught him that time took care of most of that. Time and exposure to one another, which they wouldn't get with him sitting in the office and her. What was she doing? He checked the time. 7. She could be out with friends. She could be holed up with one of the thick books. She could be ransacking his library. She could be swimming in his pool or relaxing in the hot tub. What did Janelle do on a weeknight? The curiosity made him antsy. There were a dozen messages and notifications on his phone, none of them from his wife. He put the phone aside, disappointed. She could have at least asked about his dinner plans. He fought he urged to roll his eyes at his male ego playing the victim so easily. Get a grip, he told it. You're not that interesting. Besides, it wasn't like they had a history of sharing meals or that she'd miss him. They just met. She's an employee, he reminded himself. Had any other employee texted or phoned him about something not work-related, he'd be annoyed. Self-starters were rewarded for their initiative. He admired her for being able to jump in on her own and not need him to hold her hand. So why did he feel like he should touch base with her? Why did he want to jump in his car and speed home? Why was holding her hand desirable? Why was it so blasted hot in here? He tugged at his tie, giving himself a half-inch breathing room. Perhaps it was because his father rarely missed dinner with the family. It was one of the ways his parents built a solid foundation for him and his brothers. Not that Nick's current situation was anything like the marriage his parents shared. Still, the desire to be the kind of man his father would be proud of, the kind of husband, wouldn't let him relax and enjoy doing what he was very good at. For the last 6 months, there was nothing more exciting, captivating, or downright interesting than the chip that would allow a gaming system to coordinate with 3D televisions. Bringing the game into the real world, giving gamers a life-sized opponent to battle, was going to revolutionize the gaming world. It was so big that Mr. James had reorganized his schedule to meet 2 weeks early. They had a small window of time to hash this out and stay ahead of the competition, and his first inclination was to skip the meeting and be home. Home? Funny how Janelle had only been there a few hours, and already the place felt more homelike than ever before. He was proud of the floor plan, having worked tirelessly with the architect to create a house that would accommodate a family as well as entertain large numbers. That's why there were 2 rooms at the top of the stairs. Janelle's was actually the master bedroom, but when the house was complete, he couldn't bring himself to move into it. The space was too couple-oriented and made him feel lonely. So he'd taken the one across the hall that was meant to be 2 rooms to accommodate 2 children, hopefully a boy and a girl. Growing up in a house with all brothers, he couldn't imagine not having a son, but there was something inside of him that knew he wouldn't be complete without a little girl to call him daddy. Truly, the upstairs loft was a small home in and of itself. The kitchen was downstairs, but most of the family time could be spent up there, away from the demands of the house and his work. Their treehouse escape within the house where they could watch cartoons on Saturday mornings or have an ongoing Monopoly game on the coffee table. as much of a playground as the rest of the house was, and he'd wanted it that way for when his kids were teenagers. The upstairs was his nest of dreams, and he never let anyone but the maids up there until Janelle. The think tank group stood up and moved to line up at the buffet. Nick blinked at the abrupt move. Or perhaps it hadn't been so abrupt as much as it was that he'd missed Brenda's announcement that dinner was served. Nick took the distraction food provided to pull Brenda aside and ask for a favor. He needed to focus here, and the only way he would do that is if he knew things were taken care of at home. Will you call Janelle and let her know I won't be back until late and that she should eat without me? Janelle? Brenda's forehead wrinkled with confusion. She talked with several of the other PAs about Botox but hadn't made an appointment. When Nick asked why she didn't just do it and offered to foot the bill as a thank you for something she'd done to save his butt, she politely declined. My husband tells me I'm beautiful just the way I am, and I choose to believe him. Janelle, he said firmer, hoping to jog her memory. When she continued to stare at him blankly, he looked around to see who was listening before responding. Most everyone was deep into their plates, checking the score of the basketball game or scrolling social media. The one he was really worried about was Charlie. A barracuda, if he ever knew one, she'd wanted to add him to her list of conquests since he hired her. Unfortunately for him, she was incredibly good at her job. Charlie had her head bent over the Moshu pork. She had short black hair, which she tucked behind both her ears, and deep red lipstick. It had been 6 months since she cornered Nick in his office and offered to be more than friends, an offer he'd refused as kindly as possible. Even though she looked like she wasn't interested in anything except picking up a fried shrimp with chopsticks, Nick knew better. My wife. Janelle, he clarified. Brenda's eyes widened as she realized her mistake in forgetting his marriage. He wouldn't hold it against her. Janelle may be occupying his thoughts like an invading force, but he downplayed their wedding. I don't have her number, she whispered back. Right, because he hadn't given it to her yet. No matter. It's in my contacts list. She nodded firmly. Right, I'll let her know. She smiled knowingly at him. She knew him well enough to know that if his marriage was exactly what he'd made it out to be when they spoke yesterday, he wouldn't be asking her to make this call. He didn't bother to correct her assumptions, mostly because he wasn't sure what to say. He'd intended a business marriage, but the moment he'd touched Janelle's hand, things shifted. That wasn't to say he was going to take home a dozen roses and try to woo her into his suite. He wasn't that kind of a boss. Not to mention, and they were miles away from that kind of familiarity, not that they would get to that level in the year they were married. Dang it. He was all sorts of mixed up over her. Why did she have to be so real, so pretty, so down to earth, and so dang smart? He could practically see her brain working, and the process fascinated him. Nick took his place in the back of the line to wait his turn, content to be lost in his discombobulating thoughts about a long-haired woman padding barefoot through his house. As he loaded up on dishes without seeing them, he contemplated the image of Janelle's bare toes padding across the thick carpet. Was she warm? Maybe he should have gone with radiant floor heating. He settled in his seat with a full plate, picking through the veggies to get to the broccoli. When did you get married? Charlie asked in a voice loud enough for the whole room to hear. I didn't know you were dating anyone, let alone serious enough to marry her. Is there a little Nick on the way? Nick dropped the chopsticks and his mouth fell open. He snapped it shut even as his face burned. Of course, Charlie had been listening to his conversation with Brenda. She also had to know that the marriage was new, considering Brenda didn't have Janelle's number. He glanced around and saw Mr. James on the other side of the glass wall, his phone pressed to his ear. At least he wasn't here to hear this, even if his VP sat 2 chairs down and ping-ponged his head to follow the conversation. A woman scorned, Charlie intended to make a spectacle out of him in front of his team and a client. He narrowed his eyes in warning. Though he wouldn't retaliate in public, he was a gentleman and didn't play those kinds of games. He'd file a complaint with HR. She should not have brought up his personal life or disparaged his character in public, even if it was through implication and not blatant. Charlie flicked her chin, tossing her hair to the side and pinning him with an innocent look. She was into her game and expected him to play along. Moments like this were one of the reasons calling billionaire marriage brokers had appeal. Getting out of the games was imperative to his mental well-being, especially when women like Charlie were involved. Charlie, you've got to be joking. Darren slapped his hand on the table and laughed. Nick? Married? That's like taking the bull out of the pasture. Nick cleared his throat. He did not have the reputation of a Casanova. He did date beautiful women, but only once and never overnight. The comment was Darren's way of trying to be a bro and shield him from Charlie. While he appreciated the effort, he wasn't grateful for the shadow thrown across his character by the comment. Actually, I was married recently. I thought I spotted some new hardware. Charlie reached over and brushed her fingers across his wedding ring. Nick had an urge to douse his hand in sanitizer. He settled for wiping his hands with his napkin. Are you serious? Darren pointed his chopsticks at Nick. If you went and got married without letting me throw a bachelor party, I am going to be majorly ticked off. Nick held up his hands as if to say, what do you want me to do about it? Darren perked up like a horse at the starting gate, his smaller-than-average nose sniffing the air for an opportunity to spend Nick's money at gaming tables and restaurants. It's not too late. We could do it this weekend. Nick smiled. He could only imagine the type of bachelor party Darren would throw, and he knew full well it wasn't the way he wanted to start a marriage. He said, sorry man, the ring is on the finger. You'll have to work on Trey over there. He looks like he could use a night out. Trey shoved an egg roll in his mouth and lifted his shoulders. He'd been with the company for over a year and his divorce was final last month. He'd sworn off women, dating, and anything adjacent to either of those topics for at least 6 months, calling it a cleanse for his masculinity. Darren's shoulders fell. He knew a lost cause when he saw one. Mr. James returned from making a private call in the hallway and Nick didn't let anyone settle in. They ate as they worked. As the hours stretched on, his hope of spending the evening with Janelle melted away like a snow cone on a July afternoon. The left side of his neck grew stiff and started a headache. He pushed on. Shaking hands with Mr. James in farewell at midnight brought a rush of satisfaction. They were ahead of schedule and their company's partnership as strong as ever. He climbed into his car and the elation drained as fast as water from a hole in a bucket. Dare he hope Janelle was a night owl? He raced home, ripping the wheel and screeching to a stop in his garage. The mechanic would love the tire marks on the floor, only to be met by her closed door. Another wave of disappointment washed over him. How many was that today? No wonder he had to pay someone to marry him. He wasn't good at this husband thing. He slumped to the shower where he let the warm water work out the knots in his back. He changed as quietly as possible, hoping he didn't disturb her even though the chances of her hearing him across the expansive living room and through the solid walnut door was next to zero. After setting his alarm, he fell into bed. It wasn't a bad day. He'd gotten married and sealed the deal on a new chip that was sure to make a lot of money. He should be elated. He would have felt much better if he'd been able to see Janelle before he went to sleep to find out what she thought of the house and if she'd read over the household account information, and maybe, if he was lucky, to see her blush once more. Chapter 15. The sunlight filtered into Janelle's room as softly as angels singing. Her mind began to wake up and the night before crashed into her awareness, bringing with it the general sense of loneliness Nick's absence created. When his secretary called last night to say he wouldn't be home for dinner, she'd been brave enough to ask, "Do you know what time he'll be done?" These meetings have gone on all night before. It could be an hour or it could be 6 hours. I'm sorry, I wish I had more information. She sounded nice, patient, older, and wiser than Janelle. The image of a gray-haired woman in a severe bun staring over the top of her half-moon spectacles came to mind. Even if she was a drop-dead gorgeous model, Janelle knew they could be friends. Knew it because she could hear the people in the background, knew that there was a lot going on and Brenda was in demand, and yet she gave Janelle her undivided attention. She gave her time to someone she didn't have to. Yup, friends. Even if Brenda didn't know it yet. Janelle felt bad for keeping her when they were obviously hard at work. "Thanks for thinking to call me," she'd said as sincerely as possible. "You're welcome. You should know, though, that Mr. Ryburn asked me to." "He did?" Janelle's entire mood lifted. "That was unexpectedly thoughtful," she'd blurted. He didn't have to inform her of his whereabouts. This wasn't that kind of marriage. When he'd left for the meeting, she'd had the impression he didn't want to go. Heck, she'd all but kicked him out of the house. Maybe he'd felt some of the connection she did. As the shadows grew long and the night dragged on, she wondered if she'd imagined his reluctance. Maybe it was her own longing for company, specifically Nick's company, though she wasn't sure how she felt about that revelation that she'd projected onto him. Having Barbara call to let her know he wouldn't be home for dinner made her feel important, at least to him. She wasn't sure how she felt about that either. There was a pause and the background noise faded as if Brenda had moved away from the group. He is thoughtful. He's a good man. A note of protectiveness had entered the line. Janelle cradled the phone between her shoulder and cheek. I got that impression. She glanced around the room decorated in her favorite color and with personal touches. He's already gone above and beyond what I expected. She cringed as she realized she'd probably given too much away. Billionaire marriage brokers wouldn't sue her, would they? Pamela knew she didn't have any money. She stumbled. That sounds about right. Pamela accentuated her words as if she'd nodded her head in approval of Nick's treatment of Janelle. Have a nice night. Thank you, Janelle hurried to add before they hung up. Buoyed by the thought that Nick had at least planned OT have dinner together, even if his plans were derailed, she'd waited up for him. They could at least say goodnight to one another on their wedding night, cap off the day with a small connection of sorts. Even though it wasn't that kind of marriage and she wasn't the kind of wife who welcomed her husband into her room each night, she could still make sure they connected on a nightly basis. Maybe they could talk about his meeting, and she could share a few of the pictures from the Mayan book that were particularly interesting. She'd propped herself up in bed with the laptop to familiarize herself with the house accounts as she waited. There was a lot more to running the house than she would have ever thought possible. After an hour of checking shift changes for possible overlap, she decided Pamela should have found Nick someone with experience in the hotel industry. Her eyes stung and she was bored. The work was tedious, and that was saying something considering she'd been trained to remove a quarter-inch of dirt at a time in an excavation site. Perhaps for someone else, employee rosters were fascinating. She just happened to prefer dead people wrapped in cruisy linen to live people. Maybe because all they did was lay around and she didn't have to worry about whether she was cool enough to hang out with them. If Pamela had chosen someone with a different set of skills, Janelle wouldn't be lounging on half a dozen pillows in her own private suite. She gave a wicked little grin. The perks far outweighed the stress, and the work was within her skill level. Long after the exterior safety lights clicked on, making her view of the rear gardens enchanting, her wedding day caught up to her. She slid the laptop to the other side of the huge mattress and conked out. Janelle? The voice was in her room and pulling her out from the world behind her eyelids, where she overanalyzed every lift of an eyebrow, every quirk of a grin, and every moment she'd spent with Nick. Janelle. Pulling the covers up over her head, Janelle tried to hide from the voice that was bound and determined to ruin her lazy approach to the morning. Why did Trish hate sleep? She seemed like a normal person, except for her exceptional taste in clothing and ability to pull off the most outlandish outfits. Maybe she wasn't human at all. Maybe she was one of those special people who had been dropped in a vat of radioactive fashion goo and became superhuman. Go away, she groused as she snuggled deeper into the warm, fluffy comforter. Her new room was supposed to be a cocoon. Cocoons were supposed to be safe and Trish-free. Rise and shine, Trish trilled like an annoying princess with rodents and wildlife for friends. What is it with you and waking me up? Janelle threw the covers off her head. Do you get a bonus for ruining perfectly good sleep? Trish stood at the end of the bed, her hair pulled back in an intricate loose braid that hung over one shoulder. Her clothes were unknowingly wrinkle-free. The only thing worse than being woken up when you're still tired is being woken up by someone who looks that good in the morning. Trish ignored Janelle's outburst. She probably dealt with non-morning people all the time. She probably even enjoyed it when they grumped at her because it only made her look more put together and more in control and more superwoman-ish. You have a meeting with your personal trainer in 15 minutes. Janelle narrowed her eyes. Are your parents military? That was the only explanation for her inspection-ready look and chipper attitude. Trish shook her head. Janelle gave up on trying to figure her out. Where is this meeting? Her voice sounded like she ran it over a pile of rocks. Trish looked up from her tablet. Here. Janelle pulled the sheet up to her chin. He's coming to my room. Cocoon. How did people not understand this concept? Not that her pajamas were skimpy. She'd worn a light cotton pair of shorts and a fitted tank to bed. An image of some guy holding her feet down while she did sit-ups on the plush rug flashed through her head. No, he'll meet you in the gym downstairs. You just need to throw on some workout clothes and I'll brief you on the rest of your day on the way. She ran her fingers over the tablet resting in the crook of her arm. Janelle stumbled to the closet and pulled out a pair of cut-off sweats, a sports bra, and a t-shirt with a small hole over her left shoulder blade. When she stepped out of the closet, Trish made a face like she'd swallowed bad fish. What are you wearing? Her eyes raked over Janelle's clothes. Workout clothes? Janelle gestured down her body. She wore this stuff all the time to the university athletic building and no one gave her a second look. Her thoughts stuttered to a stop. Perhaps that was the point. What happened to the yoga pants? Asked Trish as they left Janelle's room and crossed the space between her room and Nick's to get to the stairs. I wear those to the library. I'm not going to get them sweaty. Trish clenched her jaw. Okay, I will put shopping for proper exercise attire on our list of things to do this week. And unless you are going to a yoga class, never wear those pants in public again. Got it? Janelle nodded absently as she craned her neck to see into Nick's room. From here, all she could see was the corner of his bed. It looked like he hadn't slept their night. While she was staring, a maid bustled out carrying the shirt he wore to the wedding. Okay, maybe he had been here. Sheesh, what time did he get up? Maybe he hadn't even been to sleep and had only come home to change clothes. Morning, Mrs. Ryburn, chirped the maid as she bustled into Janelle's. Good morning, Robin, Janelle replied, hoping she remembered the schedule correctly. Robin smiled back and Janelle did a mental fist pump. She wanted to get to know the staff and needed to schedule a meeting with them all soon. It was strange to think she'd come back and her bed would be made and her pillows arranged and her dirty clothes taken off to be laundered. Strange, but wonderful. Trish started down the stairs. You'll meet with Steve, your personal trainer, every Tuesday morning at 7. Janelle bristled. Why should she have to work out? What was wrong with her the way she was? Did billionaires have to have wives with six-packs and lifted butts? What about her brain? That was her best asset. Why do I need a personal trainer? Trish managed the stairs and the thick carpet in heels that would have killed any other woman. It's part of our ongoing services. We find that people who exercise are generally happier in life, they are better and more creative at problem solving, and can participate in a variety of activities due to their physical stamina. Not to mention, it keeps the brain fit. Janelle paused as she digested this information. What if I don't want to? Trish put her arm around Janelle to encourage her to keep walking. Keep walking. This marriage is as much about you as it is about Mr. Ryburn. You're a busy student, you teach classes, and you're planning a huge archaeological dig in another country. You need to be physically fit enough to haul 75 pounds through the jungle on your back. A personal trainer is a perk that will help you achieve your goals. You don't have to work out, but you'll be healthier and happier if you do. Janelle considered Trish's words. It couldn't hurt to get in better shape. Not to mention, she'd meant to get to the gym to prepare for Guatemala. Having a trainer meant she didn't have to spend hours researching the best way to build muscle or figure out what to eat. She never would have hired a trainer on her own, so this was actually pretty cool. Okay, this guy isn't going to yell at me or anything, is he? Steve will walk you through the machines in Nick's gym so you understand how to work each one on your own. He'll also check in with you twice a week to see if you have any questions. His job isn't to kill you, but to train you. Nick's gym. Was he offered the same perks? Why did she feel so self-conscious about this? It wasn't like her to be insecure in a new situation. It was just, Nick told her she was beautiful. While she appreciated the compliment, it meant that he'd noticed her looks, which meant that if she worked out, he'd probably notice that too. It was his attention that made her nervous. Trish continued, on subsequent visits, Steve will teach you different types of workouts so you don't get bored. Aha! Does Nick work out? Trish didn't miss a step. He alternates weightlifting and running. Janelle remembered the way Nick's suit fit and his broad shoulders. Yeah, he works out. She quickly changed her focus from Nick's physique to Trish's instructions. Thinking about Nick as a man to ogle wouldn't help her keep their marriage professional. It shouldn't matter to her if he was facially attractive or not. Yet she couldn't deny that she appreciated the way he filled out a dress suit and his corded forearms when he'd rolled his sleeves. Darn it. She should not notice those things. Now, after your session, you'll have time to shower and get dressed for the day. Then you'll meet with the staff. Did you read the information Nick put together for you? Yep. Wait, how did you know I wanted to meet with the staff? Trish was awfully informed about the goings-on in Janelle's life, to the point that she had become a mind reader. It's standard procedure. Oh, at least she'd instinctually thought the same thing. That was a good sign. The basement level of the house was just as impressive as the two levels above it. The theater room was located under the garage, the game room was insane, the gym was immaculate, the mother-in-law apartment was stunning, and a hot tub waited off the patio. There was also a bar, a pool table, a water feature, a reading nook, and a couple of guest rooms. Janelle could spend weeks down here. She might if she had to write up any more grant proposals. Trish continued, "We'll have a short break for lunch and hit the stores for some workout clothes. I have to be back to the office by 3, so you'll have time this afternoon to input your school schedule into the system. I have a new phone for you." Janelle started to protest. There was already so much new in her life that she was off balance. Trish held up her hand. "We kept your old number. The new phone is compatible with Nick's. You guys can see real-time updates to your calendar, talk at the push of a button, and do a whole bunch of other things that I don't have time to tell you about because Steve hates it when people are late." Trish opened the door and motioned for Janelle to go in first. Janelle entered the gym, took one look at Steve, and stepped backward into Trish. Steve was built like a locomotive. He had more muscles in his arm than Janelle had in her whole body. Was he on steroids? His short blonde hair was stark white and his eyes electric blue. If Trish had been dipped in fashion goo, this guy was dropped in muscle juice. Steve smiled in welcome, and Janelle thought her heart would jump out of her chest in fear. He looked at her like the mechanic looks at her car every time she rolled into the bay. She was a lemon and he was about to make lemonade. At that moment, Janelle swore she would never be late for her workout because if that was Steve's welcome face, she had no desire to see Steve's upset face. The day went by quickly, and by the time Janelle returned home with an arm full of shopping bags, she was ready to go to bed. Her legs hurt from squatting, her arms hurt from lifting, and her brain hurt from shopping. The only part of her that wasn't tired was her stomach. It was wide awake and demanding attention. At the meeting that morning, Nick's chef, Enzo, told her he would make 2 dinners and she'd find hers in the warming drawer under the oven. She couldn't wait. The staff meeting went well. She put names to faces, introduced herself, including her studies. Turned out several of the staff members were avid fans of archaeology. Gerald, the butler, asked if giants ever wandered the earth, and Susie, a gardener, asked if they could really trace DNA back to hunters/gatherers. That one was outside of her expertise, but she told her she would ask one of the professors who had connections in that area. Janelle also took notes on their concerns. For example, the lawn care specialist wanted a new riding mower and the electrician thought the China hutch needed LED lights. Rather than approve the expenditures right away, she told them she would do some research and get back to them. According to Nick's notes, the household budget would cover such things, but she wanted to be careful with his money. Although he seemed to like it when details were attended to, like having the perfect books in the library for her. 3 more arrived today, her name on the package. She'd been curious and then thrilled. If the man was looking for a way into her heart, he'd found it. Books were her love currency. Whoa! Nick was not trying to win her love. At the most, he wanted her to feel comfortable in the house. At the least, he wanted to make it look like she'd chosen to marry him. Technically, she had chosen to marry him, but not for the reasons most people decide to get married. Oh, what a tangled web her thoughts became when she tried to work through it all. What she needed to do was eat. Food would clear the blood from her brain and give it a reprieve. She slid open the warming drawer and a puff of moist, warm air full of spices hit her face. Her eyes welled up with tears. For years, she'd come home from a long day to a hot plate waiting for her to muster up the energy to boil some water for noodles. She tried to eat healthy, opting for fresh fruits and veggies as snacks instead of a bag of chips. And, when her budget allowed, she'd eat at a restaurant that didn't fry their side dishes. But knowing there would be a warm, balanced meal waiting for her at the end of the day was too much. She set the plate down and grabbed a paper towel to blow her nose into. She did and burst out laughing. Even his paper towels are softer than the tissues I buy. The laughter broke her melancholy spell and she dug into the chicken pilaf and asparagus with glee. One bite of the asparagus had her moaning in pleasure. It was buttery and salty in just the right combination. Oh my gosh! I could die here! She glanced around looking for a place she could hide when the marriage was over. This chicken made becoming the kitchen ghoul that only came out at night to eat a tempting future. The kitchen itself was beautiful with stainless steel appliances. She spent the next couple of minutes running her fingers over every surface in the kitchen. The granite countertop was cool to the touch. The stove handle had a gripper on the inside where her fingers naturally rested. The refrigerator had more buttons than an entire arcade. She touched one and a list of the items inside popped up. Another made the opaque door clear so she could see what was in there without having to open the door. I'm sure that was worth the extra $1,000 in energy costs, she joked. She couldn't find the dishwasher. Turned out it had the same exterior door as all the cabinets and blended right in. That discovery had her opening all the doors. The pantry door looked like an upper and lower cabinet but was actually one solid piece. Wow! She ran her hand up and down the side of it, looking for a seam in the wood and not finding one. Details, she muttered. Okay, she could put up with Trish and shopping for a day if it meant coming home to this kitchen. Seriously, she could sleep on the soft wood floors in the corner. No one would even know she was there. Happy sigh. How did Nick ever leave this place? She leaned back against the island, her palms resting on the cool marble, and let her gaze drift across the immaculate countertops and artisan backsplash. The kitchen looked like a magazine spread, but it felt like sanctuary, like someone had thought of everything and then added a little more just to make sure she'd feel safe here, not just welcomed but wanted. And then she jolted. She hadn't heard from Nick, or tried to contact him. All day. Shouldn't married people at least text? She reached for the sleek new phone in its rose gold protective case, one she hadn't had the nerve to pick up until now. It looked too perfect to be hers, too clean, too new. But her fingerprint opened it without hesitation, and she thumbed through the call log with wary curiosity. Trish was right. Her contacts, photos, and everything else had transferred over. Seamless. Efficient. Like someone had planned it all behind the scenes, so she didn't have to. Her mom had texted, "Mom, haven't heard from you in a couple of days." A wave of guilt washed over her, crashing harder than she expected. Her parents didn't know anything about her marriage to Nick, and she planned to keep it that way. They wouldn't understand the level of desperation she'd experienced when the university cut her funding. They would have told her to come to them, that they would pay for the whole thing, that she didn't need to throw her future into a contract just to chase a dream. But they didn't know the whole story. They didn't know how many nights she'd lain awake wondering how to make the math work, how many just-in-case jobs she'd picked up, how many grant applications she'd filled out only to watch them dissolve in inboxes and budget cuts. They didn't know how it felt to have a purpose and no path to it. And they didn't know Nick. They would have mortgaged their house. And while she appreciated the love and sacrifice that offer would have represented, she couldn't let them do it. They'd already given her everything. She needed to find a way to carry the rest on her own. Before she had a chance to form a response, Mom was typing again. "Mom, just wanted to make sure everything's okay. I know you're busy, but you've been on my mind. Dad grilled tonight. The house is still standing." She hated lying to them. Doing so turned the delicious chicken that had filled her with a sense of love and hope into rocks in her stomach. She ground her teeth as she typed back. "Janelle, hey, sorry for the silence. This week's been a whirlwind. Everything's fine, promise. Love you both. I'll call soon." She hit send and dropped her head onto the table with a dull thunk. The polished surface wasn't as cold as she expected, but it didn't soften the guilt pressing against her rib cage. She deserved the ache blooming across her forehead. "When did my life get this weird?" she muttered, her voice muffled against the smooth wood. No answer came. Just the quiet hum of the luxury kitchen and the ticking of a wall clock that had probably cost more than her rent last year. With a sigh, she pushed herself upright and slouched against the ridiculously comfortable chair, one of those overstuffed design magazine thrones meant to make you feel both cradled and somehow more sophisticated by proximity. But not even high-end upholstery could cushion the knot in her stomach. Wallowing wouldn't fix anything. Action, that would help. Even a half step, a toe forward, anything to prove to herself that she wasn't just drifting. She drew in a breath, the kind you have to will into your lungs, and reminded herself why she'd picked up the phone in the first place. Nick. He was everywhere in this house and nowhere at all. His choices filled every room, every piece of art, every cabinet pole, every perfectly folded towel. She was surrounded by him, but he hadn't reached out. Not even once. Here she was, tucked inside his home like a secret guest with full clearance. She could walk into any room, open any drawer, and no one would stop her. But that didn't mean she knew him. Not really. Not beyond the polished business associate facts. And maybe that was the point. Maybe that was why he hadn't texted or called. Maybe distance wasn't a side effect of his schedule, it was a design feature. The thought slipped under her skin like ice. She glanced down at herself, the dark jeans that hugged in all the right places, the red top Trish had insisted would make her skin glow. She looked better than she had in years, like someone who had it together, like someone worth choosing. So why did the idea that Nick didn't even want to be friends leave her feeling so exposed, so unfinished? Chewing her lip, she stared at the phone like it might suddenly tell her what to do. Honestly, she wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer to the question unspoken in her chest, why hadn't he texted first? Still, she contemplated her tone. If she texted, which she wasn't entirely convinced she would. Except she absolutely was going to text him. The only real question was, how? Professional? Friendly? Wifey? Definitely not wifey. She winced at the thought and tapped out a quick message before she could second-guess every syllable into oblivion. Janelle, hi. Do you want me to keep your dinner warm or put it in the fridge? There. Simple. Neutral. Capable. She hit send, then tossed the phone on the table like it had burned her. As if physical distance could protect her from caring about the reply, halfway to the sink with her dishes, the phone chirped. She spun, doubled back, and grabbed it before the screen could go dark again. Fridge, please. Thank you. Janelle stared at the words, unreadable in tone and shorter than a grocery list. Then she sent back a thumbs-up emoji because what else did one send their husband/boss silent roommate? So that was how it was going to be? She straightened. Okay, then, she muttered to the empty kitchen. Message received. She could live this life. She was a grown woman with a plan and a private suite and access to a professional kitchen. This was an upgrade, all things considered. Nick Ryburn was clearly just a roommate, one with incredible taste in countertops and a legally binding contract. Nothing more. She opened the shared calendar he'd given her access to and skimmed his schedule for the next few days. Booked. Solid. Sunrise to sunset. As far as employers went, he was pretty hands-off. She snorted, unable to stop herself. Hands-off was an actual clause in their prenup. After rinsing her dishes and putting them in the dishwasher, a chocolate craving took hold and wouldn't let go. She rummaged through the kitchen and found minimal baking supplies. Chef Enzo was all about healthy eating, main dish preparation, and, on holidays, bread making. There was a bar of 80% cocoa that would make a sweet tooth beg for mercy. Did Nick eat this junk? She asked herself as she stared at the bar. The gold foil wrapper and Italian words said it probably wasn't junk. But seriously, where was the milk? She suddenly felt very sorry for Nick. Slaving away with nothing sweet to come home to, no wonder he lived at the office. They probably had vending machines full of individually wrapped pieces of heaven. She could go for a Milky Way right about now. That was it. There was no getting around it. She had to make brownies. And not just any brownies. Heavens no, she needed Grandma's brownies. With a determined grunt, she grabbed her keys. The grocery store wasn't far, and with the household credit card practically singing in her purse, she was going to buy the most luxurious, highest quality chocolate chips money could buy. Maybe even the kind in gold foil bags that whispered you've made it. She hadn't had a real kitchen in years. The idea of baking, actually baking, in a space designed for it made her practically giddy. She could already hear the music echoing off the granite countertops, smell the sugar caramelizing in the oven, feel the warmth of doing something for no reason other than it made her happy. Someone should be enjoying the perks of this palatial home. And it clearly wasn't going to be Mr. I'm at work Ryburn. The store was nearly empty, which made shopping blissfully quick. Back at home, Janelle carefully melted the butter and chocolate together, stirring until they were a brown puddle of perfectness. She started some music. Nick subscribed to every music streaming provider available, and her phone had more hits than the Beatles. Once the brownies were in the oven, she spent their cooking time filling out her calendar. Classes she took, classes she taught, office hours, study hours, all of it went on there. When she hit save, her and Nick's days blended together on the screen, each square layered with their individual colors and activities. It all looked so tidy. She gave herself a pat on the back. The timer dinged and Janelle pulled the pan from the oven, the scent of warm chocolate rushing up like a hug she didn't know she needed. She inhaled deeply, letting it flood her senses, then set the pan gently on the counter. Golden edges, perfect crackled top. They were objectively beautiful, but the 9 by 13 pan suddenly felt enormous. It loomed like a party she'd forgotten to invite anyone to. She stared at it, the chocolate-laced air still curling around her like a promise she hadn't meant to make. There was no way she could eat all of it, and that wasn't the point anyway. Baking had been a bomb, a moment of joy. But now that the music was off and the oven was cooling, the quiet pressed in like fog. She'd wanted to share this. Not just with anyone, with Nick. They'd been married for just over 24 hours, and yet she missed him. How was that even possible? Her sociology major friends would probably cite attachment theory, cultural conditioning, and neurochemistry. They'd say wanting to be near the man she married was perfectly natural, even if nothing about her marriage was. Their calendars overlapped. Their lives intersected on paper, and yet she didn't feel any closer to him than she had this morning when she'd stared into his beautifully empty bedroom and wondered what kind of man left his sheets that smooth. Why did she care so much? Nick wasn't her boyfriend. He wasn't her lover, and technically he didn't even owe her his time. But standing in this beautiful kitchen with the scent of something homemade curling around her and the silence stretching too wide, she realized she hadn't just baked for comfort, she'd baked for him. Chapter 16. Nick scrolled through his calendar when he should have been reading through the quarterly report in preparation for his next meeting. The calendar had officially become the Ryburn calendar, with his events highlighted in green and Janelle's in purple. The two color blocks wove through the month like threads in a tapestry, painting a picture of a shared life that wasn't quite shared yet. Her purple swatches didn't just interrupt the monotony of his schedule, they softened it, made it feel like there was more than work waiting for him at the end of the day. According to this, Janelle started school in 1 week. She should be settled into the house by then and have her feet under her. Not that he'd swept her off of them by any means. It was an expression. That was all. He ran his hand through his hair, wondering why he felt so defensive about his thoughts. Her course load looked solid. A couple of classes to teach, plus lab oversight. Good for her. She should teach. She was quick-witted, smart, and charismatic without even trying. Her kind of intelligence wasn't sharp for the sake of showing off. It was laced with curiosity, like she asked questions because she genuinely cared about the answers. Archaeology students would be smitten with her, every one of them, including the men. He cleared his throat and adjusted his seat, not at all comfortable with the idea of some overconfident undergrad ogling Janelle during a lecture. She wouldn't even notice, probably. She'd be too focused on making sure her students grasped the material and maybe, just maybe, found a spark of wonder in it like she did. What was he going to do about it? Sit in her classes and glare at the male undergrads? Not cool. Not cool at all. He needed to let it go. Janelle was his wife in name only. While other men might look at her, who was he kidding? They would look, that didn't mean he had to be jealous. He and Janelle had something those men would never have, a non-cheating clause. Ironclad, signed, witnessed, bound by choice, not emotion. She'd given her word, and he chose to trust it. Putting his worries into the safety of that document, he set them aside and refocused on her schedule. She'd carved out a few hours for research and dissertation writing. That part made him smile, oddly proud of her for balancing everything so precisely. She was building something of her own, not for him, not even because of him. She was a woman with her own goals, her own drive. And somehow, she'd stepped into his world without compromising any of that. A bi-weekly visit to the salon caught his eye. It seemed excessive at first glance until he pictured her in the master bath, standing at the marble sink with a towel wrapped around her head, dabbing on moisturizer while she hummed a tune under her breath. It wasn't vanity. It was care. She was maintaining herself the way someone maintains a classic car, not for show, but because it mattered. Did she like the self-care, or did it feel like one more thing on a list? He didn't know. But he wanted to. He wondered, suddenly, what her favorite scent was, what kind of music she played when she was alone, whether she preferred salty over sweet, the kinds of questions that didn't make it into contracts or compatibility assessments but made all the difference in marriage. All in all, Janelle was busy during the day, but her evenings were free. Fat lot of good that did either of them since he was chained to his office. He tossed his phone on the desk. His calendar was a brick wall. If they hadn't gotten married on Monday, it would have been 3, maybe 4 weeks before he could take a morning off again. Development on the new chip they'd just closed the deal on had hit a snag. He'd anticipated hiccups, he always did, but not this early in the process. Late nights stretched out before him like a lonely country road, dark and endless. It was nearly morning when he finally dragged his overworked, overtired, and, if he was being honest, quietly aching body home. The house was dark but not empty. For once, the silence didn't echo. It wrapped around him like a warm blanket. Just knowing Janelle was asleep upstairs changed the entire atmosphere, grounding him in a way that was both unfamiliar and strangely comforting. He could be reading too much into it, the lingering perfume in the air, the way it softened the edges of the hallway, but his usual mental filters had clocked out hours ago. Either way, he allowed himself to fall into the comfort of her presence. In the kitchen, a smell stopped him cold. Fresh baked goods. He sniffed, not with caution, but with the unrestrained joy of a kid on Christmas morning. Chocolate. Something rich and warm and homemade. He followed the scent to the kitchen island where a single, perfect brownie sat on a white plate like a royal offering. Thick chocolate frosting, chopped walnuts, the good kind, fresh, soft enough to yield without crumbling, crisp enough to hold their own. A purple post-it note rested beside it. Neat, slightly tilted handwriting read, "For Nick." "For me." He grinned, actually grinned, as he picked up the plate and cradled it like treasure. With reverence, he grabbed a fork from the drawer. This wasn't a handheld snack. This was a culinary event, a moment to savor. He sat down in one of the leather chairs at the table, propped the note where he could see it, and took his first bite. The brownie was rich, fudgy, perfectly balanced. Not too sweet, not too heavy. It was the kind of treat you remembered from childhood, back before time became currency and comfort had to be scheduled in. He'd had a chef for years. The man was militant about macros and macros only. No desserts, no temptations, no joy. But this was joy. 2 bites in, he needed milk. He opened the fridge and found a half-gallon of chocolate milk already opened. Not a brand he normally bought. Not a coincidence. "Janelle," he whispered, shaking his head. She was full of surprises, all of them delicious. Not that he could say something like that out loud. HR would have a field day. But still, there was something about the way she'd done this. It wasn't just thoughtful. It was seeing him. Seeing that he came home late, that he was probably too tired to make himself a sandwich, that he didn't just need calories, he needed kindness. No fanfare, no strings. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his stomach. For some reason, he was proud. Proud that this brownie came from the kitchen he designed. Proud that the woman who made it had chosen to share his life, even if only in outline form for now. The house felt different with her in it. Fuller. Not with noise, but with meaning. He downed the last of the milk and set the glass in the sink, still thinking about the effect she had on him. He hadn't seen her since the wedding, and yet she'd managed to make him feel cared for, thought about, worth baking for. A strange ache settled in his chest, the kind that came from wanting something you weren't sure you were allowed to want. Would it be so bad to wake her? Just to say thank you? He paused at the base of the stairs, staring up into the quiet dark. No, he wouldn't risk it. He didn't want to startle her, or worse, cross a boundary she hadn't invited him to cross. Not yet. He climbed the stairs slowly, passing her slightly ajar door. It wasn't open, not really, but it wasn't closed either. A crack of space, a maybe. He hesitated. Was that an invitation? A subtle gesture? Or just poor alignment? It didn't matter. She hadn't left a note that said, "Come in," just one that said, "I thought of you." And maybe that was enough. Even though they were married, they weren't familiar. Not yet, but they could be. That was the difference between a contract and a covenant. One had expiration clauses, the other had room to grow. He smiled, the possibilities suddenly sharp in his chest. Without really thinking, he turned and ran back downstairs. In his office, he scribbled his own note and crept back up the stairs. He stuck it just inside her door, low enough that she'd see it in the morning, high enough that it wouldn't get stepped on. Then he dashed into his own room and jumped into bed like a kid who'd been caught raiding the cookie jar. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing sleep to come before his brain got any clever ideas about midnight conversations or slow-burning smiles. But the thought remained, warm and dangerous. He liked her. More than he meant to, and he wasn't sure he could keep pretending otherwise. Chapter 17. The next morning, Janelle found a post-it note on the wall just inside her bedroom door. She stared at it, and then the slightly open door. A smile crept across her face. She'd left the door open, not in an invitation for Nick to come inside, but as a sign that she wasn't shutting him out. "I guess he can read between the lines." She grinned as she plucked the sticky knot from the wall and read it several times. It said, "Best brownie ever. Couldn't find the pan. Please make more." Well, seems I married a chocoholic. She grinned and hugged herself, feeling like bubbles danced inside of her. Grandma always said her brownies were magical. They had been to Janelle. Anytime she sat down with one, her lips opened up and she'd tell Grandma everything that happened at school for the last month. They'd talk about her teachers, schoolwork, what she'd found digging in the backyard. Yes, she had a penchant for digging holes at a young age. She just couldn't help but wonder what was under that soil. Then she'd learned about rock layers and what they could tell her, and she was forever hooked. Grandma used to take her to places she could dig. Janelle still missed her sometimes. If Grandma's brownies had inspired Nick to leave this note, then they were magic enough for Janelle. She fingered the paper and wondered if Nick was still around. It was just after 6 in the morning. Surely he hadn't left yet, and she could give him another brownie to take with him. The idea was silly and sentimental, but she wanted him to have something from her today, to carry a reminder of her into the office. She yanked open her door and peered out. His door looked just like it had last night. If he was here, he wouldn't be for long. Throwing a plush white robe on over her pajama bottoms and tank top, she ran down the stairs. Listening for him was impossible over the sound of her own movements and thrumming heartbeat. She burst into the kitchen, startling Nick. He dropped the bowl he was rinsing in the sink with a clatter and fumbled for it. Janelle came up short. "I forgot how gorgeous he is," she thought, dressed in a blue button-up with the sleeves rolled up and his hair still damp from the shower. He exuded male confidence and smelled like heaven. Seriously, angels use that body wash. Their eyes met and a shot of electricity raced over her skin. Nick recovered first and managed to grab the bowl. He started washing it and avoiding eye contact. A man doing dishes was incredibly attractive, although Nick doing anything would be attractive. Tying shoes? Phew, mama! She had to fan herself at the thought. Squaring her shoulders, she tried to appear casual, like she didn't feel at all conspicuous in her bathrobe and bed hair in front of her husband. "Morning," she chirped. She pulled her hair over one shoulder. It didn't feel like a rat's nest, so maybe it wasn't as bad as she'd thought it was. Hopefully. All the new products she used had done a world of good for it, so yay for Trisha's 4 spa treatments. Nick looked up from the soap bubbles and fumbled with his bowl again. "Morning?" Nick's neck was red, and he had more bubbles than bowl in his hands. His voice was deep and rumbly early morning goodness that heated her from the inside out. She opened the freezer and let the cold blast cool her cheeks. Retrieving 2 individually wrapped brownies from the freezer, Janelle took one last deep breath before closing the door and facing Nick. She stared at his forearms, all strong and corded, and her stomach swooped. Her voice caught and she cleared her throat. "I got your note." The red climbed to his ears. "Oh?" He scrubbed hard at the bottom of the bowl, avoiding looking at her. "Yup, thank you." She rolled her eyes at her wooden tone. Why was it so hard for her to get thoughts out this morning? Because you're standing in the kitchen in your bathrobe with the most handsome man you've ever known and you're wearing his ring. She silently answered. Okay, that might be it. "Get out of my head," she mumbled. What was that? Nick turned toward her, dropping suds on the floor. Janelle internally cringed. She mustered up the part of herself that stood in front of classes and said, "I didn't think the 2 of us would eat a whole pan of brownies, so I froze them." She held out the frozen chocolate blocks. "That's why you couldn't find any more last night. Not because I ate them all or anything." Ate them all? She hadn't even considered that an option until she blurted it out like that. Sheesh. Had he thought she'd plowed through the brownies? That was a scary thought. "I didn't think that," Nick assured her quickly. She laughed because he looked near panic, just like she felt inside. He smiled and the tentative barrier between them seemed to melt. "That's a relief." His shoulders relaxed and he rinsed off his hands. "I wouldn't blame you if you had." Janelle set the brownies on the counter with a definitive thunk. They landed like bricks disguised in chocolate frosting, messy, unapologetic, and absolutely loaded with potential. She raised an eyebrow. "You know," she mused, tapping her chin thoughtfully, just to see what he'd do. Nick dried his hands on a kitchen towel, but his gaze didn't follow the motion of the fabric. It followed her fingers. "You haven't lived until you've tried them frozen," she said, almost daring him. "Frozen?" Nick's brows lifted in playful disbelief as he stepped forward and claimed both brownies like a man on a mission. "That sounds illegal." "Go on," she coaxed, nodding toward the freezer like a queen granting permission. He hesitated, the corner of his mouth twitching. "I just had breakfast." Janelle crossed to the pantry and opened it, scanning the shelves for oatmeal. "I won't tell," she said without looking back. But she could feel it. His attention anchored to her like a string pulled taut. She could feel the air stretch and thrum between them. Nick tore open the wax paper, peeled back the edges, and brought the cold brownie to his lips. She stole a glance over her shoulder just in time to see his teeth cut through the thick, fudgy layer of frosting. Her breath caught. And then he looked at her, like the brownie was good, but watching her reaction was better. Janelle's grip on the oatmeal cylinder tightened, warping the cardboard beneath her fingers. Her whole body buzzed like a radio dial just barely tuned in, static humming beneath her skin. His gaze held hers, and she wasn't entirely sure her knees were working anymore. Nick sucked in a breath, and like a fool, or a woman falling faster than she wanted to admit, she mirrored him. He began to chew slowly, deliberately. Janelle wrenched her gaze away, afraid she'd forget how to stand. Her pulse pounded in her ears as she set the oatmeal on the counter with unnecessary precision and wrapped both hands around the edge to ground herself. "So?" she asked, voice almost normal. She measured out the oats, pretending her fingers weren't still shaking. "Is it everything I promised and more?" Nick made a strangled noise through a mouthful of sugar. Oh my, Gouffraid. She laughed, a bright, startled sound that bounced off the walls like sunlight and glass. I'll take that as a yes. The bowl slid into the microwave and she punched in the time, her eyes still dancing. Out of the corner of her vision, she caught him going back for another bite. He chewed with the reverence of a man rediscovering childhood, then tilted his head and looked from the brownie in his hand to the freezer, and back again. What? She asked, arching an eyebrow. I know that face. You're plotting something. The air just got thick with mischief. Nick swallowed and tapped a finger against the brownie. I'm not sure frozen is my favorite. Oh? She turned, crossing her arms and leaning against the counter. You like them better room temp? I think I'm going to have to try both together in order to figure it out. The microwave beeped and Janelle retrieved her breakfast. Are you trying to tell me you need more? She asked over her shoulder. Nick tore open the freezer. He looked in and then shook his head. I just don't see how those are going to last. He snatched 3 squares. See, they're disappearing fast. Janelle laughed. A feeling of utter delightment lifted her to her tippy toes. Okay. Lucky for you, I bought enough supplies for 2 batches. She'd bought enough for 4, but she had a feeling Nick didn't need to know that. No rush. Nick snatched another brownie and set it on his growing stack. Janelle's hand went to her hip. No rush? At this rate, they'll be gone by dusk. She didn't mind at all that Nick loved her baking, but had to give him a hard time. She absolutely couldn't help herself. Teasing him. Laughing together in the kitchen. This was the best way to start her day. Nick lifted his shoulders. I'll be gone all day. I need to stock up. In that case, Janelle retrieved a brown lunch sack from the pantry. You'll need a way to carry them. Nick's eyes sparkled. Good idea. She opened the bag, fingers trembling ever so slightly, and Nick placed each brownie square inside like they were something precious. There was no rush, no clumsy speed, just careful placement, 1, 2, 3, his hand brushing hers once, twice, until she thought the contact might undo her. After folding over the top, she offered it to him. He took it, but instead of backing away, Nick leaned down and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Janelle stilled. The whole world stilled. His lips lingered just long enough to tilt the axis of her body toward him, to light a fire where logic used to live. The scent of him enveloped her, a mix of clean skin and cologne with something new layered in, sugar, chocolate, desire. And then, without pulling away, he dipped just a little closer. Thanks for the sweets, he murmured against her skin, voice low and rough enough to chase goosebumps up the back of her neck. Her mouth parted. Air became a luxury she couldn't afford. Her knees wobbled beneath her, and her eyes fluttered closed, reflexive, involuntary. She couldn't have kept them open if she'd tried. Not when the heat of him poured over her like sunlight, not when she could hear the rustle of his shirt as he breathed, could feel the body heat that radiated between them, could sense the beat of something vast and unspoken thrumming in the inches of space they hadn't yet closed. It wasn't a kiss on the lips, but it was everything. She was paralyzed by the jolt of desire that lanced through her chest, down her spine, curling into her fingers like static. The moment stretched, ballooned, held, and when she finally opened her eyes, slowly, tentatively, Nick was still close enough that she could count the gold flecks in his irises. He looked as surprised as she felt, like the ground had shifted and neither of them had planned for it. Did he feel the way the air turned to velvet between them? The heavy blanket of attraction settling over their shoulders, tucking them in, daring them not to move. Her voice betrayed her first. Low, raspy, intimate. Have a great day. He blinked. Twice, like he was surfacing. Then he glanced down at the lunch sack in his hand as if noticing it for the first time, and the spell cracked just enough for him to take a step back. Something shifted in his expression. A regrouping. A decision. I will now, he said softly, and then he was gone, one glance over his shoulder. The door shut behind him with the quietest click, and Janelle stood frozen, her fingertips still tingling, her cheek still warm, her heart thundering a protest inside her chest. She didn't know if it was the brownies that made him say that or the kiss, but for her it was definitely the kiss that made her float through the day. She worked out with renewed vigor, barely noticing the miles disappearing beneath her feet on the treadmill. She showered and dressed for class, humming old songs from her high school days. She let in every driver who wanted to merge and took the stairs instead of the elevator to burn off some energy. If anyone had asked her why she was in such a good mood, she wouldn't have been able to explain it. A kiss on the cheek was nothing unless that kiss came from Nick. Then it felt like everything. She asked 100 silent questions. Had he thought it through or acted on impulse? Would he do it again? Would he kiss her for real? Did she want him to? Yes. Yes, she did. Even though a physical relationship would complicate things in their newlywed stage of a business marriage, she wanted to kiss Nick a lot. Wait, just so she was clear with herself, she wanted to very much to kiss him, and she wanted to kiss him a lot. Two different things, and she wanted both. She sighed heavily. Daydreaming about him wasn't going to make being around him and being a professional wife any easier. She should just put all thoughts of kissing him in an urn on the highest shelf in her brain and let them collect dust. No sooner had she resolved to do just that than her phone chimed with a text from him. "How was your first class?" She set her phone on her desk and just stared at it. The text itself was simple, innocent even. "How did your classes go?" 7 little words. But somehow they vibrated with meaning. First of all, Nick had texted her, not in response to a dinner question or because she'd initiated contact. No, this was unsolicited, voluntary, intentional. It was the first time he'd reached across the invisible space between them just to say something. Anything. That was big. Second, and here's where her breath caught, it was a personal question. Not too personal. He wasn't asking what she sang in the shower or if she secretly liked pineapple on pizza, but he'd asked about her classes, her world, not the house, not his schedule, not whether she'd restocked the almond milk or baked more brownies. No veiled reminders about wife duties, no polite curiosity masked as logistics. He'd asked about teaching, her thing, her dream. It felt cozy, gentle, like an overture of friendship wrapped in quiet interest. To be fair, Nick had never once treated her like a staff member. But still this felt like noticing. Unless she smirked. He kissed all his minions on the cheek before heading off to meetings. She laughed out loud at the thought, alone in her office with the sun cutting across the window. She was being ridiculous, and it felt amazing. So much of her world was structured, serious, bound by citations and deadlines. A little ridiculousness was refreshing, maybe even necessary. So, did she respond now, or let him wait a little? Wasn't there some kind of unspoken rule about timing and maintaining an air of mystery? But it had already been, she checked, 3 minutes since the message arrived. What if that was the only sliver of time he had? She tapped over to the shared calendar and scanned his blocks. Budget meeting, ongoing, which meant he'd texted her during a meeting. Her lips parted. How scandalous of him. Of course, business meetings were different from classes and department meetings. If you so much as looked at your phone during one of those, you were severely frowned upon. Janelle hated being frowned upon. Also, Nick was the owner/boss of the company. If he wanted to text during a meeting, he could. Still, her university training made texting back a conflict of conscience. It was good. "I always have a couple of students who sign up late and have to catch up. They'll make it, though. I'm correcting assignments now." She hit send and immediately groaned. "Ugh. TMI, Janelle," she muttered, dropping her head into her hands. Why had she rambled? Why hadn't she just typed "good, thanks," and moved on like a normal person? Her response had practically included a syllabus and a running commentary on how she almost cried when the whiteboard marker squeaked. Nick was busy. He was important. A man with investors and innovation meetings and a staff of people who needed his time. She chewed her lip and stared at her phone. She should have reread the message, waited 5 minutes, any minutes. But no, she'd gone full enthusiastic oversharer just because he'd asked about her day, because it felt nice, too nice. And now it was out there, no taking it back. She dropped her phone onto the desk like it had betrayed her and slouched back in her chair, mentally preparing herself for whatever awkward emoji or polite brush-off would come next. Nick? He was typing a response. Maybe she hadn't blown it completely. She hyperventilated as she waited for the message to come through. Nick, lucky students. My teachers weren't so kind. Janelle smiled. That was sweet of him. She stared at the phone. Was she supposed to text back? Ugh, anything that came to mind sounded like bragging, or like she was just trying to compliment him back. Why was texting so hard? Too much time had gone by, now it was awkward. What was she supposed to do? Maybe she should step away and then come back in a half hour with a "sorry, I had to take care of something" text. With a beep, a picture came through. It was, wait, what was that? She pulled the phone closer and squinted. The image was of the bottom of the lunch sack, where one lonely brownie with smashed frosting no less awaited its fate. She burst out laughing. Janelle, you have a serious chocolate problem. Winky face. Was a winky face too much? She buried her face in her hands. Seriously, the university should offer classes on flirt texting. She'd be on the front row. I didn't think so until today. You created this problem. What are you going to do about it? Winky face. She silently screamed. What would she do about it? How about spoon-feed him morsels of chocolate between kisses while they soaked in that giant hot tub downstairs? Gah! Her brain had snagged on Nick and she couldn't get it off. It didn't help that she ran everything he said or texted through her crush filter. She pressed her cold hands to her hot cheeks. She was so crushing on her husband/boss. Should she take it next level? Dare she? Janelle, that depends. What time are you getting off tonight? She hit send and the oxygen left the room. Leaning over, she gasped for air. What did she just do? Rereading the text made it sound even more suggestive. What time are you getting off? She might as well hang a sign on her door that says, I'm yours for the taking. She wasn't his for the taking. She was a good, middle-class girl with a Christine background who didn't throw love around with any guy who wanted to play toss. She wasn't a woman of the world who carried designer bags, and she glanced at the designer purse hanging on the hook by the door. Darn it! This whole marriage thing was changing her. Maybe too much. She needed to ground herself, get back to her roots. And why didn't he answer her already? Nick late? Unfortunately, dead late. Hurry! Janelle collapsed into her chair, relief flooding through her so fast her knees went weak with it. She wouldn't have to face the fallout of whatever flirty territory she'd just wandered into. What would that even look like? Her imagination, clearly unhinged, offered several vivid scenarios, most of which involved blushing, stammering, and at least one instance of accidentally knocking something off a table in front of Nick. She covered her face with both hands and groaned. No, thank you. Dragging her fingers through her hair, she reached into her desk drawer in search of a hair tie. She almost always wore it up when she taught. It helped her feel more grounded, more in control. But lately, with the new cut and color Trish insisted on, it took so little effort to make it look good. The soft layers framed her face just right, and the rich tone brought out her eyes. It was strange how such a small change could alter how she felt walking into a room. Beautiful. She actually felt beautiful. Not in a vain way, but in the way that made her stand taller. The kind of beauty that came from feeling seen, and she had been seen. Her students, especially the guys, had looked at her differently today. More alert, more curious. She'd expected that. What she hadn't expected was the shift in the female students. The air had gone tense the moment she'd introduced herself, and by the time she finished the syllabus overview, she could practically hear the unspoken commentary in their narrowed eyes and crossed arms. Scared? No. That wasn't the word. Threatened. By her? That was new, and not exactly welcome. She didn't know how to meet that kind of energy, so she'd done what she always did when faced with emotion she didn't have the tools to process, ignored it and pressed on. She was halfway through tying her hair up when a knock tapped against her open door. Hey, Janelle looked up to see Summer Clark, PhD student, sociology genius, and general beacon of boldness, grinning at her from the hallway. Wow. Janelle blinked at Summer's bright blue hair. Somehow, impossibly, it worked. Like neon had collided with magic and landed in the perfect messy bun. If I didn't like you so much, I'd hate you for pulling that off. Summer dropped her head back and laughed, showing all her teeth. Thanks. I think Daniel is seriously reconsidering having children with me, but that choice has already been made. She rubbed a nearly indiscernible bump on her lower belly. Janelle launched herself out of the chair and hugged her friend, rocking side to side. That's amazing. Summer and Daniel were married over spring break. They honeymooned in the North Shore. Janelle insisted she take the chair and perched on the desk for a chat. The timing couldn't be worse, Summer lamented with a giant smile on her face. I'll have to present my thesis the week before the baby is due. Is it bad that I don't even care? I'm just so excited to be a mom. Janelle nodded. It's wonderful. You're going to be great at this. Just like you are at everything. Summer batted away the praise. But look at you. The hair. Are those heels? She gaped at Janelle's painted toes peeking out of the strappy shoe. Turned out when you paid a ton of money for good shoes, they didn't hurt as bad to walk around in all day. I did a makeover thing, she tried to underplay the changes. It suits you. I think I did the blue as a final grab for the time I have to be the irresponsible person in my life. Summer placed one hand over her stomach in an unconscious gesture and Janelle's uterus ached. She'd wanted to be a mother her whole life. It wasn't like she was too old, but this professional marriage situation certainly added years to her timeline. Thanks. I'm not sure my female students like it all that much. Summer cocked her head to the side, a sure sign that she'd slipped into analytical mode. Of course they don't. You've always been smarter than anyone in the room, but now you're more beautiful. That's intimidating and will bring to the surface their own insecurities, which no one likes to face. So they'll hate you for that. But that's their problem, not yours. Janelle about choked. Her beautiful? Intimidating? No, that just wasn't her life. She was the nerd with dirt under her nails and a trowel in her back pocket. How do you know that? Summer lifted a shoulder. It's basic human behavior. Janelle shook her head in disbelief. I took the same undergrad classes you did, and I didn't know. Summer laughed. But you didn't grow up with Tiffany Turner, the most insecure mean girl on the planet. She made tennis club miserable for everyone. Once I realized she felt threatened by me, she lost her power and I beat her in state finals. Go Bobcats. She pumped her arm. Standing, she stretched. Okay, it's time for me to eat again, or I'm going to get very grumpy. Janelle laughed. I have an emergency protein bar at my desk if you ever need it. What kind? She asked with the focus of a cat on a mouse. S'mores. What other kind is there? Summer groaned. Now I want real s'mores. Ugh, these cravings are the devil. I'm going to the student store and see if they have marshmallows. Good luck. Janelle called after her as she rushed out. Thanks to Summer, she was able to put her worries about the semester aside. The women would either get over their insecurities or not, but that wasn't her problem. She didn't have to change who she was, or who she was becoming, or who she might pretend to be at the moment for them. She didn't have to change for Nick either. So why was she doing all this? Why the clothes and the hair and the nails? She sat in the question for a moment. What I need to know is who do I want to be, she said out loud. It wasn't about being what others expected, although that was how it had started. This moment, right here, was about her and her expectations. The trouble was that she'd been turned sideways as of late and wasn't sure about anything. She opened the file drawer and thumbed through the tabs. Somewhere in here was a letter she'd written herself 2 years ago as part of a mental exercise the department head made all the grad students do. They were supposed to talk about where they wanted to be in 5 years and who they wanted to be. She'd taken the assignment seriously, as she did every assignment, and had sealed the letter in an envelope and filed it away. Aha! There. She pulled it out and opened the flap. Dear Janelle, you did it. You sacrificed and you made your dream and your dig a reality. I'm so very proud of you. Now that you have one successful dig and hopefully 3 published papers on it and your PhD, you should be teaching at the university you've come to love so much and planning another expedition. You should walk around that campus like you are the boss. Stand tall. Be proud of what you've done, encourage others, and be kind. I see you as a polished professional, no longer the starving student. You have a beautiful home, a soft, huge bed to sleep in, a kitchen full of wonderful foods, and a library full of books to read on quiet nights. You've done it, Janelle. You've made our dreams come true. The paper slipped out of her fingers and fluttered to the desk. She was the perfect representation of the women that letter was written to. Well, mostly. She still had to finish her dissertation, actually go on to South America and prove or disprove her theories. But other than that, she was there. She had the clothes, the bed, the kitchen, the everything she'd ever dreamed of. Had it come out of order? Yes. Did that matter? Not in the long run. Why couldn't she be that polished professional now? There was no rule that she had to be a starving student her whole academic career. Except that's what she'd pictured. She knew where she came from. She knew that her financial situation wasn't one that lent itself to luxuries, and she'd been fine with that. What if she dared dream of more or even expect it? Would she have applied for other jobs? Would she have gone corporate while still working for her degree? Had her tunnel vision limited her opportunities? It was quite possible that the answer was yes. She refolded the letter and stuffed it in the envelope and pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and one of her favorite fancy pens, a gift from her parents when she'd graduated with her bachelor's. Dear Janelle, I hope when you get this letter that you have a strong sense of who you are and that you are comfortable in that space. I hope you are confident and constantly growing, kind and giving, a student of life and the past, as well as someone who is open to new ideas and experiences. You are already a boss. I hope you use that influence to inspire others, especially female undergrads who struggle with their insecurities. They need mentors who believe in them and women who inspire them. Be that woman by being your best self. Don't change for someone else, but freely change for yourself. Allow yourself room to expand and to love. Janelle stopped writing. To love. Should she allow her crush on Nick to bloom? It wasn't love. That much she was sure of. In fact, Nick caused a cavewoman reaction inside of her more than anything. First, she'd had the desire to taste the chocolate on his lips this morning, and then she'd fantasized about hot tubbing and kissing him. That type of thinking was so unlike her. She was practical, analytical, level-headed, reliable. Oh, shoot. Nick was still waiting for her response to his text. She grabbed up her phone and reread their last few exchanges, her cheeks heating at what she'd typed already. Thankfully, with the interruptions and deep self-analysis, she'd come to a place where she could put things to right between them. No more flirting. Just some friendly banter. Love may or may not be in the cards for her. What she needed to remember was that she had a goal in mind and she should stick to the path she'd laid out with Pamela in the Billionaire marriage broker's offices. Get married, pay for her adventure in Mexico, graduate, get divorced. Easy. In this case, being a wife was a great job and she would stop trying to read more into the situation. So Nick kissed her cheek. So what? It was a kind gesture. They lived together. Things like that would happen. Someday she might hug him, they'd hold hands too. These things would happen as they became more familiar with each other. It was fine. She cleared her throat and typed a response. Janelle, no worries. Chocolate will keep. Thanks. Winky face. Her heart skipped. Her phone dinged and she clicked over to Dr. Ford's text thread. Are you coming to the meeting? Oh, shoot. She scrambled to grab the appropriate files and her laptop into her arms. Since she'd explained as much as the confidentiality agreement would allow the private funding she procured for the expedition to Professor Ford, he offered to help her create a timeline to complete preparations for the dig. She raced down the hall as fast as her heels would allow. Sorry I'm late, she said as she took her seat and spread out the files. Where do you want to start? His office was a typical archaeology professor's office with random fossils used as paperweights and maps covering the walls. Dr. Ford wore plaid button-up shirts and khakis. If it was cold, he threw on a tan windbreaker which he wore all day. Thankfully, he didn't believe in wearing the vest with 100 pockets unless they were on site. He said he didn't like them because he never remembered what pocket he'd put things in. Dr. Ford's light brown eyebrows jumped and Janelle was once again reminded of the changes in her appearance. She sat taller. He dropped his eyes to the labeled documents and pointed. Let's start with the applicants who want to join you, shall we? Once we weed through those, you'll have a much better idea of the crew you're taking down. Then you can assign them tasks. She nodded in agreement. It would be great to have people on her team. She smiled softly at the words, her team. She was actually doing this. Even as they perused applications from grad students, her mind wandered back to Nick. He'd looked so good this morning, his hair still wet from the shower and the way it felt when his lips brushed her cheek. No matter how she tried to shake it, the attraction to him and the distraction it provided didn't diminish. Perhaps it would over time. She just had to keep moving forward, keep trying. The image of Nick pulling her close overtook all thoughts of applications. Janelle fell into the daydream, the names and applications in front of her blurring. Janelle, Dr. Ford asked, bringing her out of the wonderfully euphoric feelings of being cherished and ravished by a man's lips. Dr. Ford's concerned look filled her vision and she jerked into the present. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? His brow wrinkled in concern for her. Are you sure you're up to this? He waved his hand over the papers. She nodded, more than ever. Stupid cave woman. It was time to draw lines between her university life and home life, and then draw a few more between her and Nick just to be on the safe side. She couldn't let him, or rather her dumb crush on him, ruin what she'd spent a lifetime to obtain. Chapter 18. You ready to head out? Nick glanced up at his open office door just as an alarm went off on his phone to remind him it was time for the monthly roundtable luncheon. Every month, he and Greg, his VP, gathered a group of random employees for an open hearing state break. Brenda nudged Greg to the side as she strode in with a folder. Here's a list of the attendees and their positions. He scanned it quickly. The company had grown over the years and he no longer recognized every face he passed in the hallways or the parking garage. It was a good thing and a bad thing. In some ways, it left him feeling out of touch and slightly out of control. However, growth was a welcome problem to have, and so he memorized the faces on the sheet before him and added their names. We're taking both gamers. They employed several part-time testers who evaluated their products from a consumer's point of view. Basically, they got paid to play video games, but there were only 2 full-time gamers on staff. Both John and Jamie had reached the top levels in the gaming world, winning back-to-back game awards in LA. They're attached at the hip. Greg adjusted his jacket, a look of disdain on his face. Nick laughed and lightly punched him as he walked past him into Brenda's reception area. People used to say the same thing about me and you? Greg grunted in response. Nick turned to Brenda. Can I bring you anything? One of Chef Rodrigo's chocolate chip cookies? I hear they're to die for. She took the file back from him and promptly filed it away in her desk. Will do. He gave her a lazy salute as he walked onto the elevator. How's married life treating you? Greg asked as they watched the numbers tick down above the door. Why did they always do that? It's not like they were going to change order or anything. Nick grinned shamelessly. It's not bad. You should try it sometime. Greg snorted. Yeah, because there are 2 women out there who want a workaholic who's never home and doesn't pay any attention to them. Nick's smile melted. I pay attention to her. The doors opened and Greg stepped out first. Nighttime activities don't count. Nick's face flushed. It wasn't like he could explain that the 2 of them had separate bedrooms. Greg wouldn't understand any of that. He wouldn't understand how much fun, how entertaining, how exhilarating Nick found the game of Post-it tag that he and Janelle played. He wouldn't understand how intimate it felt to find a purple square of paper on the treadmill or next to a book he'd browsed through in the library. Nick turned the conversation to business things, and they were soon seated around a table with a white tablecloth, the scent of curry tantalizing their senses. He glanced over Tay Desert's section of the menu to verify that they did indeed have chocolate chip cookies for Brenda. They did. Weird combo, but who was he to judge? He'd eaten Janelle's chocolate chip cookie at 3 in the morning after half a burrito he found in the warming oven. So worth it. Eyeing the group at the table, he was pleased. Eclectic was a great word to describe them. Once everyone ordered, he cleared his throat. "Thanks for coming." He nodded to Samantha, head of marketing, John and Jamie, the gamers, Tom from accounting, and Hamilton from the janitorial staff. "This is an open forum meeting, a temporary mastermind group where any subject is on the table and negativity is banned from the discussion. We're here to help solve problems and brainstorm ideas. I don't care where you came from. If you have an idea, toss it out. Does anyone want to start?" Silence filled the space as they looked around at one another, testing the waters to see who was brave enough to go first. Hamilton coughed into his fist. His white hair was combed back and his weathered features tightened. "Well, if you don't mind my saying so, I could do without open cups in the garbage cans. Or better, bags that don't leak." He cut his eyes to Nick. "It's a pain to have to clean up the mess they leave behind. Takes up a lot of my time." Jamie screwed up her face. "Ew." Hamilton nodded. "Exactly. I go through half a box of gloves a day. Seems like we'd save money by just buying thicker plastic," Samantha tossed out. Nick grinned. Samantha taking Hamilton's concerns seriously would get them all off to a good start. Tom pulled out his phone. "I can run the numbers." Their food arrived. Tom continued to punch away at the screen, and by the time they were settled, he had an answer. Hamilton smiled at Tom before eyeing the biryani in front of him like a hand was going to pop out of it and grab his face. He came off as a man who would enjoy a good steak more than a rice dish. He sent Brenda a text asking her to have a gift card to a steakhouse delivered to the man before the end of the day. Nick stared down at the korma in front of him. Did Janelle like Indian food? He had no idea. They hadn't been out to eat since their wedding day. She didn't comment on what chef left for them in the warmer. Scratch that. She had left a note one night telling him not to miss the Alfredo. It was creamier than Hazel's maple pecan with just the right touch of garlic. Yes, he'd memorized her notes. It wasn't that big of a deal. He memorized stuff all the time. It felt bigger, though, because they were from her. "The higher quality garbage bags will cost more than the old ones." Tom interrupted his thoughts and brought this focus back to the lunch. "But if our plastic glove consumption goes down by as much as Hamilton here says it will, then we'll actually break even." "Hamilton," Greg addressed him, "if you put the request in for higher quality bags, I'll approve it first thing." Hamilton nodded and leaned back in his chair. He held himself like a man who had accomplished what he'd come here to do. As far as Nick was concerned, he'd earned that steak dinner by setting the tone for this lunch. "Who's next?" he asked. They talked about all sorts of things, from the quality of paper towels in the bathrooms to the incidentals budget for the accounting staff. Things were always decided, but they were discussed and taken seriously. Nick loved these lunches. They kept him in tune with the overall feeling in the company and often showed him where potential problems could arise. "Your cookies, sir." Their server placed a bag next to Nick's plate and then small plates of cookies in front of everyone. Nick stared down at his in shock. Dry. Crumbly. Dull. They called this a cookie? What kind of a chef was in the kitchen anyway? He would no sooner eat this than he would a piece of cardboard. He glanced around the table. Amy took a bite and her head dropped back, pouring her flame-red hair down her back. "This is so good." "No, that couldn't be true." John chewed his with enthusiasm. "Do you know how long it's been since I've had a cookie?" He giggled like a little girl, which they'd learned today was his normal laugh. He was a giggler and proud of it. Conversation continued, but Nick stared down at his place in concern. Why did the chocolate chip cookie in front of him have zero appeal, even though it came from one of the best chefs in the city? It didn't make sense. "It's because Janelle didn't make it," a voice inside his head whispered. He pushed the plate away and smiled at the white linen tablecloth. So far, she'd made brownies, chocolate chip cookies, lemon bars, and some kind of chocolate cake with a secret ingredient she wouldn't share no matter how many times he asked. And he'd asked several times. Perhaps if you tried asking in person, the voice egged him. He shoved the dumb away like an annoying drunk on the weekend. I know we're almost done here, but I'd like to talk about our pre-launch social media blitz for a moment. Samantha dabbed the corners of her lips with her napkin. She was in her early 40s and so darn good at her job that Nick overpaid her so no one would sweep her away from him like he'd swept her away from a cosmetics company 2 years ago. She was one of the few managers with profit share and stock options, and she earned every single extra she got. I'd like to follow the formula we've used before and release images of the characters, even if they are early depictions. In fact, I prefer those. Fans love to see the way the characters evolve. Nick half listened as he continued to argue with that voice. We're fine just the way we are for now. What about what Greg said about you ignoring your wife? I'm not ignoring her. I'm busy. And this was what we both signed up for. Our sticky note system worked just fine. He mentally reviewed a few of his favorites. After finding the first note on his car window, he took the challenge to leave notes everywhere and anywhere. Janelle did the same. Her last note was a joke. Why did the archaeologist ask a diamond to dinner? Because she likes carbon dating. He'd put one on the keyboard of her laptop that read, I asked my keyboard if it was feeling okay. It replied, I'm under a lot of pressure. He'd stuck one in the freezer on the pint of Hazel's chocolate explosion ice cream when she had a huge batch of papers to grade, just wishing her luck. His next move was to leave one on her pillow, but that seemed risky. John leaned forward. Isn't the point of building a system no one has ever been able to build before to surprise our competition? If we're releasing graphics that show a gamer sitting next to the character, it'll ruin the whole shock factor. His tone was like teenage boys arguing over why the Red Sox were better than the Yankees. World Series records don't count. John had a point. Tipping his hand by moving into Janelle's personal space, her bedroom, and even her pillow could be a big mistake. He was ready to get closer to her, but was she ready to be nearer to him? What if all she wanted was someone to exchange notes and was perfectly content with the system they had in place? Why change things up now? Because her penmanship makes your heart race, replied the voice. It was a rhetorical question, he shot back. It didn't matter that Janelle could turn a phrase and flip his heart into a somersault. Moving their relationship to a new level was not a good idea. The point is to sell consoles and games. Being the first in our field is a tool in the toolbox to doing that. Greg reminded them. We can't sell something if there isn't a demand. We need to create awareness of the product before there is a product, like we did with the Odyssey. He was right. Playing it safe was the way to go. Jamie tipped her head from side to side. I mean, a surprise drop is not unheard of. She was clearly in Camp John, which didn't surprise anyone considering the many nights the two of them stayed late. Nick had seen them in the testing room, covered in Cheetos powder and slugging down energy drinks. The testing room was a perk of the job, and he was glad to see someone using it. And people love being surprised. All people or women? Nick asked. Because if Janelle liked surprises, he could do surprises. He liked it when she surprised him with baked goods. Jamie looked around like she wasn't sure if she was supposed to answer a question based on gender or not. Not. A warning voice, which sounded a lot like his head of human resources, screamed at him. What I meant to ask was, Nick shifted, is a surprise release going to delight the majority of our fans or upset them? Jaime broke into a grin, knowing full well that he was trying to dig himself out of a hole. With the product we have, a surprise would blow their minds. Samantha plucked at her skirt. She probably hadn't picked up a controller since the Nintendo 64. He didn't care about her high score as long as she knew marketing. We need to stay fresh in gamers' minds. Without hinting at something new, what do we have to offer them while we're waiting for the release? Nick waited for someone else to answer. While they thought, his mind drifted back to Janelle. It did that a lot lately. Should he surprise her tonight? Do something that felt reckless, like bring home a pizza and ask her to dinner. Sitting in the family room upstairs and eating pizza right out of the box with his wife was one of his fantasies. It was simple, and men got to do it all the time. Every other married man on the planet except him. He thought he'd save all those moments for the woman he would build a family with, but he couldn't let go of the image of Janelle leaning against the couch, a slice of pepperoni in her hand, and a smile on her face. Casual, relaxed, content, heaven. "Why don't you spread some rumors that something new is coming?" added Hamilton. This was the first time he'd spoken up since the whole trash bag convo. "All you have to do is tell someone not to tell, and then the whole world will know about it." Samantha lit up. "Speculation is the best advertising." Ha. Speculation is the best advertising. Ha. Nick smacked his hand on the table in agreement. "Right you are, Hamilton." He spent more time thinking about Janelle speculating than he had any other woman ever. All eyes whipped to him as if he'd thrown down his plate and broken it. "Mr. Ryburn is on board." Greg gave him a "what's up with you, weirdo?" look before turning to Samantha. "Is there a way you could make that work?" Nick pasted on a smile and tuned them out. If daydreaming about eating pizza with Janelle made his palm heat and his lungs tighten, what would it be like to actually live that moment with her? "Nick?" asked Stephanie. "Earth to Nick." Greg chuckled. Nick lifted his eyes from the tablecloth and looked at his head of marketing. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" he asked. His question was met with shocked silence. Greg shifted in his seat, his eyebrows lifting so high they looked like they wanted to crawl right into his thick brown hair. Stephanie cocked her head and said kindly, "What do you think about planting some Easter eggs in our current campaign and then whispering to the right sources that something big is on the way?" "I trust you on this," he deferred to her knowledge. She tapped her teeth with one perfectly manicured fingernail. "I've never planned a release like this before. She continued to mumble to herself as she made notes on her phone. Greg pointed to his watch. Yeah, they were almost out of time, but he didn't want to interrupt Stephanie if she was in the middle of a creative storm. "Let's take the last 5 minutes to message the people we need to talk to based on the decisions made here today." Nick checked his calendar and then the time. He didn't have anything on the docket for tonight after work. More importantly, neither did Janelle. If he left the restaurant and worked from the back seat of the town car, he could be home in time to order a pizza and finally spend some time getting to know his sticky note queen in person. "It's about time," snarked a voice in his head. This one didn't sound like the head of HR. No, it sounded like his heart. "Can't you just be happy for me?" He griped back at it, feeling judged. The image of him walking through the door and sweeping Janelle into his arms for a passionate "I'm home" embrace filled his head. He flushed at the very thought of her long hair tickling his arm and her soft skin against his palm. "Then I'll be happy," said the voice. Nick gritted his teeth. It wasn't that he was opposed to kissing Janelle, it was just that a kiss was a huge leap from where they were now. Such a big leap that it felt impossible and ridiculous to even entertain the thought. So why was he still thinking about it? Obsessing over kissing her? Forget entertaining the thought, he'd invited it to move in and use his sock drawer. Suddenly, everyone stood and tossed their napkins onto their plates. They didn't look upset, just like the meeting had adjourned. Yes, freedom and pizza, and Janelle, all to himself for the whole evening. He pulled out his phone to add their date to the calendar and paused. Should he ask her before he puts it on there? He could put it on the calendar and add a question mark. That would show that he was asking, right? Where were his sticky notes when he needed them? Maybe he could call the housekeeper and ask her to post one on the fridge? Yeah. He glanced up at the retreating figures. "Have a great night, everyone." Greg stopped and turned back. "What do you mean?" He gestured for Nick to go with him. Nick's heart sank. "What do you mean? What do I mean?" He gulped, his throat suddenly dry. "We just talked about this." He pinched his eyebrows together. Nick gritted his teeth. "Enlighten me." Greg lifted a shoulder. "Samantha, the Easter egg campaign, as she's calling it." Nick nodded. "Sounds brilliant." Greg's eyebrows climbed even higher. "She asked you to debrief her team when we get back." He pointed over his shoulder to the door. "I said yes." Nick scowled. I said yes for you because you'd zoned out. He stepped closer. What is going on with you? Nick ran his hand through his hair. I have somewhere to be. Nick ran his hand through his hair. I have somewhere to be. He checked his watch again. Janelle is, not hard, but hard enough to make him pay attention. Get your head in the game. This is your project, the one you've been working on for 2 years straight. You practically lived at the office for 6 months and you sold your soul to get them on board. And now you want to blow it off? For what? A little hanky-panky on a Thursday night? Nick's muscles went hard. He pinned Greg with a glare that clearly said he'd gone too far. It's not like that. Never talk about my wife like that again. Greg lifted both hands. Whatever. Nick shook out his fist in an effort to release the sudden desire to kill his best friend. You're the one who makes the gotta make sacrifices to get ahead speech all the time. I want to lie on a beach for 10 days next to a beautiful woman in a bikini, but we don't always get what we want, do we? He hooked his arm around Nick's shoulders and ushered him toward the door. Honestly, I can't believe we're having this conversation. You're the captain, remember? If you don't steer the ship, it'll sink. Nick mentally shifted gears. Shifted them away from his pizza night dream and the happiness that danced in Janelle's dark eyes. It was painful and sharp, like trying to shift gears without using the clutch in an old pickup truck. Someday, he consoled himself, someday he'd have all that he dreamed of and more. His chest constricted and he rubbed the spot right over his heart. I'm coming. He shrugged off Greg's arm and strode forward with purpose. Greg quick-stepped to keep up with him. That wife of yours must be something, man. One side of Nick's mouth quirked up. She is. She really is. As he climbed into the town car that would take him back to the office, he pulled up his housekeeper's number and sent a text, asking her to order pizza for Janelle and leave a note on it that reads, "What kind of person doesn't like pizza? A weird..." His housekeeper replied with a thumbs up, which she'd never done before. Perhaps she assumed that Nick was loosening up with Janelle around and such informality was becoming the norm. Or perhaps Janelle had cast her spell over the whole house and his housekeeper had fallen right along with the rest of them. Or it could be that the staff had taken note of their game and thought it was cute. His ears burned. Oh well, there was no way to live privately in his house. If they saw him flirt with his wife, so be it. Because she flirted back. Nick grinned and then stopped himself. Any woman who could make him smile like that, without being in the same car, was worth making an effort for. The trouble was, Greg was right. If he dropped the ball now, it wasn't just him who paid the price. People counted on him to provide a job and health insurance and more. He needed to not only stay afloat, but steer the ship. He just didn't know how to do that and spend time with Janelle. Chapter 19. Janelle sat in her rust bucket of a car, the engine ticking as it cooled, and stared at the ring on her left hand. The stone caught a sliver of late afternoon light and threw it across the dashboard in a tiny dance of sparkle, like it didn't know the weight it carried. There was no way Mom wouldn't notice. Her mother had owl eyes, capable of spotting a bag of hidden Oreos beneath a bed in total darkness. A diamond wouldn't stand a chance. With a sigh, Janelle slipped the ring off and held it in her palm, surprised by how wrong it felt, how empty her hand looked without it. The wave of guilt that followed came fast and sharp, and she wasn't prepared for it. Which was ridiculous, wasn't it? She didn't exactly go around making marriage announcements. At school, she wore the ring turned inward, tucked between decoy bands like it was just another piece of costume jewelry. No one asked. Not even Summer, and to be fair, Summer was juggling a pregnancy and a dissertation, which earned her a pass for missing the teeny tiny detail that Janelle had secretly become someone's wife. Besides moving into Nick's mansion and slipping on his last name, on paper anyway, her life hadn't changed all that much. She still kept her own hours, still drank bad coffee and chased research deadlines, still rode the train with her headphones in, eyes on her screen, pretending she was just another grad student and not someone with a legal spouse and a walk-in closet the size of her old apartment. So why did it feel like betrayal to take the ring off? The guilt gnawed at her, not because she'd done something wrong, but because she was hiding something right. Or maybe not right, exactly, but real. She was married. Technically. contractually, emotionally, complicatedly. Mom would get that tight smile she used when she disapproved but didn't want to say it aloud. Dad would go quiet the way he did when a news story upset him, but he didn't want to ruin dinner. They were old school in all the best ways. Dad had worked for the same company his entire career. Loyalty was a language in their house. They believed in slow and steady, in one step at a time, in hard work paying off eventually if you just stayed the course. They didn't believe in shortcuts. Not for jobs, not for relationships, and definitely not for marriage. And that's what this would sound like to them. A shortcut, a deal, a deception. Janelle glanced around the interior of her car, faded upholstery, one rattling vent, an emergency granola bar that had seen better months, and chewed her lip. There was nowhere safe to stash something like this. Even tucked into her backpack, she'd feel it pressing against her conscience. Still, she found the smallest zippered pocket, the one meant for keys and things you couldn't afford to lose, and nestled the ring inside, sealing it shut with a whisper of a prayer. Then she took a breath, grabbed her bag, and headed inside. "I'm here," she called, stepping into the one place in the world that still smelled like her childhood: tomato sauce, lemon cleaner, and unconditional love. "We're in the kitchen," Mom called down the hallway. The front door opened into what Mom had always called the visiting room, even though it had long since evolved into a hybrid space, part TV lounge, part game room, part catch-all for family memories. The hallway stretched ahead, branching off into bedrooms, her parents' on the left, hers on the right, or what used to be hers. These days, her childhood bedroom doubled as an office/treadmill storage unit, a home gym office, as Mom dubbed it, with a tone that suggested both pride and apology. At the end of the hall, light spilled from the kitchen and dining nook, the warm hum of family life rising in quiet symphony. A wide glass door framed the far wall, revealing the enclosed patio beyond, the sunroom, where tomato plants and potted geraniums kept each other company beneath twinkle lights strung like stars. Janelle smiled as she stepped into the familiar glow, the scent of marinara sauce hitting her like a hug. She couldn't help it. Her mouth curved even wider, remembering Nick's pizza joke the other night, and the way it had caught her off guard made her laugh in spite of herself. "Hey, pumpkin!" Dad drew her into a one-armed hug without missing a beat, still stirring the sauce like a maestro conducting dinner. He kissed the top of her head, and that one simple gesture grounded her in the safe, steady love of home. The kind that didn't ask for anything but her presence. "Good to be seen," she said, slipping into her spot in the rhythm of the room. She leaned in and inhaled. "That smells amazing. Is the oregano from your herb garden?" "Of course." Mom, ever the kitchen conductor in her own right, poured boiling water and noodles into the strainer. When she turned back, her glasses were fogged so thoroughly she looked like a mad scientist in the middle of a culinary breakthrough. Janelle and her dad laughed in unison as she huffed a breath upward to clear her bangs. It was chaos and comfort, all in one snapshot, and Janelle breathed it in like oxygen. Janelle took the empty pot from her hand so she could wipe off her lenses. "Thanks, Han. Wow. Your hair." She reached out and picked up a strand, fingering it. "I love the color. Oh my gosh. Ian, would you look at this hair?" Dad looked and then turned back to the sauce. "Looks like hair." Mom flapped a hand at him. "Men." She grinned, and Janelle, stepping back to look her over. Janelle glanced down. She'd worn one of her new outfits. Just a pair of jeans and a box t-shirt with ruffled cap sleeves. Nothing extravagant. She'd thought about putting on her old yoga pants and a college hoodie, but the idea of wearing that outfit out seemed wrong. Not just because Trish would have thrown a complete fit if she'd ever found out, but because she didn't see herself as that slouchy college kid anymore. "It suits you." Mom hugged her a little tighter than normal. The sense that she saw Janelle as more of a grown-up, as a woman coming into her own, filled the air around them. Janelle reveled in it. This wouldn't have happened without Nick. "Are you seeing anyone?" Mom asked as they filled their plates and then took them to the table. Mom only pulled out the serving dishes for holidays and insisted that the food tasted just as good from the pot as it did from a fancy bowl. Dad lowered his eyebrows, his classic response whenever Mom dared to tread into the murky waters of Janelle's love life. The man could face down rush hour traffic without flinching, but a casual mention of dating and he braced like someone had offered him a root canal. Janelle had brought home a few boyfriends over the years, two to be exact. Both had shaken hands too firmly, made awkward small talk over dinner, and disappeared like dust after the final exam. None of them had stuck. And she'd long since stopped trying to explain why. Jeffrey, the last and most hopeful of the bunch, had ended things with a line that still rang in her ears: "It's just hard to compete with dead people." He wasn't wrong. Bones and buried cities were infinitely more reliable than men who texted in lowercase and couldn't spell archaeology. She hadn't missed Jeffrey, not even a little. She'd filed it under "not meant to be" and moved on. So what did it mean that she couldn't stop thinking about Nick? That she'd spent all morning replaying the way he looked at her like she wasn't a puzzle to be solved, but a treasure to be studied? Her throat went dry, parched as desert stone. She reached for her water, fingers brushing her neck where her pulse fluttered. Mom's eyes narrowed, but in the way a cat narrows its gaze before pouncing. "There's someone," she said with the glee of a woman who just uncovered a long-lost family secret. "I knew it. You've got that far away, dreamy look. Tell us everything." Janelle choked on a bite of spaghetti. "War?" she coughed, grabbing her glass like it was a life preserver. She gulped water, but it did little to cool the sudden flush burning her cheeks. Mom laughed, delighted. "Come on, I want the good stuff." "Cheryl," Dad muttered, nudging her with a low warning, "maybe she's not ready to share." "Nonsense." Mom waved him off with the confidence of a woman who'd raised a daughter and knew all her tells. "I'm her mother. She can tell me anything." A strangled half-laugh, half-gasp escaped Janelle's throat. "Anything?" Try explaining a secret marriage contract to the woman who still made jam from scratch and believed in love at first sight. "Here." Dad handed over his glass without a word, the silent kind of support that made her want to cry and hug him all at once. Then he got up to refill it, clearly sensing she needed the moment more than he did. Janelle drained the glass in a series of long gulps, not because she was parched, not because she was still coughing, but because she needed time. Time to construct an answer that sounded casual, not catastrophic, something believable. "It was a setup," she blurted, setting the glass down with a little too much triumph. Mom blinked at the way her nice glasses clinked against the wood, but didn't comment, yet. Janelle slumped in her chair, her triumphant moment fading fast. "I mean, a blind date. A friend introduced us. We didn't know each other before, but now we do." "I know what a blind date is," Mom said, lips pursed like she'd just tasted something suspicious. "What does he do?" Janelle stabbed a meatball with more force than necessary. "He owns a tech company." "Owns?" Mom's voice hit an octave normally reserved for spotting a celebrity in line at the post office. Dad, already suspicious, pulled out his phone. His thumbs hovered. "Which one?" Cornered, Janelle reluctantly gave the name. Then, without meeting their eyes, she shoved the entire meatball into her mouth, an edible excuse not to speak, or lie, or melt under the scrutiny she could already feel tightening like a net. A low whistle escaped Dad's lips. Wait. He tapped his screen and tilted it toward her. "Is this the guy?" Power suit. Sculpted jaw. CEO confidence dialed up to 11. Janelle nodded with a mouth too full to form words, or maybe just too full of panic. Mom reached for the phone. "Let me see." Dad turned it, and Mom let out a slow, appreciative whistle of her own, different from his. Longer. Lower. Definitely more female. Janelle groaned and set down her fork. "Okay, yes, he's handsome. Can we not turn this into a thing?" Mom grinned over the rim of her glass. "I didn't say a word." Dad chuckled as he returned to the table. "She got you there." "You didn't have to," Janelle said, dabbing her lips with her napkin. "I could practically hear your thoughts. You both had the same expression you make when Dad finds heirloom tomatoes at the farmer's market." She pointed from one to the other, and for a moment it was all laughter and teasing, except Janelle's pulse thudded in her ears. "I'm confused." Dad frowned, still scrolling through Nick's bio. "You like this guy?" "He's a college dropout who builds video game consoles." "What do the two of you even talk about?" Janelle's shoulders tightened. The tension climbed up her spine like it had a grudge. "I don't know anything." Everything. She stabbed at her spaghetti, trying to appear nonchalant. Corny jokes, food preferences. He's actually pretty funny and thoughtful. He bought books on Mayan archaeology. She didn't add that he'd barely had time to crack them open, or that the gesture had warmed her in a place she hadn't expected to still be tender, because what mattered wasn't the reading, it was that he'd wanted to understand something about her, that he'd tried. That's nice, Mom said, spearing her salad with a little more force than necessary, but the words felt like a placeholder. Like a rest in a piece of music right before the big crescendo, except no one was sure if the song was over. Janelle hated that moment. The uncertain silence, the suspense of not knowing whether to clap or brace for more. She swallowed hard. "It's all very new, guys," she said, glancing between them. "We're still getting to know one another." That part was true, one post-it note at a time. At this rate, maybe they'd graduate to friendship by Christmas, maybe they'd part ways quietly after their contractual arrangement ended, but none of that needed to be said aloud. Mom offered a wink that was almost playful. "Keep me posted." Dad chuckled, tapping at his phone. "Or better yet, bring him to dinner." Janelle shook her head instantly. "That's not gonna happen." There were too many layers to untangle, too many things her parents didn't know, like the fact that Nick wasn't just a man she was dating, he was technically her husband. A technicality, yes, but a binding one. Bringing him here would only stir questions she didn't have real answers for. And how could she explain to Nick that her parents thought their romance was real, which it wasn't? Not really, except sometimes it felt like it might be, like the night he left her a brownie and a note, like the way he remembered her favorite chocolate milk, or how he texted her in the middle of a meeting just to ask about her class. She chewed the inside of her cheek. Chocolate ice cream after a long day of grading wasn't technically romantic, but it was thoughtful, and thoughtful had a funny way of creeping under her skin. Maybe he did that sort of thing for all his employees. Maybe Brenda could tell her. She snorted quietly into her napkin. On second thought, Brenda probably didn't have time for small talk about Nick's gifting habits. Every interaction Janelle had with her was clipped, professional, and delivered at the speed of light. That woman ran her own empire from the corner of Nick's. And Janelle? She still couldn't figure out if she belonged in Nick's world or if she was just passing through. "Who's up for trivia?" Dad asked, rubbing his palms together like a game show host about to hand out $1 million question. Mom laughed as she gathered the last of the dishes. "You'd better say yes. He bought a new game and has been waiting all week to crack it open." Janelle grinned and stood, scooping up her plate. "I'm in." She'd agree to repaint the bathroom or re-roof the house if it meant dodging another round of Nick-related questions. A game of trivia was a gift. As she rinsed marinara off her plate, she let her conscience check in just for a minute. She told her parents about Nick, sort of. Enough that it counted. Technically. Sure, they thought he was a new boyfriend and not a legally binding husband, but those were just semantics. Still, a fresh problem was already blooming. Now that they thought there was a guy in the picture, they'd want updates. Progress reports. Maybe even a meeting. What was she going to say next Sunday when they asked how things were going? That her fake boyfriend hadn't kissed her but did bring her ice cream? That he left flirty post-it notes and short-circuited her thoughts just by standing too close? She sighed and scrubbed harder at the pan. How was she supposed to avoid introducing Nick for an entire year? "You ready for some hard questions?" Dad bumped her playfully with his elbow. She nodded, despite the weight pressing against her ribs. "What other kind of questions are there?" she said, trying to keep her tone light even though the words landed heavy. Marriage was nothing but hard questions, especially one built on logistics and legal paperwork instead of love. And the hardest question she tried not to ask herself? Why deep down did she want Nick to show up here tonight unannounced, all charming smile and rumpled suit, just to take her hand at the table, lean in close, and make her parents fall for him the way she was trying so hard not to? The image was so vivid it left her breathless. Nick laughing with her dad, cracking jokes, and beating everyone at trivia like it was a sport. Her mom whispering, "You found a good one, Janelle." Nick's arm around her shoulders, casual, like it belonged there, like he did. She shook herself. Reality check. That wasn't going to happen. This wasn't a Hallmark movie. She'd married a stranger with fantastic forearms and a jawline that could be its own landmark, but a stranger nonetheless. The closest they'd come to intimacy was 2 bedrooms apart and a lingering glance across the kitchen. Wishing for more was like falling in love with a mirage, beautiful, tempting, and totally out of reach. Maybe she needed to find a new mummy to study, something buried and ancient, something dead. Even a decomposing monarch sounded less complicated than her daydreams of Nick. At least mummies didn't make you blush when they walked into the room. After a guilt-riddled night of tossing and turning, one spent replaying every moment of the past week and questioning whether marrying Nick had been a stroke of brilliance or the worst judgment call of her academic career. Janelle padded into the kitchen just after dawn. Her fuzzy robe trailed behind her, and she rubbed sleep from her eyes as she pressed the button on the smoothie machine. She'd prepped it the night before: banana, spinach, a little almond butter, protein powder she could tolerate, and just a hint of cocoa powder to make it feel like a treat. If she started it before getting dressed, it would be ready and waiting when she came down, smooth, whipped, and not at all like drinking chalk. Small victories. She'd take them where she could get them. Morning, said a voice like caramel drizzled over dark chocolate, smooth, warm, and rich enough to make Janelle's knees knock. She yipped, an actual, unfiltered yip, and yanked her robe closed across her chest like it was armor. Her heart jackhammered in her ribcage, and her hand flew to her hair, which she was absolutely certain looked like she'd just been electrocuted. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, breathless and still a little sleep-dazed. Nick, standing in her kitchen, looking like a walking daydream in joggers and a fitted black tee that hugged his shoulders like it had taken a personal oath to worship them. He was slicing a banana into a bowl of oatmeal, all calm and casual, like he wasn't casually wrecking her morning routine. "Pretty sure I live here," he said, lifting one side of his mouth in a lopsided, smug little half-smile that should have been illegal before 8 a.m. She swallowed hard and smoothed the hand over the back of her hair, certain it resembled a bird's nest at this point. Did she have toothpaste on her cheek? Mascara smeared? A poltergeist's hairstyle? Her eyes flicked down to her robe to check for stains. Clean. That was something. She cinched the tie tighter, needing to feel in control of something. Before she could recover or form a coherent sentence, the door to the butler's pantry opened and in walked Prescott, their ever-composed, ever-dry butler, holding a clipboard and moving with the kind of precision usually reserved for British crime dramas and royal pageantry. "Ah, Mrs. Ryburn." His brows lifted a half-centimeter. "I'm afraid you've offended our resident chef." Janelle blinked. What?" She glanced at Nick, whose jaw had gone razor-sharp. He was watching Prescott like the man had just insulted his honor in a duel. "I don't understand," she said. "I mean, I was told I could use the kitchen." Nick's eyes didn't leave Prescott. Janelle tugged at her robe again, trying to air out the sudden heat in the room, and it wasn't coming from the oven. "Indeed," Prescott said, unbothered. "No one is offended that you bake, ma'am." Janelle wrinkled her nose at the title. Ma'am made her feel like she should be offering someone a butterscotch and a life lesson. Nick's mouth twitched at her reaction, though he schooled his face quickly. However, Prescott continued, "Chef has recently discovered that you've been making your own protein smoothies in the mornings." He moved to the fridge, extracted the blender cup, now full of fruit, spinach, almond milk, and yes, that was flax seed, and added a scoop of ice like it was evidence in a court of law. "Chef prides himself on his smoothies," he said, lifting a pristine hardback from beside the fruit bowl. "Apparently, he's written a book." He handed it to her with the reverence of someone offering up a sacred text. Janelle took it with both hands. "I had no idea." The cover featured a young man, late 20s, handsome in a fresh from culinary school kind of way, blonde hair, trimmed beard, white chef's coat, and a cheeky grin as he held out a pink smoothie to the reader like it was a secret potion. Prescott returned the blender to its base. "You may start it when you're ready." "Thank you," she said, flipping pages. "Oh, do you think he could make this one tomorrow?" She held the book out to Prescott, pointing to a frothy orange-pink concoction promising clarity, calm, and glowing skin. "I've heard chia seeds are like magic." Prescott smiled, indulgent as ever. "I believe he would be honored." He turned for the door, then paused with one hand on the frame. And I have no doubt he'd enjoy a lively discussion about chia seeds at length if you've got the time. The unspoken message floated in the space between them like steam off a tea kettle. Chef was sensitive. Her interest in his book would go a long way in keeping harmony in the household. Janelle nodded, catching every nuance. I'll make the time. Behind her, Nick made a noise, not quite a grunt, not quite a sigh, but unmistakably filled with disapproval. Prescott turned at the sound, his expression neutral, but Janelle caught it. That tiny flicker of amusement, that grin he didn't fully let out before he stepped into the hallway and vanished, leaving behind a trail of perfectly measured chaos. What was that about? Still clutching the cookbook like a promise and a shield, Janelle moved to the counter and reached for the smoothie button, trying to stay focused. She'd need to read through the table of contents and skim a few chapters before breakfast tomorrow. She'd talk to Chef. She'd smooth it over. That's what she was here for, wasn't it? To make this household hum? Are you planning to spend time with him? Nick's voice came low and sudden behind her, cutting clean through her thoughts. She turned, and her robe slipped an inch off her shoulder, her breath caught. He wasn't glaring. He wasn't smirking. He was watching her. With focus, with tension pulled tight through every line of his body, like he was bracing for something, or maybe trying very hard not to act on it. His gaze trailed down her cheek, pausing at the bare curve of her collarbone before snapping back up to her eyes. Janelle swore the air thickened. She felt caught. Not in a bad way. Not even in an awkward way. More like a current had opened between them, quiet and invisible, and suddenly she was tethered to him by heat alone. She stared back into those storm-gray eyes rimmed in steel blue. Or was it the other way around? Either way, they held her still, anchored her, pulled her in. His stance was deceptively casual, one ankle crossed over the other, back against the granite counter, but his knuckles were white against the marble. His jaw locked tight, the muscle ticking just once before he asked, voice velvet and grit, Chef. Janelle's brain stuttered. Who? Her throat went dry. Her eyes dropped to his mouth. Oh no! That bottom lip was just as full as she remembered, and just as dangerous. She couldn't help it, her imagination sparked to life. What would it feel like, taste like, to lean in and kiss him right now? Her thoughts puddled, hot and illicit, on the floor between them. She shivered. Not from the cold, but from the memory of his cheek brushing hers. That kiss had been innocent, hadn't it? So why did her skin still remember it like a secret? Chef, Nick said again, this time nodding toward the book still pressed against her chest like a lifeline. His tone was cooler now, more businesslike. But the weight of his stare never lifted. Janelle blinked herself back to the surface. Oh, right, Chef. The way he was looking at her, it wasn't part of the deal. It wasn't contract language or polite detachment. It was something else entirely. And whatever this was, this charged, wordless space between them, she wasn't sure if she should step into it or run. Well, Nick's voice cut through the room, low and sharp, as if he couldn't quite hold back the question. Janelle blinked, jolted from the warmth still humming under her skin like the remnants of a touch she hadn't received. Of course, she said, her voice catching slightly. She tucked her hair behind her ear, trying to recover her balance, trying not to read into the heat that had pulsed between them just moments before. It's my job. His response wasn't even a word, just a grunt. Non-committal. Guarded. He spun away from her like someone flipping a switch, and the sudden loss of his focus left her sagging against the fridge like it had been holding her upright the entire time. But it wasn't over. Do you meet with Chef often? He asked, turning back with a spoon halfway to his mouth. The movement casual, the question anything but. He didn't wait for her answer. Just shoved a large bite of oatmeal between his lips like he was trying to prove how unbothered he was, which would have been more convincing if his gaze hadn't dipped again to the open curve of her collarbone. His eyes lingered there for one too many seconds before flicking back up. Too late. She'd seen it. Her skin prickled under his attention, and warmth spread like sunlight across her chest. What was happening right now? This wasn't polite curiosity. This wasn't professionalism. This was something else. something quiet and raw and not at all contained. He snapped his eyes back to hers, and for one brief second, Janelle saw it. The thing he was trying not to feel, the thing she hadn't dared name. Embarrassment rushed in. Her flush deepened. Her mouth worked for an answer, something rational to cover the irrational energy tightening the space between them. "I've never met the man," she said, a little too fast. She set the cookbook down like it might burn her fingers and turned to press the smoothie button, praying the sudden whirl of blades and ice would drown out the wild thump of her heart. Big mistake. The second the machine started, so did her senses. She inhaled and regretted it immediately. The air was thick with Nick's cologne, clean, woodsy, subtle, but now etched into her brain as something wholly, undeniably his. She squeezed her eyes shut for one breath. Then two. She needed a reset. A cold front. Anything to silence the part of her that had just imagined pressing her cheek against his shoulder and letting herself forget, just for 1 second, that they were only pretending. But she could fix this. Whatever tension he was feeling, it was probably about the chef. Probably about his carefully calibrated life being upended by her trying to be helpful. That was the point of all this, wasn't it? To keep things running smoothly? She turned off the machine, forcing herself to smile. "Don't worry," she said, her voice brighter than she felt. "I'll make sure Chef is happy here." Nick slammed his spoon down so hard it made her jump. "I don't give a rat's behind if he's happy here." Her mouth fell open. What?" she stammered. Her brain scrambled, trying to make sense of his tone. "But that's why you married me." The word slipped out before she could catch it. Her eyes darted toward the hallway, praying no one had overheard. Nick ran a hand through his hair, looking like he was 2 seconds from tearing it out. The movement released a fresh wave of his scent, and Janelle had to grip the counter to steady herself. "You're right," he said at last, voice tight, posture coiled. "You're doing exactly what I asked you to do." But the way he said it didn't sound like praise. It sounded like regret. And that was much worse. Grabbing his bowl, Nick stormed toward the door. "It's not your fault I hired a Food Network darling of a chef." He shoved the door open, and it slammed it closed with the kind of force that echoed. Janelle stood frozen. "What the heck?" she whispered into the kitchen's silence. Prescott breezed back in, the very picture of composed efficiency. His gaze flicked to the still-whirring smoothie machine, then to her face, where confusion and fluster hadn't had time to smooth themselves out. One of his arched brows rose in polite inquiry. "Is everything all right, ma'am?" Janelle scowled and pulled at her robe sash. "It seems I've managed to offend both the chef and she stumbled over the word, barely getting it out, husband." Her voice pitched higher than she meant. "I don't even know what I did." Prescott chuckled softly. "Chef will recover the moment you compliment his chai seeds." He reached over and tapped the cover of the smoothie cookbook with a single finger, then glanced toward the hallway Nick had disappeared down. "As for Mr. Ryburn, the green-eyed monster never looks good on anyone." He tapped the side of his nose in theatrical secrecy before disappearing into the butler's pantry, his footsteps silent but his meaning deafening. Nick. Jealous? Janelle wrinkled her nose. Jealous of the chef she'd never met. Her gaze dropped to the cover of the cookbook still lying on the counter. Okay, yes, Chef Julian, she finally read his name, was handsome, in a boyish, overachieving, possibly still in grad school way. But compared to Nick, not even in the same solar system, Nick had that unshakable alpha calm, mature, grounded, the kind of man who didn't need to raise his voice to command a room. Broad shoulders, chiseled jaw, and that intense, all-seeing stare. And when he smiled, oh heavens, that smile was the real treasure. The kind of smile that made her wonder if this was what Howard Carter felt when he stepped into King Tut's tomb for the first time, like she'd uncovered something valuable, rare, and very much not meant for the public. Prescott returned a moment later, walking with the kind of timing that made her suspect he'd been waiting just outside the door for her thoughts to spiral. "Prescott, wait!" Janelle's voice stopped him mid-stride. "Okay, this is going to sound completely unprofessional, so I'm just going to apologize in advance." She blew out a breath. "Forgive me." Prescott tilted his head slightly, encouraging her to continue. She clasped her hands in front of her like a student presenting her thesis. Is Nick, the jealous type? Like before me? Did he ever act like this with, she took a breath so deep her ribs hurt, other women? Prescott didn't so much as blink. Instead, he folded his hands behind his back and considered the question like a man who'd been trusted with a lot more than calendars and kitchen preferences. In the 4.5 years I've worked for Mr. Ryburn, he said slowly, as if choosing each word with care, I feel confident saying, there were no other women. Janelle blinked. None? Not a girlfriend, not a date, and certainly no one who stayed the night. She gaped at him. You're telling me, I believed, Prescott continued, that he was married to the company. His expression softened. Until you. A rush of warmth moved through her chest so fast it left her dizzy. Oh, it was all she could manage. And if I may speak plainly, Prescott allowed the faintest curve of a smile to tug at the corner of his mouth. We're all quite happy you're here, Mrs. Ryburn. You've brought something good into this house. We hope you'll stay. Janelle swallowed hard. Thank you, she whispered. Prescott gave a gracious nod, then moved back through the swinging door, leaving her alone with the smoothie machine humming and her heartbeat thundering. He hoped she'd stay. She pressed a hand to her chest, unsure if the thump beneath it was pride, hope, or something dangerously close to wanting more than what the contract had promised. Janelle wished she could relax into Prescott's words, wished she could let them settle inside her like sunlight on skin, warm and affirming. She wanted to smile brightly and promise that she would be here until death do them part, to say the words with the confidence of a woman who believed in fairy tales and endings sealed with gold bands and whispered vows. But she couldn't. Not yet. Instead, she tugged the sash of her robe a little tighter and offered what she could. I like all of you, too. I'm very happy here. Prescott beamed, his eyes kind. Wonderful. Will there be anything else? She shook her head, and the blender gave a final, satisfying whir. She reached for a tall, frosted cup just as the door swished shut behind him, leaving her alone in the glossy, high-end kitchen that still felt like a showroom. So that was what Prescott had been doing, nudging, matchmaking, placing a few well-timed comments like chess pieces on a board. Husband. Wife. Checkmate. That was sweet of him, she murmured to the smoothie. She took a sip and let the flavors coat her tongue, banana, cinnamon, a hint of vanilla, and tried not to imagine what it would feel like to have Nick kiss her in thanks, rather than scowl and stomp out the door. But no, instead of sweeping her into his arms and kissing her like she was the only woman in the world, like he couldn't believe he got to have her, like she was his, he'd left. Frustrated. Jealous? Maybe. But gone all the same. Could have been worse, she mumbled, heading toward the hallway. Except her words stopped her mid-stride. Her feet stilled. Her heart didn't. What would have been worse? She asked herself, the smoothie suddenly heavier in her hand. She swallowed and whispered the answer if he didn't feel anything at all. The truth hit her low in the stomach and curved up into her ribs. If Nick hadn't reacted, hadn't clenched his jaw or snapped his spoon or looked at her like she was someone worth noticing in a bathrobe and messy hair, that would have been worse. That would have meant he really saw her as a business deal in lipstick and nothing more. But he had reacted, and it hadn't been nothing. A slow smile bloomed across her face, small but irrepressible. Maybe, just maybe, Nick wasn't entirely immune to her. Maybe he didn't know what to do with the wanting. Maybe the way he'd looked at her this morning wasn't about disapproval at all. Maybe it was about not knowing what he was allowed to feel. She clutched the smoothie like it held answers and headed for the stairs. Her alarm buzzed on her phone, and she jumped. Ponder later, she told herself firmly, tightening her grip on the railing as she made her way up to get ready. The day called. The schedule demanded. But no matter how many things she crossed off her list or how many lectures she half-rehearsed in her head, one image kept drifting back like a tide. Nick, in that pressed shirt, tie tossed over his shoulder, cutting a banana like it was the most natural thing in the world to stand in $1 million kitchen and eat breakfast beside his wife. Her husband. His movements had been sure smooth. Not flashy or performative, just confident, grounded, like he owned the space and maybe, just maybe, like he was beginning to wonder if he wanted to share it with her. Janelle exhaled and shook her head, laughing at herself. She'd walked through entire dig sites with less curiosity than she had about that man's thoughts, because for all her degrees and theories, the one mystery she hadn't learned how to solve yet was the way he made her feel. He had definitely checked out her clavicle. Of all things. As far as bones went, it was a pretty alluring one, right? Subtle, sculpted, thanks to genetics and good posture, and apparently capable of drawing the attention of a man who spent most of his life behind a screen and in boardrooms. She rolled her eyes at herself, but the heat that spread across her chest was harder to dismiss. Nick Ryburn was not interested in her. Not really. Not in the stolen glance, can't stop thinking about you kind of way. As far as she knew, he saw her as a capable household manager with a good filing system and decent brownie skills. Maybe a stand-in date when the occasion called for it. Their relationship, if it could even be called that, had the scaffolding of a marriage and none of the magic. But still, her pulse didn't lie when he looked at her like that. When his gaze dipped, lingered, and left her wondering what he was thinking. She pressed her lips together. The dating part of this arrangement? It left a lot to be desired, and as tempting as it was to wish for more, to read into the glances and invent fairy tales from tension, she knew better. The ball was in Nick's court. If he wanted to explore the strange chemistry between them, the simmering what-if that neither of them had dared to touch, he'd have to make the first move. Until then, she'd just keep managing the house, scheduling the chef, and pretending like her collarbone wasn't causing marital confusion. Chapter 20. Nick didn't sit at his desk, he prowled. His office, usually a space of precision and purpose, felt too tight around the edges today. His tie hung loose around his neck. His sleeves rolled halfway up his forearms. He passed the same framed photo of a product launch 3 times before finally stopping to stare out the wall of windows that overlooked the city. What was wrong with him? He should be focused on the software rollout that had just hit beta. But no. His head wasn't in code or contracts, it was in the kitchen, wrapped around the image of Janelle in a robe, holding a cookbook like it was sacred text. She had looked up at him like he was both the problem and the solution, and he hadn't known whether to kiss her or lock himself in his office for a week. His phone buzzed. Not her. Nick dragged a hand through his hair. He wasn't angry anymore, not really, but the moment in the kitchen had unraveled something inside of him. He hadn't meant to storm off, hadn't planned to snap, but when she smiled like that, so unaware of her affect on him, and then talked about spending time with another man, something in him had cracked. He didn't want her spending time with Chef, or any other man in his house, or out of the house, or on campus, or off campus. He didn't want her to bring someone else brownies or learn about someone else's favorite smoothie ingredients. He wanted to be the one she confided in, the one she trusted, the one who made her cheeks flush and her eyes dart away. Nick exhaled and leaned against the edge of his desk and admitted that Janelle terrified him. She made the house feel like home without even trying. She slid into the space he'd left for a family and made it look effortless, but if they tried, really tried, and failed, they'd still be stuck in this marriage, with heartbreak and bitterness in the middle of it. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Pull it together, Riker. A knock at the door saved him from another spiral. Barbara poked her head in, all tidy bun and steel-eyed competence. You missed the marketing debrief. Nick grunted. I didn't miss it. I ignored it. She stepped in and shut the door behind her. Want to talk about what you were actually doing instead? He didn't answer right away. She waited. You ever feel like the thing you wanted most, he began slowly, is also the one thing you're most afraid of? Barbara raised a brow. Every time I open a report from accounting. He gave a weak smile. She studied him a moment. This about your wife? Nick hesitated, then nodded. I blew up this morning, he admitted. At her, at my breakfast. Barbara didn't even blink. Why? He paced to the window again, because she was holding a book, and smiling, and talking about smoothies, with someone who wasn't me. Silence stretched. I don't want her spending time with other men, he added quietly, and I don't know when that became a thing, but it is. Barbara tilted her head. You like her. Of course I like her. I mean, you want to be her person. Nick turned back around. If I mess this up, there's no easy out. So don't mess it up. Barbara folded her arms. Do something nice for her, something that shows you care without making it weird. Nick looked pained. Like what? Buy her flowers? He scoffed at the idea. Make her your friend, Barbara said gently. You trust her. She trusts you. That's a good place to start. He sat on the edge of his desk, rubbing his hands together. This could work. Something small wouldn't reveal everything he held inside. Just becoming friends, he could do that. I don't want it to be some throwaway gesture, he muttered. I want it to matter to her. Barbara softened. Then let her matter to you in the open. Talk to her. Ask her real questions. You've got great instincts when you're not avoiding your feelings. Nick laughed under his breath. Thanks. It can't be that hard, Nick. He looked at her, really looked. Barbara had been with him through every major acquisition, every international merger, every impossible deadline. She'd never looked at him like this before, like maybe she pitied him. That cut deeper than her sarcasm. He looked toward the window again, then nodded. You're right. Barbara smiled like she always knew she would be. Of course I am. He pulled out a notepad. What would you do if you were trying to win her over? I'd ask her what kind of chocolate she likes. Nick grinned. She bakes brownies. I think we've got that covered. Barbara lifted a palm. Then give her something unexpected, something she doesn't know she needs yet. Nick nodded slowly. He could do that. He could start there. Something small, something thoughtful. He grabbed his tablet and left his office, already planning the first gesture. Not flowers, not jewelry. Something better? Chapter 21. Janelle noticed the box before she reached the sitting room's armchair. The space between her and Nick's bedrooms was communal, and yet neither of them spent any time there. Of course, Nick hardly spent any time at home at all, and she didn't want to loiter outside of his bedroom like a creeper. The box sat on the coffee table between the two wingbacks, simple, brown, and square, unassuming. Except her name was written across the top in a handwriting she recognized instantly. Nick's. A prickle slid down her spine, not fear exactly, but the kind of pulse that whispered something had shifted. The air in the sitting room felt altered somehow, like the room itself was holding its breath. Her gaze locked on the tidy bough of deep blue twine, and the moment stretched suddenly strange, suddenly suspended, as if this small, silent thing didn't belong to her world. At least, not the one she agreed to. Not the carefully arranged contract, the shared square footage, the polite post-its. Her heart gave a single, uncertain thud. Had he bought her a gift? She didn't want that. She wasn't asking for things. That wasn't why she was here. That wasn't what this was. No anniversaries, no milestones, not even a reason. It wasn't her birthday, and they weren't pretending to be something they weren't. So why did this feel like she'd stepped into a parallel version of her own life, one where husbands left wrapped surprises outside their wives' doors? Her breath fluttered, betraying her. She reached for the twine, fingers brushing against the soft texture like it might vanish if she touched it wrong. The color, deep and calm, reminded her of library book covers and canyon shadows, the kind of blue that lingered longer than you expected. She tugged the knot loose and the twine fell away with a whisper. Her breath caught. Inside, tucked in gentle folds of gray tissue, were 5 small items, nestled like secrets, or treasures, or memories she hadn't made yet. Her fingers hovered. The first thing she touched was cool metal, solid, weighted. She lifted it slowly, carefully, like it might be something sacred, a pendant. Not costume jewelry, Not something plucked from a catalog and wrapped for convenience. This was silver, wrought, not stamped. She could feel the slight irregularities beneath her fingers, the tiny marks that told her a real human being had made this with care. At its center sat a polished piece of turquoise, the blue-green hue deepened by fine spiderwebbing, as if veins of thought ran through the stone itself. She turned it over in her palm, and there, on the back, just above the curve of the setting, was a single glyph. So small she had to tilt it into the light. Mayan. Her throat closed. Nick, she whispered in awe. He'd found a piece of her world, one buried deep in glyphs and ancient stone, and held it in his hands long enough to bring a piece of it back to her. No man had ever done that before. Not her colleagues, not the guys she'd dated, certainly not the ones who'd told her she was too intense about her work. She fastened the chain around her neck with careful fingers, letting the pendant fall against her chest, just above the edge of her robe. The cool weight of it settled over her sternum, grounding her. She pressed her hand against it as if it might anchor something loose and trembling inside her. Guatemala. The dig. Her proposal. The endless grant revisions and the interviews and the push to be taken seriously. Sometimes the weight of it was a lot to carry. That site was her dream, her legacy. She'd poured everything into it, her time, her reputation, even her weekends. It was exhausting. And yet here around her neck was a quiet reminder of why it mattered. She closed her eyes, breathed it in, and whispered, "Thank you." If that had been the only thing in the box, it would have been enough. More than enough. But now something inside her shifted. A new warmth bloomed beneath her ribs, not obligation or suspicion, but curiosity. Gentle, cautious curiosity. What else had he chosen? Next came a pen, if you could even call it that, a ridiculous, glorious novelty pen carved to resemble a fossilized dinosaur bone, complete with little etchings and ridges that felt oddly real beneath her fingertips. The barrel was a warm ivory shade with just enough speckling to pass for ancient, and when she clicked the top, it made the tiniest scritch, a sound startlingly similar to a raptor claw tapping tile. Laughter spilled out of her before she could catch it, bright and startled and utterly sincere. She shook her head, the grin lingering as she stared at the absurdly perfect pen. Who knew Nick Ryburn had a sense of humor, she murmured, equal parts bewildered and charmed. The third item was a bar of dark chocolate, so dark it was nearly black, wrapped in sleek gold foil like a treasure. A sticker on the front read, "Single origin, 92%. Handle with reverence." Janelle blinked, then laughed quietly, the sound warm with surprise. She held it in both hands like it might melt from too much direct attention. No one gifted this kind of chocolate without thinking it through. This wasn't an afterthought. It wasn't from a checkout stand impulse shelf, and it wasn't her favorite. She preferred milk chocolate, actually. The sweeter, the better. But Nick bought it because he thought she would like it. Because he'd noticed she loved chocolate and he'd tried to get it right. Tried hard? She pulled out the fourth item and blinked. A mug. White ceramic. Sleek. But the printed words made her snort. "This house runs on Post-its." A yellow sticky note was taped to the inside, not an exaggeration. Her cheeks warmed. The last item was a postcard of Guatemala. On the back was written, "I saw these and thought of you." She sat back on her heels, box in her lap, overwhelmed. Wow. She arranged the tissue paper back around the treasures, reluctantly removing the pendant so she could include it. Then, with the box still cradled in her lap, she reached for her phone. Her fingers hovered a moment, unsure how to say everything she felt without turning into a puddle of sentiment. She finally typed, "Janelle, I don't have the right words. Just, thank you. That was beautiful." A pause. Then, "Nick, you're welcome. You deserve beautiful things." Her breath caught. That wasn't fake husband. It wasn't business. And it didn't read like an apology for the weird, jealous way he'd acted in the kitchen. No, this was something else entirely. She'd expected maybe a peace offering, something to smooth over the tension, a polite box checked to make things functional again. But this was intentional, tender. Each piece tucked inside with care, like he wasn't just trying to make amends, he was trying to understand her, see her, maybe even delight her. And the strangest part? He had. Janelle, even the dinosaur pen? Nick, especially the dinosaur pen. She smiled down at the screen, warmth spreading through her like sunlight in winter. Janelle, I'm taking it to my next faculty meeting. Prepare for envy. I live to impress women with impeccable taste in anthropology-themed office supplies. She laughed out loud. Something in her felt steadier, watered. Like he'd found the parched parts of her and cared for them. Janelle, you've done well. She put the necklace back on and snapped a picture of it on her neck. Janelle, I may never take it off. Nick, beautiful. I'm glad it's found a home. She stared at that one longer. Her thumb hovered, unsure what to say, because mentioning home was deep for Nick, heavy with a kind of meaning that he was leaning into but not fully bringing into the light. She felt it in her sternum. Deep. She felt a need to lighten things, unsure if she was ready to jump into the deep end, especially since she didn't know if Nick was going to jump with her. Janelle, I'm keeping the mug forever. You better. It's custom. Of course it is. But seriously, don't put it in the dishwasher. She sent back a laughing face. With the necklace back in place, the dinosaur pen in her pocket and the mug in her hands, she made her way to the kitchen. The lights glowed warmer this morning, the appliances sparkled brighter, and the room smelled clean in the most wonderful way. On the fridge was another sticky note, chocolate or strawberry milk, 2 check boxes, one beside each option. Janelle turned around and scanned the kitchen, her eyes sweeping the sunlit counters and the empty doorway like she might catch him ducking out of sight. No one was there, of course. But the sensation lingered, that subtle tingle at the nape of her neck, the fizzy awareness that someone had been here thinking about her. Was this for real? For weeks, she'd moved through this house with a polite sense of detachment. A rhythm had formed, quiet mornings, passing conversations that always felt like they ended just when something real might have started. He did his thing and she did hers. And now? Now she could barely open a drawer or cross a room without stumbling across a version of Nick she hadn't met before. She looked down at the sticky note and warmth bloomed across her chest like sunlight through a window pane. Her pen hovered in the air, then dipped with purpose. She checked chocolate. A tiny heart bloomed beside it, spontaneous, silly, and a little dangerous. She stared at the heart for a second too long. Not because it meant anything, only maybe it did. Just a little. Nick Ryburn, tech titan and schedule tyrant, was ridiculous. Absolutely, wonderfully ridiculous. And she hadn't realized how much she wanted this flirtation with weight, connection with teeth, until it showed up unannounced and unexpected. She pressed her fingers gently to her collarbone, feeling the pendant's cool edge beneath the fabric of her shirt, and let herself imagine, for just a breath longer, what it might mean if this was only the beginning. Her phone beeped an alarm and she startled. Her eyes darted to the clock and she yipped. She was so going to be late. She ran back up the stairs and hurried to get dressed. Then rushed back downstairs, grabbing a protein bar on her way through the kitchen. She slipped her shoes on, still smiling, and slung her bag over one shoulder. The house felt different now, lighter, almost playful, like someone had thrown open a window and let spring air in. She ran to her car and stopped in her tracks as she found another sticky note. It was tucked against her driver's side window where she wouldn't miss it. What was your favorite movie growing up? She pressed her lips together, heart doing a little backflip, and fished out her phone. Snap. Send. Janelle, Back to the Future. A few seconds later, Nick, good choice. Classic. She sat in the driver's seat, note in one hand, phone in the other, her smile stretching so wide it hurt. Janelle, what was yours? Nick, Clash of the Titans. Janelle, football? Nick, high school running back. Varsity my sophomore year. Janelle sucked in a breath. That explained his broad shoulders and nicely formed muscles. She sent him a football gif. Was it cheesy to text flirt? Maybe. But it was also perfect, because something in her was waking up to the idea that Nick might want to know her. Like maybe he wanted to matter to her, too. She tucked the note in her purse. Maybe the man she fake married wanted something real with her, and maybe she was starting to want it, too. Chapter 22. Nick Ryburn wasn't the kind of man who left sticky notes on cereal boxes. Until now, he capped the marker and reread the note he'd just placed above the honey almond granola Janelle had stashed in the pantry. Favorite breakfast? That was the third one today. The first had gone on the cover of her geology textbook. If you could time travel to any era but only bring snacks, which would you choose? The second, earlier that morning, had been carefully placed on the handle of her favorite coffee mug. Are you more sunrise or midnight? Each question felt like a quiet attempt at decoding her. He wasn't trying to analyze her like a resume or even investigate her like one of his acquisition targets. This felt different. It felt like he was reading a poem, one line at a time. Each scribbled reply she left behind offered a new glimpse into her, like a door cracking open just wide enough to tempt him forward. He hadn't realized until she moved in how sterile his home had become. Not silent, there were always staff moving about, alerts pinging his phone, meetings filling his calendar, but it had grown hollow around the edges. Predictable. Tidy in a way that no longer felt efficient, just empty. Even now, with her at work and him running through the house to catch a shower and change clothes, she lingered. Now the evidence of her lingered in unexpected places, a stack of archaeological journals with notes scribbled in the margins, and a hair tie looped casually over a doorknob. Each item marked her territory without intention. She was making space here without even trying. He liked that. He liked her. His phone buzzed on the countertop, drawing him back. It was her reply to the question he'd sent late last night, the one he wasn't sure she'd answer. Nick, what's the scar you never talk about? He had stared at the message for a long time before sending it. He wasn't asking for confessions, but he was done skating the surface. If this marriage was going to grow into something meaningful, and he found himself wanting that more than he expected, he needed to understand what had shaped her. Her response lit up the screen. Janelle, it's behind my left knee, from falling off a swing. I was 6 and trying to touch the sky. He read it twice. She could have answered in jest, dodged, deflected, but instead she'd given him something vulnerable, something tender. His fingers pausing briefly above the keys. Do you still want that? The dots blinked, then disappeared, then blinked again. She was thinking, measuring her reply. Every day, but I don't tell many people that. It makes me sound naive. He exhaled slowly, the corner of his mouth tugging upward. No, it makes you sound brave. Another pause, the kind that crackled with possibility. Janelle, you say things that catch me off guard. He leaned against the edge of the kitchen island, ignoring the buzz of a calendar reminder. His presence was expected at a board meeting in 20 minutes. International investments. A performance report he'd already skimmed. But none of that felt urgent now. Good. You do the same to me. And then, before he could talk himself out of it, he added, I think we should spend some time together in person. He stared at the screen, his pulse a slow throb in his wrist. That wasn't a line. It wasn't strategy. It was a truth he hadn't fully articulated until now. It was also a risk. The blinking dots returned. He held his breath. Janelle, me too? He sat down, hard. The chair creaked beneath him, but he barely noticed. For the first time since signing the paperwork, he felt it real momentum. Something had shifted between them. She had met him halfway, and the space between their walls suddenly felt a little less wide. Nick let out a breath that turned into a low laugh, quiet and stunned. Then, before he could second-guess himself, he curled one hand into a fist and tapped it once against the countertop. A small, silent victory. A man used to winning deals didn't celebrate lightly, but this wasn't about winning. This was about her. About them. And he wanted more. Chapter 23. A ball. Nick had invited her to a ball. Janelle still wasn't sure whether she was supposed to be flattered or flailing. When he said he wanted to spend more time together, she'd pictured something simpler: lunch at the cafe by his office, maybe an evening playing Scrabble and laughing over the absurdity of triple-word scores. Not Scrabble, actually. Nick liked Monopoly. Of course he did. The billionaire liked Monopoly. She should have seen that coming. Because a ball was way out of her comfort zone, she'd called in the troops, or troop. Trisha's weekly check-ins had become routine as Janelle settled into the new clothing and self-care routine. She actually enjoyed her time at the spa each week. Instead of big changes, she was pampered and massaged, and her skin had never glowed like this before. Now settled into the passenger seat of Trisha's eco-friendly hatchback, she fiddled with the edge of her sleeve and tried not to overthink Nick's invitation. Again. Trish reached over and gave her a quick, one-armed hug. "How are things going?" Janelle shrugged, her seatbelt tugging slightly with the motion. "They're fine." Trish raised a single brow the way only she could, the movement somehow regal despite the slouchy knit beanie pulled over her curls. She wore a recycled cotton sweatshirt in a warm ochre tone and loose olive green joggers tucked into tan lace-up boots that looked equal parts stylish and prepared to scale a small mountain. A canvas tote bag stamped with "There is no Planet B" sat the back seat, bulging with fabric swatches and a box of herbal tea. "Fine," Trish said, her lips quirking. "That's the most suspicious answer in the female vocabulary." Janelle cracked a smile. "It's true, though. I mean, things are good. Just uneventful. Except for the billionaire ball your husband invited you to," Trish said with a pointed grin. Janelle groaned softly and leaned her head back against the headrest. "Don't remind me. I've been pretending that wasn't real." Trish laughed. "I'm not excited," Janelle added. "I'm scared out of my mind. I didn't grow up in this world, and I'm not sure I know how to attend a ball." "You'll be fine." Trish patted her hand, confidence pouring from her like perfume. "You're going to look incredible. I'll walk you through the etiquette, and Nick clearly wants you there." Want. That was a heavy word. While their lives ran in parallel, Janelle's wrapped in research and dusty texts, Nick buried in back-to-back meetings, they shared a space, but it whispered comfort. And their connection was growing. Besides the change in address and her slightly upgraded wardrobe, most of her life had stayed the same. She still made peanut butter cookies when she was stressed. Only now, the kitchen she used had a sub-zero fridge and heated floors. And sometimes, Nick texted her while she baked. Her phone buzzed in her lap. "How's your day?" She smiled before she could stop herself. "Janelle, good. Shopping for something for the ball." A few seconds passed. "Can you grab me something too?" The message hit her like a cold draft. She stared at it, heart rate suddenly spiking. Buy Nick something? For the ball? She'd let in the plumber last week, double-checked that the security system was armed that morning, even texted his assistant when his dry cleaning hadn't shown up. But this felt different, personal, intimate in a strange and buttoned-up way. She pressed her hands to her cheeks. Trish glanced over. "What's with the panic face?" "Nick wants me to get something for him to wear to the ball. And I've never picked out anything like this. I have no idea what I'm even supposed to wear, let alone dress a man who probably has cufflinks that cost more than my laptop." "That's why you have me," Trish said, grinning as she signaled to turn into the parking lot of a dress shop so exclusive the name wasn't on the front door. "Text him back and tell him you've got it covered." "If you say so." Janelle hesitated a breath, then typed, "No problem." His reply came quickly. "Nick, thanks. Any chance you're making brownies tonight?" Trish was humming to herself as she parked the car. Janelle tilted her phone away from her friend and typed back, "Janelle, I was in the mood for peanut butter cookies." A pause. "Nick, with chocolate chunks?" She smirked. "Janelle, maybe." Another ping. "Nick, can't wait to try them." Her fingers paused above the screen. Nick sounded like a man who didn't ask for much but wanted something warm waiting when he got home. She'd like to be that something. And if she couldn't be the warm thing he craved, she wanted to be the woman who baked it for him. 2 hours and a dozen dresses later, Janelle stepped out of the boutique feeling like a woman entirely unfamiliar to herself. The dress Trish had chosen, no, insisted on, was unlike anything she would have ever picked. Too daring, too rich in color, too noticed. And yet, when she'd caught a glimpse of herself in the boutique's full-length mirror, she hadn't looked like an imposter. She'd looked like a woman who belonged somewhere, even if just for one night. Trish had been giddy when the store attendant revealed a complimentary costume for a man, tailored in the same midnight hue and accented with gold embroidery. It's better that you go as a matching couple to solidify your marital status in people's eyes, she'd said, holding the jacket up to Janelle like a prize. Nothing says solid couple like matching costumes. Janelle had nodded, half smiling. Solid. The word echoed oddly in her chest. By the time she said goodbye to Trish and hauled the garment bags up the stairs, her arms ached, her feet were protesting, and her mind was fogged with imagined conversations she might have at the ball. What would she say to the kind of people who attended charity galas with custom invitations and family foundations? Would anyone see through her borrowed confidence? She paused just inside her room, the scent of lavender and linen greeting her like a quiet breath. The closet, an architectural marvel in its own right, welcomed her with soft lighting and a full wall of empty rods. Only a portion was taken up by her own clothes, a curated mix of sleek lines and practical fabrics that Trish had slowly helped her adopt. It still didn't feel like her, not entirely, but it didn't feel like pretending anymore either. Janelle carefully unzipped the long garment bag and slid the dress from its hanger, lifting the skirt to rest across the rod so it wouldn't wrinkle. She smoothed a hand over the beading, the weight of it settling into her palm like a heartbeat. Regal, Trish had called it. Bold. The kind of dress that made a statement. Behind her, the second bag waited. She turned, hand on the zipper, and hesitated. Nick's costume. She held the hanger and looked toward the hallway, the closed door at the end of it. His room? His space? In all the weeks she'd lived here, she'd never once stepped inside. Not because he'd told her not to, but because it felt like a line. One she didn't want to cross unless invited. The suit weighed more than she expected when she lifted it from the bed. It was beautiful. Sharp. Somehow princely and powerful at once. She imagined him in it for half a second too long. Janelle walked to the door of her closet and stared down the hallway, the soft light spilling from sconces along the wall. She could deliver it, fold it neatly on the bench outside his door, or text him and ask if he wanted it brought down, or she could hang it here, with hers. She chose the last, pressing the hanger gently into place beside the dress. There was something hopeful about hanging his clothing in her closet, about seeing the set together, quiet but present, a shared moment. The sharp trill of her phone cut into the silence. Dad. She hesitated for a second too long before answering, then pressed the phone to her ear. Hey, Dad. Hi, sweetheart. His voice was warm and scratchy like gravel in sunlight. Got a second? Sure. Sure. She leaned her hip against the closet island, folding her free arm across her stomach. What's up? Your mom's trying to plan Sunday dinner, and I told her I'd call to see if you and Nick are coming. Janelle's stomach dropped half an inch. She glanced back at the dress and suit. Her parents thought she was dating a guy named Nick, that he was handsome, successful, and maybe, if things went well, worth inviting to a family dinner. When in reality, here she was shopping for a ball gown and wearing a wedding ring. She swallowed. Actually, I can't come this week. No? He asked, not quite masking the disappointment. There's this big formal event Saturday night, she said, twisting the cord of the garment bag between her fingers. Black tie. The whole thing. I'll probably be out late, and I already know I'll need Sunday to recover. Sounds fancy. His tone warmed again. You going with Nick? Yeah. She tried not to fidget. It's one of those charity events he's involved in. There was a long pause. Not suspicious, just gentle. You know, your mom keeps asking when we're going to meet this guy. Janelle smiled softly, eyes still on the matching outfits. She's not going to let it go, huh? Would you if it were your kid? No, Janelle admitted. But you'd be the most embarrassing dad alive. He chuckled, pleased. I try. She rubbed her thumb along the edge of the closet shelf, torn between guilt and something that felt like longing. If things with Nick ever became real, publicly real, what would she even say? Would she gather them around the dinner table and announce it between bites of roast and dinner rolls? Would they forgive her for keeping it quiet so long? "Tell Mom I'll make it next week," she said, her voice light again. "And I'll bring dessert. Only if you bring the guy too." Janelle laughed, the sound coming easier than she expected. "We'll see." "We love you, kiddo." "I love you too, Dad." When she ended the call, the closet felt quieter than before. The dress and suit still hung together, still waiting, but the weight behind them had shifted just slightly. The kind of shift that made her wonder what would happen if one day she took Nick home to meet her parents. She'd really be living a fairy tale then. Chapter 24. At precisely 1 o'clock, Brenda stormed into Nick's office like a 5'5" thunderclap in a pencil skirt. She dropped a folder on his desk, loud, pointed, unnecessary. "You're done," she declared. He didn't look up from his monitor. "Excuse me." "You're done for the day. You have a ball to attend and a wife to escort. Go home. Shower. Pretend you're a human man who makes time for his very glamorous spouse." Nick blinked at her, then leaned back slowly in his chair. "That's tonight?" Brenda gave him the look, the one that had paralyzed interns and venture capitalists alike. "Don't tell me you forgot." "I didn't forget," he said, rubbing a hand over his jaw. "I just didn't realize tonight meant tonight." She crossed her arms. "Do you have a costume?" His stomach dipped. "No, you told me Janelle was handling it." She might have said something, he admitted, feeling the scratch of stubble under his palm and suddenly aware of just how long it had been since he checked a mirror for anything but background blur on a Zoom call. Brenda sighed, long and theatrical. "Barber, now, you're starting to look like a Wall Street survivalist." He opened his mouth to argue, but she was already out the door, heels clicking like punctuation marks. Nick unlocked his phone, thumb hovering over Janelle's name longer than necessary. Then he typed, "Nick, did you find a costume for me?" Her reply came a minute later, quick and casual, as if she hadn't just saved him from showing up in a tux while everyone else wore armor and wigs. "Janelle, yes. Hope you don't mind. We match." He smiled. A real one. Not the PR kind he used in meetings. Not the tired one he gave the concierge. Matching. It was so couple Y. So unironically sweet. She didn't even ask if he wanted to match, just assumed he'd go along with it. And the wild thing was, he did. "Don't mind. Can you send a pic?" The image arrived, and he exhaled through his nose, somewhere between amusement and resignation. She'd gone full medieval. Brocade jacket, elaborate trim, actual lace at the collar. The pants looked tailored within an inch of their life. He could already feel the structured waistband cutting into his evening and the high collar itching like a guilt trip. "Janelle, do you like?" He stared at the screen for a moment. The easy answer was no. It was too ornate, too tight, too far from his comfort zone. But the real answer was more complicated. She'd planned this. Included him. Not as a placeholder date or an accessory to her evening, but as her husband. The one she'd be walking in with. Matching. It made something shift in his chest. Not a crack. Not yet. But a softening. "It's fine. I'll be home by 5:30. The barber shop was mercifully quiet. No chatter, no waiting. Just the hum of clippers, the scent of bay rum, and the steady rhythm of his own breath. He showed the picture of the costume to the barber, who whistled low and grinned. "She's got good taste," the man said, tilting the phone for a better look. "You going full Prince Charming tonight or just gentleman rogue?" Nick gave a half smile. "She'll decide when she sees me." That was the truth. Janelle had been changing the rules since day one without asking, without trying, just by being herself. He let the barber shape his scruff into a sharper line, listened to the snip of scissors tame the longer waves that had started to curl over his ears. The man worked in silence except for the occasional instruction to tilt or hold still, and Nick didn't mind. It gave him room to think. He hadn't expected to like being married. Not really. He'd thought it would be practical, controlled. like hiring a business partner with softer lighting and better shoes, but Janelle had moved into his life like a quiet breeze that rearranged the curtains, subtle but undeniable. She never asked for anything. Not affection, not time, not even space. She just filled it with her peanut butter cookies, her soft laughs, her late-night texts that still waited patiently when he was stuck in meetings. There were entire evenings he'd gotten through on the promise of checking his phone and seeing something from her, some quip or detail about her day, a link to a video she knew would make him laugh. She didn't need his money. She didn't chase his attention, and somehow that made him want to give it more. By the time he stepped out of the barber shop, dusk was starting to settle into the corners of the city. His phone buzzed with calendar notifications, things he should probably cancel or reschedule, but he ignored them. He had a wife to see, a woman he hadn't kissed, hadn't even touched, not really, but somehow missed every time she wasn't in the room. He got home at 5:29 and jogged up the stairs like a man with something to prove. Nick jogged up the stairs and made straight for Janelle's room. Her door was closed, which struck him as oddly formal considering they were married. But then again, they did live in separate rooms. Boundaries had been established early and he'd respected them so far. Still, his costume was in her closet. He knocked, firm and deliberate. A startled scream came from the other side, followed by a breathless voice. "It's Nick," he called out quickly. "Sorry, I didn't know you were in there." "Nick," she echoed, still catching her breath. "You scared the you scared me." "Sorry," he said again. "I need to grab my costume." "It's in here," she replied. "Just a second." He leaned his forearm against the doorframe, tapping one finger against the trim while he waited. A faint instrumental piece played somewhere inside, and he imagined her moving around the room, graceful, collected, already half prepared while he was still mentally recovering from the word lace. The door opened. She stood there barefoot, her hair pinned up in a swirl of delicate curls, a few wisps falling to frame her face like the softest afterthought. She wore cotton shorts and a tank top that clung in all the right places, modest, practical, and yet somehow stunning in its simplicity. "I was just about to put on the gown," she said, stepping aside. "Your suit is in the closet." He hesitated a moment before crossing the threshold. It felt intimate, like stepping into a space that wasn't his to claim. But she'd invited him in, and the closet door stood open like it had been expecting him. She moved ahead of him, pulling the garment bag from where it hung neatly on the rod. "Here you go." He accepted the hanger, eyes fixed on the costume while doing his best not to let them stray. She was all lean curves and natural strength, her movements effortless and unguarded. If she noticed the way his jaw clenched or how he held the costume just a little too tight, she didn't mention it. He glanced down at the ensemble, velvet, brocade, the faint shimmer of gold thread. Dylan was going to lose it. He'd been James Bond 3 years in a row. The last time Nick had tried something even remotely adventurous, it had been a cowboy hat at a beach gala, and even that had earned him 2 weeks of sarcasm. He sighed internally. "How long till you're ready?" "About 20 minutes, she said, reaching for the door of the bathroom. "Perfect. I'll meet you in the sitting room." The words came out curt, clipped more than he intended. She paused, barely, then gave a polite nod and disappeared into the bathroom, the door closing with a soft click. Nick exhaled through his nose as he stepped into the hallway. He should have said something more. Thanked her. Told her she looked beautiful, because... and she did. But the words stuck somewhere between admiration and panic, and all he could manage was a retreat. Back in his own room, he stripped down and stepped under the hot spray of the shower. He needed the water to reset him, focus him. He had plans tonight, people to impress, conversations to navigate, but all he could think about was how her eyes had softened when she handed him the costume, how she'd remembered, matched them, as if they were a team. He toweled off, threw on the fitted pants, and worked on arranging the layered shirt and velvet jacket into something presentable. But the pile of leather accessories left him scowling. What on earth was this strap supposed to attach to? He was halfway through, wrapping something vaguely shoulder-adjacent across his chest when he heard a gentle knock. "Nick?" Janelle's voice, quiet but clear. Um, I think we're going to be late. He stared down at the half-assembled mess on his bed. Lace, leather, velvet, a prince's ransom in discomfort, and she was waiting. He looked at the clock on his nightstand and cursed under his breath. They were so going to be late. He scooped the costume pieces into his arms, velvet jacket, wayward straps, and a pair of boots that looked like they belonged to a traveling lute player, and stormed out of his room, irritation pulsing through him like static. He crossed the floor and yanked open his door. He brushed past Janelle, barely registering her as he dumped everything onto the sitting room couch and gestured at the pile like it had personally betrayed him. "You got me a defective costume," he said, dragging a piece of lace from the mix and holding it aloft like a captured flag. "You need to ask me before you pick something that requires an instruction manual." He threw the lace onto the couch with a huff, then shrugged off the vest in frustration. Or tried to. His arm got stuck halfway out. The fabric twisted, the lining snagged. For a second, he wasn't sure if he was putting it on or taking it off. Then he looked up and froze. Janelle stood in his doorway, bathed in soft evening light from the hallway sconce. The deep purple gown hugged her curves, the sweetheart neckline framing her collarbones like a sculpted invitation. Her shoulders were bare, delicate and smooth, and the skirts of the dress flared out from her waist in soft, weightless layers that shifted every time she breathed. And she was breathing. So was he. Barely. The sight of her punched through his irritation. His hand, still tangled in the sleeve of the jacket, went slack. She bit her lip in a show of uncertainty, and his guilt hit hard and fast. He tugged the vest back on, embarrassed, trying to recover ground he'd already burned. "I'm sorry," she said quietly, stepping forward. Her voice held something fragile. "I was told most couples wear these types of costumes to the ball." Nick exhaled, his frustration sliding off him like steam. She looked up at him, and for a second he worried she might cry. "It's not you," he said quickly. "Other people do. I've just never." He paused, forcing his pride to take a step back. Then he lifted his gaze to hers, softening. "But I've also never gone to the ball with a wife. Tonight's already full of firsts." Something shifted in her eyes. Trust, maybe. Relief. She smiled, a small, brave one. "It's my first ball, ever. Her confession landed differently than she'd probably intended. She'd done all this, the costumes, the hair, the prep, for him, for them. And here he was, throwing lace around like a petulant child. "Then we definitely shouldn't be late," he said, offering the smallest of smiles. "You'd think a guy who can build a computer from salvaged parts could figure out how to dress himself." She let out a light laugh, the sound soft and effervescent. "I think we can figure this out." Janelle crossed to him, her skirts whispering as she moved. She gestured for him to hold out his arms, and he obeyed, silently grateful to be told what to do. There was something grounding in it, her steady hands, her quiet competence. She took one leather strap and began winding it around his forearm. Her fingers brushed his skin, light and intentional, and the contact sent a slow ache curling through his chest. The scent of her coconut and vanilla, warm and familiar, wrapped around him like a memory he hadn't made yet. Something about it tugged at the back of his mind, anchoring him to this moment, this woman. He closed his eyes as she tied the second strap, his arms still outstretched. He felt like a knight being armed by his queen. "This goes around your waist," she murmured, lifting the belt. Her hands moved to his hips, pulling the leather snug before buckling it with swift precision. The movement brought her closer. Close enough that he could feel the heat of her body, the steady inhale, exhale of her breath. She leaned in slightly, adjusting the lay of the strap, and her hair brushed his jaw. Time slowed. He opened his eyes, finding hers just inches away. Her lashes were long, dark against the shimmer of her eyes. Her hand lingered at his side, her palm warm through the velvet. "All right," she said softly. "You're officially presentable." But she didn't move. Her gaze lingered, sweeping over him from the boots to the broad shoulders, the leather-wrapped forearms to the smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Her eyes caught on his, and the quiet between them thickened, not awkward, not heavy, just charged with something unspoken. Nick tipped his head, his voice low and teasing. Do I look like a proper rogue? Her breath caught and the faintest blush bloomed across her cheeks. Certainly, she said, smiling without quite meeting his eyes. A handsome one at that. Something tugged at his chest. He reached up slowly, too slowly, and brushed the back of his fingers across her cheek, letting them graze the edge of her blush. Her skin was soft, impossibly warm. She stilled and her breath caught. He cleared his throat, dropping his hand a little too fast. He'd crossed the line and didn't regret it, but didn't want to push her too fast. You had a thread there. Her lips curved, but she didn't call him out on his lie. Just tilted her head slightly, like she wasn't sure whether to believe him, and maybe didn't care. Nick slid into the boots, surprisingly comfortable, thank heaven, and turned to face her now fully dressed but not remotely composed. Janelle's eyes traveled over him slowly, and the way she looked at him, like he was something she wanted to remember, left him breathless. You look, she hesitated, then smiled, dashing. He raised a brow. Dashing? Yes. Dashing, she repeated, her voice dipped in sincerity. She reached up, her fingers feathering over his goatee. This is the perfect touch. Her fingertips paused just below his lower lip. Rested there. Barely. His breath caught. She looked up into his eyes, and the space between them shrank, not because they moved, but because everything else fell away. His heart pounded in his ears. The ball didn't matter. The people he needed to talk to, the proposals waiting in his briefcase, the strategy he'd rehearsed in his head for a week, all of it disappeared under the weight of her nearness. Her breath came in soft pulses, lifting her chest as the bodice of the dress curved just beneath his line of sight. Her lips parted slightly as if something unspoken was on the edge of forming. He reached up, his fingers tracing lightly up her bare arm. Her skin was warm and soft, and she didn't move away. I should have thought about this earlier, he murmured. She blinked, eyes searching his. No one's going to be looking at me tonight. Why not? She whispered. His fingers continued their slow path, pausing at her shoulder. Because you're too beautiful to look past, he said quietly. As long as I'm with you, I won't have to worry about a thing. Her lips curved into something shy and wondrous, like she was trying to memorize the moment in case it slipped away. Nick wanted to kiss her. He wanted it more than he'd wanted anything in a long, long time. But instead, he let his hand fall slowly to his side and gave her the dignity of space, the promise of restraint. And maybe, just maybe, the beginning of something neither of them had dared define. I think, he said, his voice rougher now, we should go make our entrance. Janelle nodded slowly, her eyes never leaving his. But when she stepped back, she smiled, and this time it wasn't child. It was luminous. Janelle's cheeks flushed a deeper rose, and she took a small step back, breaking the warm, electric stillness that had gathered between them. The air cooled instantly, the space she created filled with his unanswered thoughts and all the what-ifs he hadn't dared speak aloud. Nick resisted the urge to reach for her, to draw her close and tell her what her mirror never seemed to say loudly enough. That she was breathtaking, that she didn't need to earn beauty with a dress or a hairpin, that she was already something magnetic and rare. But she wasn't ready to hear that from him. Not yet, and maybe he wasn't ready to say it. So instead, he offered her his arm, formal, steady, the way a man should, the way a husband could. She hesitated only a second before slipping her hand into the crook of his elbow. Her touch was light but sure, like she'd decided something quietly and wasn't about to take it back. He walked her to the limo waiting at the curb, every step echoing the strange shift inside him. The night ahead loomed full of expectations and moving parts, people to charm, companies to court, but all of it blurred at the edges with Janelle at his side. He was dressed like a prince, velvet, brocade, the works. Funny thing was, he didn't feel like one. He felt like Tarzan, half wild, half redeemed, some guy in borrowed finery trying not to trip over the vines while marveling at the woman beside him. The ball was either going to be the best thing that ever happened to him, or he was going to fall flat on his face with Janelle. Only time would tell the outcome. Janelle wondered at Nick's ability to make her blush. Other men had admired her, especially since she had a bi-weekly appointment at a salon and a relentless personal trainer, but none of their compliments felt as personal or as honest as Nick's. It was as if he could see right into her soul and pull out the very thing she needed to hear before she knew she needed it. She wondered how he was able to do that when they'd spent less than 24 hours together in their month-and-a-half-long marriage. Maybe it was the same way she knew he needed a calming influence tonight. He didn't wear his nerves on his sleeve, but she'd seen the stress in the set of his jaw. When he snapped at her, she understood it wasn't so much what she'd done that caused his mood as it was his worry over the evening. After helping him through the mini-crisis, he'd relaxed once again. Relaxed Nick was much more intimidating than Nick when he was agitated. She could handle a grizzly bear. 95% of her department was made up of male professors, assistant professors, and students. They all had bad days, and most responded well to a calm voice and intelligent assistance. Like when Professor Ford's computer crashed at the beginning of the semester, he ranted like a child who dropped his ice cream cone until Janelle pulled up his files that had automatically saved to the cloud. Nick was no exception to the rule, and as far as tantrums went, his was mild. Besides, the way he looked at her in this dress was more disturbing than any snappish comment. His eyes had drawn her to him like nothing she'd ever experienced before. Touching him was what caused the spark. If she hadn't reached out to feel his goatee, the fire between them would have stayed silent instead of roaring loud enough to drown out her thoughts and create a place where just the two of them existed. It startled her enough to step away, and she found that the intensity broke at her movement, leaving her slightly disoriented. In the driveway, it took a moment to get Janelle and all her skirts situated in the limo. Once she was sufficiently tucked in, Nick shut the door and went around the car to get in through the other side. Janelle took a breath, willing her pulse to settle. Her heart hadn't beat that fast since the night she got her research fellowship, and that had been adrenaline, not whatever this was blooming behind her ribcage. Because this was something else. This wasn't about attraction, or proximity, or the fact that her husband looked like he'd stepped out of a storybook and had just let her buckle a belt around his waist with trembling hands. This was about the ache in her chest when he looked at her like she was wanted, not casually, not politely, but seen in a way that left her both disarmed and hungry, which terrified her. She leaned slightly into the seat, the silk of her dress whispering against itself, and looked out the tinted window. What if she fell for him? The thought came so quickly it startled her. But there it was, clear and sharp as the cut of her neckline. What if she gave in to this soft unraveling, and he didn't feel it too? What if the kindness and care and curiosity he gave her were just part of the arrangement, a decent man doing the decent thing, and she was the only one letting it mean more? Or worse, what if it was real now, but temporary? What if the marriage was the thing creating this closeness, this spark, this feeling like she was beginning to belong, and what if it faded as easily as it bloomed? She pressed a hand to her cheek, still warm from his touch. She hadn't expected this. The way his fingers had brushed her skin. The way her name had sounded when he said it softly, like it was something valuable. She should have known, she told herself. Eventually, they were going to end up in the same space. Same air, same seat. Same back seat of the same limo. She nearly laughed, except the feeling in her chest was too tight to make room for it. Marriage wasn't supposed to be this complicated, at least not the way Pamela made it sound. Pamela had described it like a contract, a partnership, respect, boundaries, shared goals. Not this simmering closeness. Not this silent electric weight between two people who were technically committed and emotionally unsure. Nick climbed in a moment later, and she quickly straightened her posture. They needed neutral ground. She turned toward him. "Why aren't we taking your car?" He adjusted his sleeve with precision. "I didn't want to deal with the traffic. It's easier to have a driver for an event like this." Of course it was. Efficient. Professional. Just like Nick. And yet, when he turned to her, there was a flicker in his eyes, warmth, awareness, something unsaid. Her heart started racing again, and this time she didn't try to slow it down. Despite her internal eye roll at Nick's version of a car, it didn't take long for Janelle to see his point. The road leading to the governor's mansion was packed. Sleek sports cars, stretch limos, and glossy SUVs idled in a snaking line beneath the canopied trees. Headlights flared in the fading light, and valets in crisp yellow jackets darted between vehicles like a well-choreographed hornet's nest. She was glad not to be the one navigating it. As they approached the entrance, Janelle reached for her mask, careful not to disturb the careful sweep of Claire's airbrushed eyeliner. She'd resisted the idea at first. Masks felt a little too theatrical for her taste, but this one felt like magic. The satin matched her gown perfectly, a deep, regal purple that shimmered under the overhead lights. Short black feathers curled up from the outer edges, and small glass beads caught the light like dewdrops. It was elegant, mysterious, and hers. Using her compact mirror, she tugged a few stray hairs from beneath the thin ribbon that held it in place. When she turned, Nick was already watching her. He'd just finished adjusting his own mask, midnight black with silver trim and a shape that reminded her of a hawk. Clean, striking, masculine. Their eyes met, and for a second, it felt like the whole world fell quiet. "Where are your glasses?" he asked, his voice softer than it had been all night. "They didn't really go with the mask," she said, glancing down. "So I put in contacts. I don't wear them often. My eyes get dry, but I should be okay for tonight." Without hesitation, Nick reached up and gently touched her temple, right at the corner where her mask ended. "If they start to bother you," he said, his thumb barely brushing her skin, "let me know. We'll leave." Janelle's breath caught. The way he said it, like there would be no argument, no need for her to be brave, made something inside her unravel. It wasn't just kindness. It was protection. "Thank you." The car slowed, then stopped. A valet opened the door on her side with a polished smile and extended hand. She accepted it, knees angled together as she shifted, and stood, doing her best to gather her voluminous skirt with dignity. She thought, though she couldn't be sure, that she felt Nick's hand discreetly press a swath of fabric outward to help it clear the door. She turned to make room for him. He stepped out behind her, already smoothing his jacket, and then, just like that, he offered his arm. She took it, her hand fitting perfectly into the crook of his elbow. The weight of the moment curled around them like smoke. Leaning closer, she whispered with a smile, dashing. Nick's answering grin was small and private, just for her. Even in October, with a chill threading through the evening air, the French doors along the back wall of the governor's mansion stood wide open, letting the party spill from the grand foyer through the formal rooms and out into the moonlit gardens. String lights glowed like fireflies in the hedges, and the hum of conversation rose and fell like waves. Tables of carefully curated hors d'oeuvres dotted the marble floor like islands, while tuxedoed waiters drifted through the crowd with silver trays balanced expertly on one hand. Janelle declined a glass of wine, politely, firmly, recalling the multi-page code of conduct she'd signed before accepting her position. Instead, she reached for a stuffed mushroom from a passing tray, grateful for the earthy aroma that grounded her for a beat. Nick moved confidently among the clusters of guests, weaving her seamlessly into conversation after conversation. He introduced her simply, directly, every time. "This is my wife, Janelle." Each time he said it, something fluttered low in her belly. He didn't rush their introductions, nor did he allow her to hover quietly at his side. He made room for her, tilted his body toward her, included her in the rhythm of his world. And through it all, he never let go, his hand resting lightly against the small of her back or wrapping gently around hers as they moved between groups. It was, of course, expected. They were married. Appearances mattered, but Janelle felt every single touch, and it was making concentration nearly impossible. She nodded and smiled when she was supposed to, but the warmth of his palm, the way his fingers curled with quiet familiarity, made her feel like she was standing too close to an open flame. Smiling was easy. Remembering names? Less so. Most guests greeted her with practiced politeness and congratulated them on their elopement. Some even looked genuinely pleased. Others, not so much. A few women gave Janelle the kind of once-over usually reserved for auction items, evaluative, territorial, predatory. She let their gazes slide off her like water. They didn't know her, and they didn't know what she and Nick had begun to build, slowly, quietly, but unmistakably. "This is my wife, Janelle." That word again. Wife. She clung to his arm, unwilling to drift into this sea of strangers alone. He was her anchor tonight. Nick. A bright voice sliced through the air behind them. Janelle turned just in time to see a buxom blonde sweep into their space, all glimmer and shimmer, wrapped in a white gown that did very little wrapping. She launched herself at Nick like a champagne missile, throwing her arms around him in a full-body hug that lingered far too long. Janelle took a graceful step back, schooling her expression as her hands curled into the fabric of her gown. Friend? Old flame? Pageant queen turned investment strategist? Nick, you look positively scrumptious tonight, the woman purred, trailing her fingers down his chest before finally stepping back. Janelle's jaw tightened. Nick did look scrumptious, but that observation was hers to make, not this woman's. Without missing a beat, Nick stepped away and rested his hand on the small of Janelle's back, guiding her gently forward. Charlie, I'd like you to meet my wife, Janelle. He didn't linger, didn't hesitate. Just stepped cleanly, firmly into her corner. Janelle gave Charlie a pleasant smile, the kind that revealed nothing and dared everything. Nice to meet you. Charlie's reply came laced in sugar and arsenic. Nice, she said, the tone weaponized. Her gaze skimmed Janelle's dress, her mask, and landed back on Nick, where it lingered a beat too long. Janelle flicked a glance at Nick. His smile was fixed. Too fixed. His hand pressed a little firmer against her back, and she took it for what it was, a call to action. She stepped forward, slipping easily into the space between them. It's nice to finally meet some of Nick's associates, she said, her voice warm but edged, the kind of line that could pass for cordial or could gut a conversation if wielded right. Charlie tilted her head. Some of us were beginning to think he made you up. Nick reached up to scratch his neck and tugged at the lace collar he hadn't touched all night. His discomfort pulsed through the moment like a heartbeat. Janelle looked back at Charlie, her smile steady, her spine taller now. Whatever Charlie wanted with Nick, she wasn't going to get. You know how it is, Janelle said sweetly, turning toward Nick. She rested her hand lightly on his forearm and tilted her face up to his. New love is a whirlwind. And sometimes her words softened. Her voice dropped. She met his gaze, and something raw opened between them, something unplanned. She didn't look away. It's too extraordinary to share with the world. The moment hung, suspended and full. Something passed between them. Something passed between them. Something real. Nick's arm curved instinctively around her waist, pulling her close. They stood like that, eyes locked, the noise of the party melting into nothing. For a second, Janelle forgot where they were, forgot Charlie, forgot everything but the man in front of her and the strange, thrilling ache building between them. Charlie cleared her throat, sharp and pointed. Nick didn't blink. Well, she said at last, lifting her champagne glass, to the happy couple. She downed the drink like a shot and gave them both one last laser beam smile before disappearing into the crowd. Janelle giggled, unable to help herself. Thanks, she called after her, then leaned slightly into Nick's side. Nick didn't let her go. Even after Charlie disappeared in a flurry of sequins and champagne, his arms stayed firmly around Janelle's waist. She expected him to step back, to create a respectable inch or two of space for breathing room. Instead, he leaned in, close enough that the brush of his breath traced a line just beneath her earlobe. You were, he whispered, voice low and warm, extraordinary. The words sent a ripple through her that had nothing to do with the cold October air. His breath danced across her bare neck, and she had to consciously keep herself from sagging into him. Do you feel up to sending a few more women scampering away? His tone was teasing, but there was something behind it, a curl of amusement wrapped around a thread of invitation. He was enjoying this. Them. So was she. Janelle blinked up at him, her thoughts clouded by proximity and the soft, musky scent of his skin. Women? She repeated, a beat behind his meaning. Nick grinned, eyes glinting with mischief. There are a couple I'd like to tell to get lost, but I can't. It clicked. She tilted her head, feigning thoughtfulness as she tapped her chin. But your wife can. His grin widened. Yes, she can. Then he brought her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. It wasn't for show. No one was watching. It was just for her. And in that moment, Janelle felt ready to take on a whole ballroom full of designer gowns and sharp smiles if it meant standing between Nick and anyone who thought they could lay a claim to him. "Let's get started," she said, her voice light but her heart thundering. For the next 45 minutes they mingled. Nick kept her close, and Janelle played the part of the attentive, polished wife, which, to her surprise, didn't feel like a performance. In some cases, her role meant smiling and nodding through conversations with strangers. In others, it meant gently inserting herself before someone could reach out for a too familiar hug. Occasionally, she narrowed her eyes just enough to make her point, and that, too, was surprisingly satisfying. Between the introductions and the sidelong glances, she started to feel like she belonged, not just at the event, but beside him. Near the edge of the ballroom, where the lighting dipped warmer and the laughter carried less, Nick leaned in and covered her hand with his. "This is Darren," he murmured. "Watch out." He winked, and Janelle barely had time to process the comment before a man with a Cheshire grin and a statuesque redhead on his arm approached. "Nice costume," Darren said, his smirk full of teeth. Nick didn't flinch, but a faint flush crept up the back of his neck. To anyone else, it could have passed for heat or lighting, but Janelle saw it for what it was: embarrassment, low grade and well managed, but real. She felt it in the way his shoulders tensed for just a second before he rallied. It wasn't the first jab of the night. A few of the men, probably the ones who defaulted to safe tuxedos and James Bond costumes, had taken subtle shots at his velvet and lace. And while Nick never let it show, each one chipped at her a little. This had been her idea, her choice: the matching costume, the embroidery, the lace. But even in discomfort, Nick stood tall, regal, his voice steady. "Darren, I'd like you to meet Janelle." He turned to her with quiet pride, the warmth in his eyes eclipsing any embarrassment still clinging to his collar. And just like that, Janelle straightened her spine and stepped into the space beside him, her space. Darren clamped his hands onto Janelle's shoulders in a mock greeting and gave them a squeeze. She smiled politely, noting the chill of his fingers and the fact that her shiver wasn't entirely due to the cold. She hadn't expected attention from anyone tonight. She'd spent the last hour intercepting women with two bright eyes and two familiar hands aimed at her husband. She hadn't anticipated needing the same kind of defense for herself. "You are real," Darren said, his hands moving to cup her face. Janelle instinctively pulled back, her chin dipping toward her neck. She didn't like being handled. Certainly not by someone she hadn't even been introduced to. Darren wasn't fazed by her rejection. "I've never seen Nick whipped enough to wear tights before," Darren added with a laugh, letting go of her face only to loop an arm around her shoulders while pulling Nick into a side hug with the other. Janelle loved this gown. Loved how it made her feel confident, graceful, feminine. But under Darren's gaze, she wished she'd come in a parka or a Yeti costume. Janelle stiffened under the weight of his hold. His poor date, standing slightly behind them, wore a frozen smile that read more hostage than happy. Her eyes darted toward Janelle, a flash of apology or maybe sympathy before she dropped her gaze. "Nick, you dog," Darren continued, giving Nick a jostle that made Janelle sway. "You really did get hitched." He laughed again and dropped his arm from Nick, but kept his grip on Janelle, pulling her tighter to his side. "I can see why you've kept her to yourself for so long." His eyes dipped, not subtly, to her neckline. Janelle's stomach twisted. She pressed both palms against his side and pushed with enough force to create the distance he refused to recognize. The moment she stepped free, his date practically launched herself into the space beside him, her arms wrapping around his chest like vines reestablishing territory. Nick reached for her hand, threading his fingers between hers and tugging her gently but firmly behind him. He stood taller and glared down at Darren. "Nick," Darren drawled, "where did you find her? And can you get me one, too?" "Sorry," he said, voice pleasant and final. "You'll have to find your own." Darren raised his glass in mock salute. "See you again soon, Mrs. Ryburn," he said, then turned and disappeared into the crowd. Nick didn't say a word. He just turned toward her, their hands still clasped, and gave her a look that made her heart stumble. She tipped her head back and smiled, and the warmth that passed between them said everything out loud they hadn't dared speak. He would shield her from men like Darren. She would protect him from every woman who thought he was theirs to win. When she finally broke their gaze and glanced around, Darren was long gone. She let out a slow breath. At midnight, as tradition dictated, everyone removed their masks. There was another hour of polite conversation, lighter now, less posturing, more laughing, and then the crowd began to thin. Janelle had never met so many people in one evening. Names and faces swirled in her head like cookie dough batter, all mixed together and impossible to separate. By the time they settled into the back seat of the limo, her limbs felt like satin noodles and her cheeks ached from smiling. She leaned her head back against the seat and sighed. Nick chuckled. "You did great tonight." He reached over and patted her hand, and then let go. Janelle looked down at the spot where his hand had been. It was silly, nothing had changed, but the absence of his touch felt sharper than it should have. He'd been touching her all night, guiding her, anchoring her, inviting her into his world with every light press of his palm. And now that they were alone, no eyes on them, no masks between them, he'd retreated. Just a simple pat like a thank you handshake after a meeting. It was fine. Expected, maybe, but underwhelming. According to their love language test, they both showed appreciation through physical touch, and a part of her had started to believe, foolishly, that maybe all the touching tonight hadn't been for show. A pat. That was all? Janelle turned her head to the side window and watched the city lights blur into a stream of gold and blue, and wondered what it would feel like if he ever touched her just because he wanted to. Maybe all the hand-holding, the touches, the caught-up-in-each-other moments had been for show. On Nick's part, at least. That thought stung more than she expected. Wait, on Nick's part? Hadn't she been playing a part too? But if she was honest and she had no reason left to lie to herself, the warmth in her chest hadn't been pretend. The way she'd leaned into his touch, the way her hand fit so naturally into his, that hadn't been performance. She'd let herself enjoy it. Fully. Freely. She hadn't just worn the dress or played the part. She'd felt married tonight. To him. And now, sitting next to Nick in the back of the limo, she felt more than a little foolish. Silly, even, for imagining there might have been something personal behind the way he held her close. For thinking that maybe, just maybe, the connection they shared wasn't just strategic staging. Of course he was managing optics. That's what the whole arrangement was about. He'd asked her to be his buffer. A social firewall between him and the clingy women of his world. And she'd done exactly that. Her pride took another blow when Nick began unfastening his costume, quietly, methodically, as if the night were already being filed away. Lace and leather slipped off his frame in soft rustles, and she could hear the tired sigh in his movements even if he didn't make a sound. When he finished, he peeled off the jacket and wadded everything into a neat, resigned pile. "I'm sorry about the costume," she said, her voice softer than intended. "I'll do better next time." He glanced at her, expression unreadable. Then gently, "Thanks. But it was as much my fault as yours. I should have communicated better." That was generous, too generous, and somehow it only made her feel worse. He'd been such a good sport. No sulking, no snide remarks, not even when people laughed. And still, she'd gotten it wrong. She twisted the ring on her finger absently, like a reflex. It had started to feel like a real ring, not just a symbol, not just an arrangement. "We'll get the hang of things," she said, managing a small smile. "I'm sure we will," he replied. His tone was casual, calm. The strain from earlier had faded, leaving something lighter behind. She decided he wasn't angry with her. He'd probably let the whole night go by morning. Which was fine. It was. She turned her head and tilted it from side to side, trying to work out the tension knotted at the base of her skull. They had at least 20 minutes left in the ride home, and the weight of the evening was finally sinking into her muscles. She reached up and began pulling pins from her hair, one by one. Claire didn't believe in hairspray, but she might own stock in bobby pins. Janelle suspected she had more metal on her scalp than in her flatware drawer. She sighed as the first pin came loose, followed by another. A curl fell across her shoulder. "I swear," she muttered half to herself, "if we drive past airport security, I'll get flagged." She lifted her hands again, digging gently at the intricate swirl of curls, working the pins free. The sensation of undoing something, that slow unraveling, offered a strange relief, one she hadn't realized she needed. "What are you doing?" Nick's voice broke the hush of the limo, low and startled. Janelle glanced over. His eyes were wide, not with alarm, but with something like surprise, like she'd just started undressing in church. She raised an eyebrow. Relax. I think Claire's discovered a new method of slow torture. She held up a pin like a smoking gun. Death by bobby pins. A smile tugged at the edge of his mouth. She pulled out another. Here. Will you hold these? Nick hesitated, then opened his hand. One by one, she dropped the tiny daggers into his waiting palm. The silence between them felt soft, laced with the gentle clink of metal and the whisper of curls loosening their hold. The more pins she removed, the more her hair relaxed, until at last, just before they turned onto the long, private drive, her dark cinnamon hair tumbled around her bare shoulders in loose, gleaming waves. She exhaled and reached for the pins he held. Thanks. Their fingers touched as she scooped them from his hand, warm skin, deliberate contact, and suddenly the space inside the limo shrank. The quiet turned dense, the air honey-thick with awareness. Janelle felt his gaze before she looked up. Nick's chest rose and fell with controlled breath, but his eyes gave him away, fastened on her like gravity. No words. No wry comment, just watching. She didn't dare meet his eyes, afraid that if she saw in them what she wanted to see, she'd throw herself into his arms and never leave. The car eased to a stop. Her door opened with a rush of crisp night air, and the driver's voice came like a rescue. Miss, she stepped out, grateful for the cold that cleared her head. Nick followed, and they walked side by side toward the front door, their silence companionable but taut. Space stretched between them like a ribbon neither wanted to tug. The wheels of the limo crunched away behind them as Nick reached for the keypad. A soft beep, and the lights inside blinked on in welcome. Janelle gathered her skirts and crossed the threshold, her steps quick, purposeful. They didn't speak as they moved through the grand entry, up the stairs, or across the softly lit sitting room that connected their suites. The whole house seemed to hold its breath. She reached her door and placed her hand on the knob. Janelle. She turned halfway, not trusting herself to face him fully. Her heart was pounding with the foolish ache of wanting more, just a moment more, but she knew herself too well. If she turned around completely, she might cross a line, and tonight had already blurred too many of them. Nick stood a few feet behind her, his hands at his sides, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "Thank you for a wonderful evening," he said, his voice quiet and sincere. Janelle's lips curved before she could stop them. The dress made it easy, too easy, to curtsy. So she did. A quick dip, graceful and utterly formal. She laughed, embarrassed at her own dramatics. "Thank you for taking me to my first ball." His smile was small but real. He nodded once. She stepped into her room and closed the door behind her. As the latch clicked into place, she leaned back against the wood, her fingers still curled loosely around the pins in her hand. Only then did she realize she'd been holding her breath since he'd said her name. Nick changed into pajamas and climbed into bed. The evening exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't been married to Janelle, he would have kissed her at least a half-dozen times. He had a beautiful wife, whom he was attracted to at every turn, and he was afraid to kiss her, afraid of ruining what they had, which was sweet. He enjoyed their texting banter and notes, looked forward to it when he got up in the morning. Why would he mess that up? Punching his pillow and rolling onto his side, he mentally berated himself for his cowardice. The fact of the matter was that he entered into a contract for a business wife, not a love match. He needed to remember the purpose of his marriage. It wasn't to find a soulmate, it was to find a partner. There was a huge difference between the two, wasn't there? Janelle held up her end of the bargain. She was brilliant at keeping women off him. Of course, in order to send the message, she was often close enough he could smell her vanilla shampoo or feel her skin brush his. Holding Janelle was instinctive. Rolling to his other side, he felt a surge of anger as he thought about Darren's behavior. It was obvious the guy made Janelle uncomfortable, and the way he held her face made Nick want to shove him into the seafood buffet. After one too many turns beneath the covers and a pile of kicked-off blankets now puddled at the foot of his bed, Nick accepted what he already knew. Sleep wasn't going to happen. He shoved the sheets aside and padded barefoot across the cool floor, heading for the kitchen. The house was quiet, still holding its breath from the night. He figured a stolen cookie or two might calm the restlessness buzzing under his skin. Janelle's cookie jar hadn't let him down yet, but as he rounded the corner into the gathering room, he stopped short. Light spilled out from the kitchen, soft and golden. So much for not waking Janelle. She was sitting on the counter, bare legs swinging slightly above the floor, a dish towel-wrapped pint of ice cream resting in her lap. Her black spandex shorts and pink tank top looked casual, almost forgettable, until he noticed how the fabric hugged her frame. Her hair was still down, brushing over her bare shoulders like it had in the limo, and the memory of watching her unpin it, slow, deliberate, mesmerizing, hit him with more force than expected. She looked up at him, her expression caught somewhere between surprise and a shy smile. "Ice cream?" she offered. "What flavor?" he asked, already heading for the silverware drawer. "Mint brownie." He groaned, retrieving a spoon. "You know all my weaknesses." She laughed, warm and unguarded. "I highly doubt it." He crossed the room and came to stand in front of her, the cold spoon already dipping into the pint for a generous scoop. Her glasses were back on, thin frames, perched delicately on her nose, and somehow he liked them. They suited her, sharp and soft at the same time. "Hey," she protested, tugging the carton toward her. "At least ask first." He grinned and braced a hand on the counter beside her hip as he polished off the bite. "You offered." She narrowed her eyes at him, but let him sneak another spoonful before racing to catch up with 3 quick bites of her own. "Not so fast," he warned, teasing now. He moved his spoon toward the pint and pulled it back just before it touched the surface. "I have to," she shot back, shielding the carton. "You'll eat it all." He lunged gently for it again, and she twisted to keep it out of reach. His hand brushed her side, and she let out a startled giggle. The sound lit something in him. He tickled her again just under her ribs, and she twisted quickly, holding the carton high, and suddenly they were inches apart. Too close. Her laugh faded into silence, and he felt her breath brush his lips. They didn't move. The dish towel slid slightly in her lap, forgotten. His hand was still pressed to the counter, holding him steady, though it felt like gravity had shifted. Her eyes found his, and with each heartbeat, the space between them narrowed. Not rushed, not deliberate, just drawn, like 2 magnetic points caught in orbit, one breath closer, then another. He didn't want her to back away this time, to break the spell. They weren't in a crowded ballroom or the back of a limousine. They were in his kitchen, his home, where it was perfectly natural for a husband to kiss his wife, with or without a contract. He reached up and traced his thumb across her jaw, giving her one last chance to tell him no. She closed her eyes and sighed, tipping her head into his hand. His spoon clattered as it hit the counter, and Nick brushed his fingers up her arm to her neck. Janelle dropped the ice cream behind her and hesitantly threaded her hands into his hair. As their lips met, she pulled him closer. He deepened the kiss slowly, savoring the way her lips moved with his, tentative, then sure. The faint taste of mint and chocolate lingered between them, sweet and cool, but the fire rising in him burned hotter than either flavor could touch. He kissed her again, then shifted, trailing soft, reverent kisses along the curve of her jaw, down the warm, delicate skin of her neck. She tipped her head slightly, her breath catching in a way that nearly undid him. He returned to her mouth like it was home, like it had been waiting for him all along. Every inch of her, every sigh, felt familiar and breathtaking all at once. She was security and spark, challenge and comfort. She was the quiet thrill of solving a problem no one else could, and the heart-pounding rush of jumping into the unknown. And she was kissing him back. With every touch, every lean closer, she was saying yes. Nick's arms circled her waist, his hands spanning the small of her back as if to keep her tethered to him, even as the rest of the world fell away. She clung to him, not out of fear, but with a boldness that sent adrenaline racing through his veins. Her hands threaded into his hair, hesitant at first, then certain. She made him feel unstoppable and yet completely undone, and somehow both were true. Nick swallowed, his heart hammering in his chest. Janelle reached up and brushed her fingertips gently across the edge of his goatee, the same place she'd touched hours ago in the kitchen. Then she froze. "I feel cold," Janelle whispered. Nick blinked. "Cold?" His pulse was still galloping, and every nerve in his body was alight like a string of frayed wires. He was burning up from the inside out. Then her eyes widened. She pushed lightly against his chest and hopped off the counter, twisting to look behind her. Oh no, melted ice cream. A glossy smear of mint brownie covered the counter and soaked through the seat of her black shorts. She groaned in dismay. Nick raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth twitching as his brain offered up more than a few ways to help her clean up. None of them involved kitchen towels. Janelle caught the look and blushed immediately, her cheeks flushing with that shade of pink he'd started cataloging in his mind, the one he liked best. She swatted his arm. "Stop it," she said, half laughing, half mortified. Spinning toward the linen drawer, she yanked it open, grabbed a handful of towels, and quickly wet one under the sink. Without looking at him, she wrung it out and tossed it over her shoulder. "You? Counter." Nick caught it midair and chuckled. "I knew things were heating up in here, but I didn't expect a total meltdown." "Ha ha." She rolled her eyes, her back to him. She wiped at her shorts, then tossed the damp towel into the sink with a sigh. A single strap of her pink tank top slipped down her shoulder, revealing smooth skin and the gentle curve where her neck met her collarbone. Nick forced his eyes away. "I should probably change," she murmured, "and get some sleep." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, not meeting his gaze. The air between them shifted, less playful, more guarded, tense in a different way now. How his chest tightened. "Did I do something wrong?" Janelle pulled the strap back into place, shaking her head. "No, she paused. "I don't want you to think that another breath, that I expect more out of this marriage than what's in the contract." She said it like a confession, like it hurt to admit. Nick dropped the rag on the counter, the weight of her words hitting like a splash of cold water. She was right about the contract, the boundaries, the time limit, and she wasn't wrong to remind him. Still, it gutted him. Because for a fleeting, foolish moment tonight, he'd let himself imagine otherwise. He looked around the kitchen, his home. He'd built it with the future in mind, with family in mind. Tonight, he'd pictured her in it, not temporarily, permanently, and he'd liked the picture more than he should have. He scrubbed a hand through his hair. "I got caught up in the moment." Her shoulders dropped. "That's not what— It won't happen again," he said quickly, cutting her off before she could finish. She froze, then nodded once, tightly. Without another word, she turned and walked out of the kitchen. Nick stood there for a long moment, listening to the sound of her retreating footsteps. The space she left behind felt colder than any spilled ice cream ever could. He waited 5 minutes, maybe more, then dragged himself up the stairs, stepped into his room, and collapsed onto his bed. Sleep didn't come, just regret, and the soft ache of everything left unsaid. Chapter 27. A week after the melted ice cream incident, Janelle sat at her desk in her room, balancing the household account. The numbers weren't at all interesting, and she banged her head against the wood, just once and just hard enough that hopefully she knocked some sense into her brain. For a whole week Nick had been avoiding her, and they were back to communicating through text with a rare phone call thrown in. She knew he was busy. Every moment on their calendar was filled with green appointments, but she felt as though she had been pushed aside. They'd had such an enchanting time at the ball. Could she use that word, enchanting? Sure she could. She'd been in a gown, and he'd been a gentleman. And then that kiss. That kiss made her cheeks flame every time she thought about it. She couldn't stop thinking about the way his hair felt between her fingers, or the way he held her as though she was breakable though his passion was unmistakable. She dropped her forehead to the desk with a thunk and left it there. After the kiss, she tried to tell him that she wasn't kissing him to get something out of him. She'd noticed that in people at the party. They played up to him, complimented him, and then asked for a donation to their charitable cause or for the opportunity to pitch an idea. She wasn't like those people. Okay, technically Nick's money was the reason she entered into the marriage. But it wasn't like she was after his house, business, or investment. In fact, she wasn't even sure if he had investments. She'd contracted for a finite sum, a sum she worked for. She got a paycheck, but that wasn't what she saw when she looked at him. What she saw was the way his eyes brightened when she blushed, or how he anticipated her needs and met them without making her feel indebted. She'd kissed him because she was attracted to him and had feelings that she hadn't identified, but for some reason felt safe enough to share. Her explanation had gone completely wrong, and she'd offended him. She picked her head up and rubbed her bleary eyes. It was no use. She needed to see him again, but he didn't want to see her, at least that's what 100 green appointments on their calendar told her. Her phone alarm went off, warning her that it was time to leave for class. She reluctantly rubbed at the red spot on her forehead before putting her phone in her purse and slinging it over her shoulder. She made her way to the garage, grabbing a jacket from the coat closet before climbing into her junker. When she turned the key, nothing happened, not even a whir-whir. She bit back a curse. Of course this would happen on a test day. Any other day of the semester, and she could call in sick. If she didn't administer the test today, the whole class schedule would be thrown off, and there was always at least one student who would complain to the department head. With the paperwork for her project in review, the last thing she needed was a complaint. No, not today. She tried again with the same result. As she offered up a prayer for help, the garage door went up. Janelle whipped around to see Nick's car pull in. Her jaw dropped. He wasn't supposed to be home at this hour. In fact, his calendar said he had a meeting with his HR director, Robert. She knew because she pored over his calendar like a teen girl over Cosmo. She looked up, silently asking God if this was his doing. Nick climbed out of the car, his phone pressed to his ear, and looking every bit as wonderful as the night they'd kissed. Janelle let out a wistful sigh. He was clean-shaven, and for a brief moment Janelle wondered what it felt like to kiss him without the goatee. He caught sight of her and forced a smile.
Great.
She'd been downgraded to the same smile as Charlie. Janelle climbed out of her car and leaned against the door. Rob, I love that idea. Nick put his thumb over the receiver and raised his eyebrows. Everything okay? My car won't start. You have class, right? She checked her phone. 23 minutes. He nodded quickly. You can take one of mine. Nick jerked his head toward the other cars in the garage. Giving her an encouraging smile, he moved his thumb aside. Are you sure about that? He asked as he walked in the house. Janelle looked around the spacious garage. Besides her junker and Nick's luxury vehicle, there was an SUV and a convertible. Biting her lip, she fought against the panic swelling up inside her. She couldn't just take one of his cars. They were expensive and shiny. She folded her arms and shook her head. Janelle took out her phone and considered getting an Uber. She bit her lip. By the time they got here, she'd be late enough that the class would automatically dismiss. How will that affect overall morale? Nick came back into the garage. He stopped when he saw Janelle hadn't moved. Shaking his head and smiling, he took Janelle by the elbow and pulled her to the SUV. What about sick days? He said into the phone as he opened the door and motioned for her to get inside. Uh-huh. Janelle climbed in. If it had been anyone else, she wouldn't have accepted the offer. With Nick, she knew he wasn't trying to get rid of her by putting her in his car. He was helping. Even though he was in the middle of multitasking, he prioritized her needs and took care of them. She loved that he wasn't making a big deal about it or making her feel indebted to him. None of this if I scratch your back business. Nick tucked the phone against his shoulder, grabbed the seat belt, and leaned across her to click it in place. Janelle felt her pulse quicken as a scent washed over her. Nick pushed the button, and the car came to life. He pulled the phone away from his ear and leaned back, the smell of his shaving cream hanging in the air. She's yours until you get yours fixed, or… He glanced over his shoulder at her rust bucket and turned back, lifting one side of his mouth in a crooked grin. Have it recycled into something useful. He used the same teasing tone he'd had when trying to steal her ice cream. Janelle's breath caught, and the air between them charged with memories of the last time they were this close. Janelle tipped her head, considering Nick's nearness and the way it made her feel. Should she grab his tie and hold him in place so she could explain what she'd meant the other night? Hello? Nick, are you there? Robert's voice interrupted their space. Nick stepped back. Have a good class. He was back on the phone before Janelle could tell him thank you. She carefully backed the SUV out of the garage and pushed the button to put the door down. Once she was on a main road, She hit the gas and raced to campus. The surge of adrenaline spiking under her skin had nothing to do with her speed and everything to do with Nick. Being that close to Nick, if only for a moment, made it impossible for her to deny her feelings. She wanted what they had shared over ice cream. It wasn't only the steamy kisses she desired. It was Nick and his goodness that melted every bit of her resistance. He was such a good man, everything she'd ever needed or wanted and didn't know she was looking for. He took care of her without making her feel incapable. It wasn't that she couldn't buckle her seatbelt. It was that he'd wanted to do something for her, something that said he cared. She couldn't deny it any longer. She was falling for him, and she needed to act on it before they grew further apart. Class was a blur as half her brain worked over the problem of how to show Nick she cared when he was determined to avoid her. Thankfully, she taught the same chapters every semester and could do it on autopilot. As soon as class was over, she jumped back in Nick's SUV and drove home, hoping to catch him. The sliding garage door revealed his absence. Janelle dragged her feet up the stairs to her suite. Flopping onto her bed, she stared up at the ceiling. There had to be some way to connect with Nick. Some way to let him know she was willing to explore more between them. He could keep the money and the stuff. She wanted the man. Chapter 28. Nick wasn't sure if Janelle planned to come home after her class, but he wasn't taking any chances and going right back to the office. He'd been wrong once already, misreading her signals, overstepping with that kiss, and the sting of rejection was still fresh enough to keep him cautious. He'd moved too fast, assumed too much, and worse, he'd let himself hope. Now, he wasn't about to make a fool of himself twice. The elevator doors closed around him with a soft whoosh, sealing him into the brushed metal box with nothing but the hum of machinery and his own regrets for company. He ran his fingers through his hair, more to clear his thoughts than to fix anything. In business, he considered his ability to read people one of his sharpest edges. Subtext, tone, posture. He could sense hesitation from across a boardroom and anticipate objections before a pitch even started. It was his thing. So how had he gotten it so wrong with Janelle? Here he played the night in vivid detail, her fingers in his hair, the way she leaned into him, the softness in her voice when she whispered, "Thank you for taking me to my first ball." Everything about her had spoken yes. Until it didn't. Now she was back behind her walls. Professional. Distant. Careful with her words and quicker with her exit. The memory of her pulling back, of her saying she didn't want more than what the contract offered, lodged in his chest like a splinter he couldn't shake. The elevator slowed with a ding, and the doors began to part. A blur of movement caught his eye before Darren barked, "Hey." Nick sighed. "Hey," he said, eyes fixed on the patterned carpet as Darren stepped inside. "You don't look so good," Darren observed, clapping a hand on Nick's shoulder with mock concern. "Old lady troubles?" Nick gave a non-committal grunt. "You could say that." "Man, don't let it get to you," Darren said, giving him a nudge that bordered on a shove. "Let's blow off steam. Vegas this weekend. Just the guys. No rules." Nick turned his head, raising a brow. "I'm married." Darren scoffed. "Yeah, and apparently miserable." "I didn't say I was miserable," Nick replied evenly. "You didn't have to. Your face is doing all the talking. Come on, it's not like she'd even know. One weekend, a little fun, then back to your regularly scheduled life." Nick didn't answer right away. On the surface, Darren had a point. He had the money. The time. And, yes, more than enough emotional static to justify a distraction. But the idea of Vegas, of pretending none of this mattered, made him feel hollow. And then, unbidden, came the image of Janelle. Not in the gown, not even in the limo, but barefoot in the kitchen, with ice cream on her shorts and curls cascading down her back. Her laugh had filled the air that night like music, real, unrehearsed his. He remembered the feel of her cheek in his palm, the way her breath had caught, the way she'd leaned in. That was real. That meant something. "No," he said firmly. "Not happening." Darren frowned. "Why not?" Nick met his gaze. "Because I made vows. And whether or not she expects me to honor them, I do." Darren rolled his eyes. Man, you're whipped. Nick didn't rise to the bait. He smiled, a quiet, private smile, and looked straight ahead. Maybe, but for the right person? I'll take it. Darren snorted, clearly unimpressed. You'll come to your senses. Nick shook his head. I already have. They rode the rest of the way in silence. When the doors opened, Nick stepped out without another word. He could have gone to Vegas. Could have buried this awkward tension with noise and neon lights. But the truth was, he'd already tasted something better, and now that he'd had it, he wasn't interested in pretending that empty felt like enough. He didn't know what Janelle wanted, not anymore. But he knew what he wanted. And if that meant waiting quietly, proving himself in 100 small, ordinary ways, then so be it. She was his wife for now. But maybe if he handled this right, that contract wouldn't be the end of the story. It could be the beginning. Chapter 29. Janelle walked through the lab on autopilot. The smell of ancient dust tickled her nose. For days, she'd wandered through life completely wrapped up in her thoughts of Nick. He never made it home before she went to bed, and he was gone before she woke up. They were going to have to meet up at some point. Janelle wanted that point to be sooner rather than later. The more time that went by, the lonelier she felt without his notes or texts. She tapped lightly on her advisor's door and waited for his invitation to come in. Professor Ford sat behind his cluttered desk, his glasses perched on his forehead. Janelle sat down in the green leather seat across from him. You wanted to see me? She asked. Yes, I got an email from my buddy in T-Call. He said you haven't sent the request forms or filed for the permits. Janelle jolted as though she'd stuck her finger in a light socket.
What?
They aren't due until the 25th. Professor Ford's eyebrows shot up. It's the 27th. Janelle pressed both her hands to her cheeks. No, she couldn't have missed the deadline. The amount of red tape it took to get permission to excavate a Mayan temple was outrageous. If she missed one deadline, she'd have to start all over again. Is it too late? Henry filed an extension, but you only have until tomorrow morning. Janelle cringed. The permits were easily over 100 pages in Spanish. She jumped to her feet. Her classes were done, and Nick was scheduled for some randy meeting tonight. If she worked straight through till morning, she might be able to do this. Wait, said Professor Ford. Is everything all right? You've been distracted for the last couple of days, and it's not like you to miss a deadline. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just personal. Professor Ford's eye dropped to her ring. Janelle could see the wheels turning. Quick, secret engagement plus Janelle's change in behavior plus husband he's never met plus her reluctance to talk about her wedding equals controlling and possibly abusive husband. He squared his shoulders. You know, if you need help. Janelle fought the urge to laugh. Nick was the farthest thing from an abusive husband in the world. She plopped back into her chair. It's not what you're thinking. He waited, his fingers steepled and his brow low. Janelle weighed how much she could tell him and still honor her confidentiality agreement. As long as she didn't talk about how they met and focused on the issue at hand, she'd be safe. Nick's amazing. I said something stupid, and now there's this distance. I don't know how.
Ugh.
Marriage is not supposed to be this hard. Professor Ford barked a laugh. Marriage is the hardest thing you'll ever do. Harder than filing for a dig in Guatemala? She pressed. He leaned back in his chair and spoke softly. 100 times harder. Thanks for the pep talk. Janelle sighed. Professor Ford considered her. He seemed to have let go of his suspicions. Janelle folded her hands in her lap. It's worth it. When you get to where Marion and I are, you can see that the bumps in the road were just bumps. They aren't roadblocks. Janelle twisted her ring on her finger. She and Nick would never get to that point. They had an expiration date. Janelle's eyes stung, and she blinked to hold back the tears. Had she missed her chance with Nick? Janelle, you can get through this. All you have to do is study it out like you always do. Thanks. Janelle stood and moved quickly to the door. I'll have those requests filed by tomorrow morning. I'll let Henry know they are on their way. Shutting the door behind her, Janelle hurried down the hall. Everything she needed was on her dresser at home. She pulled out her phone and blocked out the entire night. Not that Nick would be home anyway. It just felt good to have something to put on her evening instead of staring at Nick's green boxes on the calendar while she ate dinner alone. She needed to get her focus back. The whole point of this marriage was to get her to Guatemala. It was her goal, her drive, and her life, until one mind-numbing kiss from Nick turned her brain to mush. No more mush. From here on out, she'd keep her head when it came to South America and her husband. Now, if she could just get her heart to cooperate, everything would fall into place. Chapter 30. Nick was surprised to see Janelle's light on when he pulled up the driveway. She was usually sound asleep before he came home. He pulled into the garage and cut the engine. Letting out a sigh, he hauled his sorry butt out of the car. He couldn't keep this up. Staying at the office until all hours of the night and getting up early were taking a toll. He'd fallen asleep at his desk twice this week. Brenda woke him up in time for his meetings, but she didn't look too happy about it. She probably suspected that all was not well at home and that he was using his work schedule to avoid the issue. The woman wasn't dumb. Thankfully, she merely pursed her lips, handed him notes, and left him to handle his private life on his own. He plunked his keys in the bowl next to the back door. Taking his shoes off in the mudroom, Nick tiptoed up the stairs. He paused at the top. Janelle's door was wide open, and from here, he could see that her bed was empty. A few quiet steps gave him the angle he needed to find Janelle asleep at her desk. She didn't look at all comfortable, with her neck kinked and her glasses askew. Nick looked from her room to his. He sighed as he set his shoes down just inside her door. He couldn't just leave her there. What on earth could have kept her up this late? He pulled his phone from his pocket and checked their calendar. She'd blocked out the night, but didn't say what for. Was she waiting for him? Did she feel the emptiness in the day like he did? He hit the lights as he passed the switch. The glow from Janelle's laptop would be enough to see by, and hopefully she wouldn't wake up too much as he transferred her to the bed. "Janelle," he whispered. Janelle moved and hit the computer's touchscreen, cutting out the screensaver and revealing a document with an official seal in the corner. Nick leaned over and made out the word Guatemala. Her expedition. He had to hand it to her. She was determined to make this happen. She put as much effort and concentrated focus into her trip as he had in creating his idea tech. Funny how a guy could feel jealous of a country. Nick set his phone down, took the Spanish-English dictionary off Janelle's lap, and set it aside. Sliding his arms under Janelle's knees and behind her back, he lifted her off the chair. She sighed and rested against his chest. The warmth that spread through his body was a testament to his need to keep away from Janelle. He simply couldn't help himself from hugging her closer before laying her on the blankets. He brushed her hair away from her face, and she leaned into his palm in her sleep. Nick's heart pounded. The sound was too loud in the quiet room. It would be easy to kiss her, just a small one on her cheek or forehead. He stepped back, sliding his hand out, and waited to see if she stirred. She didn't. Man, she was out. Nick ran his hand through his hair. He was exhausted. He went to shut the computer when an email popped up. Files due by 9 a.m. our time. It was from a Professor Ford. Nick clicked through the open files. It appeared Janelle was almost done. But if she slept in, she'd miss the deadline. Picking up her phone, Nick set an alarm for 6:30 a.m. and set the phone on her nightstand. Once in his own room, he set his alarm for 6. That would give him enough time to shower and shave before Janelle's alarm went off. He could make sure she was up before he left. Shaking his head, he wondered if he really would be able to keep his distance from her. It seemed every time he got near her, he couldn't help but find a way to be close. Like when he buckled her into the car. She could have done that herself, but he wanted the excuse to touch her. He was definitely drawn to her. But he'd misread her once already. Unless she gave him a clear sign, he'd keep his feelings to himself. Chapter 31. Janelle woke in a panic. She couldn't remember going to bed or setting her alarm. She pressed her hand to her cheek. The only thing she remembered was a dream about Nick tucking her in bed. She rubbed her face. It was so real. Stumbling to her desk, she found her glasses and slid them on. The room was still dark, and the sun wouldn't be up for at least an hour. She turned on the lamp and sat down to get to work. Now wasn't the time for dreams, at least not the kind she was having. The dream she needed to focus on was the one about to evaporate if she didn't get her permit papers turned in. Her phone chirped. Probably Professor Ford. She pressed the speaker phone button without checking the caller ID. Hello? Hello, is Nick there? Asked a woman's voice. Janelle gave her phone a funny look. Who would call her phone looking for Nick? Brenda, is that you? No, this isn't Brenda. Can I please speak to Nick? Nick's busy at the moment. May I take a message? Janelle sorted through her notes. No, you may not. I want to speak with Nick. Who is this chick? Janelle didn't like the idea of any woman thinking she could demand Nick's attention like that, and she fully acknowledged that her hackles were up. You can't speak with Nick right now, but this is his wife, and I'd be happy to take a message. The woman didn't say anything as Janelle tapped her fingers against the desk. Did you say wife? The woman finally asked. Yes, I did. She pushed the button to take the phone off speaker and pressed it to her ear. How long have you been married? The woman's voice sounded small, and Janelle wondered if she'd been too harsh. If this was a business associate, she could have handled it more professionally. Of course, if it was an ex-girlfriend or one of those women from the ball, she needed to be firm. 3 months. Well, the woman huffed. That explained a lot. Excuse me? Tell Nick that his mother will be there in 15 minutes to congratulate him on his wedding. Click. What? Janelle pulled the phone away from her ear and saw the home screen. Her phone had a picture of a Mayan temple for wallpaper. This phone had plain blue wallpaper. How did she get Nick's phone? Her dream. It wasn't a dream. Nick had tucked her in bed last night. He must have accidentally switched their phones. She looked at the doorway in horror. What had she done? Breaking into a run, Janelle screamed, Nick, as she burst out of her bedroom door. With every step, she cursed under her breath. Racing across the sitting room, she ran through his bedroom door and pounded on the door to the bathroom, where she could hear the shower going. Nick. She pounded again, and the water turned off. The door flew open just as she considered slamming her shoulder into the heavy wood. Nick stood there with a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair plastered to his forehead and water trickling down his immaculate body. Janelle stared for a full 5 seconds before she remembered why she was there, and a fresh wave of panic made her hands shake as she held up his phone. You took my phone. Nick raised his eyebrows. Sorry. Janelle waved her hands. No, you took my phone and I answered this one, and it was a woman and she was demanding to speak to you, and I was mad because she called my phone, and I thought she was a stalker ex-girlfriend, and I told her we were married. Janelle pressed her free hand to her cheek. I told her we were married, Nick. Keeping one hand on the towel, Nick placed his other hand on her shoulder. It's okay. We've told lots of people we are married. Janelle's voice wobbled. Not our parents. Nick took the phone out of her hand and checked the caller ID. His face went pale. Janelle felt stupid. I'm so sorry. She'd ruined everything. She said all the wrong things. Any trust they developed over the past 3 months was too vulnerable to withstand a blow like this. Nick tossed the phone on the bed and ran his hand through his hair. She was going to find out sooner or later. Tears came, telling Janelle she was more sensitive when it came to Nick than even she had realized. The moment he buckled her into that SUV, her heart grabbed a hold of him, and she didn't want it to let go. If she'd ruined things, she'd never forgive herself either for causing trouble with his family or for falling in love. Janelle gasped. Was she falling in love with Nick? Janelle looked into his worried eyes. Nick was kind. He cared for her and for her comfort, working hard to make sure her needs were met. He did small things that showed her she mattered to him, from loaning her his car to buying a book about the things she studied. He laughed with her, teased her, and when they were together, she felt complete. And while her stomach flipped and her heart lifted when he touched her, it was more than that. The feelings she had were long-term, like the feelings she had for her family. They were always there and would always be there, never fading, but growing stronger as the years went by. Yep, she loved him. As the weight of her realization hit her, she grabbed Nick's hand, and a small sob escaped. What's the matter? Janelle shook her head. Now was not the time to bare her soul. She said, she's on her way over.
Now. Now.
Nick looked down at the towel around his waist and then back up at her. He had a wicked grin, like someone who was about to jump out of an airplane. What we need is damage control. He wiped away the last of her tears. I'm going to get dressed, and you're going to change into something less rumpled. She looked down to inspect the damage, but he hooked his finger under her chin and brought her eyes up to meet his. We need a united front. My mother's a no-nonsense kind of woman. Do you want to tell her about BMB? Not really. Janelle didn't blame him. She'd rather not tell her parents either. Then what do we say? Let's meet back here in 5 minutes, okay? 'Kay. Janelle ran into her room. She grabbed a brush and yanked it through her hair as she rummaged through the closet, looking for something to impress her mother-in-law. Finally settling on a blouse and a tight pair of jeans, she hurried to apply some makeup. Chapter 32. Once Nick finished dressing, he grabbed his phone off the bed and scrolled to Brenda's name. His thumb hovered a second longer than necessary before sending a clipped message. Cancel everything this morning. Personal matter. Her reply came almost immediately, efficient, concise, and void of commentary. Understood.
Cleared.
He appreciated that about Brenda. She didn't ask questions when the air was tight. He slipped the phone into his pocket and went to find Janelle. He found her in the guest bathroom, standing in front of the mirror with her mascara wand frozen mid-swipe. She caught his reflection and gave him a tentative smile, more nervous than reassuring, and returned her task with a slight tremble in her hand. She'd pulled her hair into a loose twist, soft waves already slipping free to frame her face. Dressed in jeans and a pale green shirt that floated off one shoulder, she looked impossibly beautiful and achingly out of place for what they were about to face. He had the strangest urge to walk over and tuck one of those strands behind her ear. Instead, he kept his voice low. Let's meet her in the library. She blinked once, finishing her mascara with delicate precision. Is she going to be mad? Probably, he said, more dryly than he meant to. They moved down the grand staircase together, their steps quiet on the runner. Janelle hesitated as they reached the last step, half a breath behind him, and he could feel the weight of her nerves in the space between them. The doorbell rang before either of them could say anything else. Nick opened the door to find his mother already pressing forward, a trench coat draped over one arm and her mouth drawn into a polite line. She swept past him with a clipped hello, her heels echoing on the marble as she zeroed in on Janelle. Janelle straightened, her shoulders tight but squared. She lifted her chin and stepped forward, offering her hand. Nick could see it, the shift in her. She was scared, but she stood her ground. That quiet, stubborn courage that had drawn him in from the start was right there, humming beneath the tension. I'm sorry for being rude on the phone, she said, her voice clear but unsteady. I didn't know who you were. Well, his mother replied, eyes flicking briefly over her outfit. That was obvious. She shook Janelle's hand, formally, coolly, before letting it go. Nick stepped in, his tone smooth but firm. Mom, this is Janelle. Janelle, this is my mother, Rebecca Ryburn. He could see the way Janelle's breath caught at the full name. This wasn't just a family meet and greet. This was entering the lion's den, and she knew it. Rebecca gave a tight nod, then turned her gaze on him with the same intensity she'd once used to interrogate a teenage Nick about a mysteriously cracked vase in the solarium. Let's sit, he offered quickly, gesturing toward the library. They crossed the threshold into the warm, wood-paneled room. Morning light filtered through the tall windows, casting gold patterns onto the rug, but it didn't soften the sharpness in his mother's posture as she lowered herself onto the love seat. Nick and Janelle took the couch together. He didn't reach for her hand, but he made sure his leg brushed hers, a quiet signal of solidarity. His mother set her purse beside her and folded her arms across her designer blouse, legs crossed with the elegance of a woman who had orchestrated 100 luncheons and expected everyone to fall in line. Her gaze landed squarely on him. So, she said, her voice even and polished. How did this happen? Nick exhaled and looked toward Janelle, guilt pressing against his ribs like a vice. She sat beside him, composed but quiet, her gaze steady on the woman across from them. He hadn't meant for it to play out like this. He should have told his mother sooner. But the moment had always felt wrong or too rushed or just easier to delay. But not anymore. He couldn't keep putting Janelle in the middle of a lie. Not when the stakes were shifting. Not when he wanted more. If he wanted this marriage to become real, in ways that extended beyond legal documents and quiet breakfasts, it had to start with truth. Janelle and I dated for a while, he began, voice low. Then he stopped. The old line felt thin now. Scripted. A version of the story that suited press releases and polite circles. But not this moment. Not this woman. And definitely not the future he was starting to imagine with Janelle. He dragged a hand down his face and straightened, turning his full attention to his mother. We were introduced through a marriage broker, he said clearly, letting the weight of the words settle between them. Rebecca's spine snapped straight, and she lifted one perfectly manicured hand like she was flagging down a taxi. A what? A matchmaking firm, Nick said, forcing calm into his voice. Discreet. Legal. Contractual. Rebecca looked at him like he'd sprouted a second head. He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. He could feel the tension in the room mounting like static, ready to crack if they weren't careful. What mattered now was how they presented. He needed his mother to understand that this hadn't been a reckless decision or a scandal to mop up. It had been deliberate, mutually chosen, and, God help him, maybe the best decision he'd made in years. But as he angled toward her, he noticed the space between himself and Janelle. Too wide, too formal. If they looked distant, his mother would seize on it like a hawk on a field mouse. And then, Janelle moved. Softly, without a word, she placed her hand on his back. Her palm rested warm and solid between his shoulder blades, not demanding, not performative, just there, grounding him. The relief that flooded him was immediate. Her touch didn't just offer support. It claimed him. We're in this together. He didn't look at her, but his fingers curled slightly on his knee, his only outward response to the way his chest cracked open, just a little more. She didn't have to be here. She had work to do, applications to finish, deadlines to meet, but she'd shown up for this.
For him.
And he wasn't about to forget it. Nick took a breath before jumping in. I was looking for something more than just another dead-end relationship. I wanted a partner in life. I'd heard about this marriage broker. She specializes in what she calls business marriages. He ran a hand through his hair. I signed up for her service, and about 2 months later, I met Janelle to sign the prenup, and we were married. Wait, you didn't know her before you married her?
No.
I don't understand. How could you want to marry a person you'd never met? The brokerage specializes in creating mutually beneficial relationships. I see. Mom turned to Janelle. And what do you get out of this? Janelle cleared her throat. I lost the funding for my PhD, and this will take care of that. So, you married him for his money. Mom's accusation was in her voice and her glare. Nick leaned back, so his shoulder touched Janelle's. Janelle stiffened. As per contract, I earn a salary. I don't want, nor do I expect, anything more than the money I earn. Uh-huh. And how do you earn that money? Mom's eyes flicked over Janelle. Nick sat up taller. It's not like that. Then, what's it like, Nick? You've been avoiding me for 3 months, and then I find out that you're married to some woman I've never met and whom you didn't meet until the marriage. What am I supposed to think? Janelle turned to see what he would say. Nick swallowed. Our marriage helps us both. Janelle is invaluable here. I don't know what I'd do without her. Janelle smiled up at him. Really? Yes, really. Janelle's cheeks turned pink. Nick watched the color spread, relishing the thought that his happiness was her happiness. This woman undid him. Nick leaned closer, his heart beating wildly.
Nick.
Focus. Mom stood up, slinging her purse strap over her shoulder. How is a business marriage supposed to really help you? She may be a fine business partner. Mom sniffed. But don't you want love and children? Nick rubbed his jaw, unsure of what to say. He did want those things, he wanted them with Janelle. He wanted Janelle. Nick studied her. She was his equal in all the right ways, yet she wasn't his clone. She was quite different from him. Those differences didn't weaken their relationship, they strengthened it. Perhaps, if given time, Janelle would see they were a match that could last much longer than a year. He stood up and offered his hand to help Janelle off the couch. Now was not the time to bombard Janelle with declarations of love and ask her how many children she wanted. Right now, he needed to get his mother out of their house, so Janelle could finish her application. Mom had a right to be upset and worried, as any good mother would be, but he didn't want to attack something he held dear, his wife. Though Mom was a good person at heart, she often put up a hard shell that came across as gruff and uncaring. He turned to his mom. I know this has been a shock. Mom harumphed. Why don't I take you to breakfast and fill you in on what's been going on? Mom looked pointedly at Janelle. Are you coming? Nick jumped in before Janelle could answer. She's got an important deadline this morning. Janelle's eyes went wide. It was almost like she'd forgotten about her application. Was it possible that she'd placed their marriage above her dig? The thought warmed Nick's heart. It was nice meeting you, Mrs. Ryburn. Janelle gave Mom a nod and slipped past Nick. He squeezed her hand before letting her go, and she rewarded him with a smile that lit up his whole day. It was a good thing because breakfast was going to be awful. Chapter 33. Though Janelle left the library looking like the picture of calm, she tore up the stairs like a bargain shopper the day after Thanksgiving. She couldn't believe she'd been so upset about Nick's mother that she'd forgotten about her dig. If Nick hadn't said anything, she probably would have volunteered to go to breakfast with them. Then all her hard work and her marriage to Nick would have been for naught. She paused at the door. Would it have been for nothing? If she never went to Guatemala and still got Nick, would she be okay with that? A quick check of her heart told her she would. She loved him more than she loved the idea of a Mayan dig, and that was saying something. Glancing at her computer, she had to wonder if Nick felt the same way. What if Rebecca, her mother-in-law, what if she talked him out of their marriage? What if she convinced him that it was as crazy as she thought it was? Pamela had called Janelle a business partner, but was Janelle really all that? She didn't feel like she brought as much as Nick did to the marriage. He was making her dreams come true, and she just kept his home life moving along. Was that really a balance? She guessed it was. By doing what she did, she freed Nick to pursue his dreams at Idea Tech. It's not crazy. Janelle sank into her chair. It's wonderful and messy and better than anything and everything. She sighed. Life with Nick would be a challenge, but a good challenge, like pushing yourself to accomplish something worthwhile, something that made you excited to wake up every morning. Despite the ring on her finger, Nick wasn't a guarantee. She needed to finish these forms. Strange how her old plan became her backup plan, and her backup plan had become her new plan. With a small smile and the image of Nick in a towel tugging at the back of her mind, Janelle worked for an hour, making painfully slow progress. Fighting against the panic, she plowed forward. At 7:30 a.m., her phone rang. She hit the speaker button without looking at the caller ID, then panicked, wondering if Rebecca had her number. Hello, she asked tentatively. Hi. Janelle's fingers skittered across the keyboard at the sound of Nick's voice. She hadn't expected to hear from him. Hi. How was breakfast? There was a pause. Do you want the truth? Always. Janelle braced herself. Not great. Janelle groaned. She hates me, doesn't she? I don't think she hates you personally. I think she hates the idea that I got married and lied about it. Nick, I'm sorry. We should have been honest with her from the start. Janelle's stomach dropped. She hadn't been to see her parents since before they got married. In the beginning, it was difficult to come up with an excuse for Sunday dinner. Last Sunday, she'd rattled off a reason without even thinking hard. She needed to fix that. Her parents didn't deserve to be left in the dark. You're quiet. What are you thinking? Asked Nick. About my parents. Do you want to invite them over? Janelle paused. I should probably talk to them alone first. It would be better, especially with my dad. Let me know what you need, okay? I'll do whatever I can to make this easier on you. Janelle cradled the phone to her ear. Thanks. There was a pause, and then Nick asked, Are you busy? Janelle considered the books and papers strewn across her desk. Just a bit. Jerry from HR is on his way over. He should be there any minute. The doorbell rang, and Janelle cringed. She didn't have time to do an errand for Nick. Sounds like he's here. Janelle jumped from her chair and charged down the stairs. The sooner she got this over with, the better.
Good.
He should be able to help. Help? Help what? She paused at the door, waiting for instructions. Help translate. He's fluent in Spanish. Served some sort of church mission in Guatemala. Janelle whipped open the door. Jerry? Smiling, the man with the short haircut and baggy suit waved. Hola. Janelle grinned and motioned him inside. I'll grab my laptop and meet you in the library. You can use the office, offered Nick. Are you sure? It's all yours. Janelle was halfway up the stairs. How did you know I needed help? Come to think of it, she hadn't told Nick about the deadline, and yet he'd mentioned it to his mom. Nick cleared his throat. I'm just pulling into the office. I have to go. Okay. Thank you so much. No problem.
Bye.
Janelle hung up the phone and continued her mad dash to grab her things. Entering her room, she tripped and almost fell. Turning to see what caught her toe, Janelle found a pair of Nick's shoes just inside her door. She looked from the shoes to the bed and back again. Pressing her hands to her cheeks, she blushed. It wasn't a dream. Nick must have seen the forms on the computer. Tears formed. How did he manage to give her exactly what she needed? She touched the Spanish-English dictionary on her desk. Remembering the interpreter waiting in the library, Janelle wiped away the tears and gathered her laptop and notes. She paused to straighten Nick's shoes. She should take them to his room and write him a thank you. She grimaced. A note just didn't seem like enough, not after he'd saved her expedition. Jerry turned out to be a gold mine of assistance. He had her proposal proofed, interpreted, and finished with 20 minutes to spare. She asked a few questions about his church service, and he fueled her desire to get to Guatemala by talking about the wonderful people and beautiful landscape. Janelle let him out and sent a copy of the official email to Professor Ford. Sitting back in Nick's chair, Janelle contemplated the morning. Nick couldn't be angry with her. In fact, he was just the opposite, caring and supportive in her time of need, and forgiving of her blunder. He could have been upset that she'd blabbed to his mother, but instead, he pulled close to her to work through the issue. What did he say? They needed a united front? That was exactly what he'd done, and what had set her at ease. When she and Nick worked together, the sense of unity strengthened her feelings for him. He'd cared for her much too tenderly to be angry. So, if he wasn't angry, why had he avoided her? Well, avoided her when she was conscious? She smiled as she thought about Professor Ford's advice to study it out. As if husbands came with a textbook. Janelle bolted upright in the chair. She did have a textbook. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, Janelle made it to her room in record time. Scanning her bookshelves, she grinned when she pulled the Love Languages book off the shelf. Thumbing through the front of the book, she remembered that she and Nick both spoke the language of physical touch. That explained why it was so instinctive to touch him and for him to touch her. It was their mutually understood form of communication. Her other language was acts of service, so of course she melted when Nick buckled her seatbelt or sent someone to help her translate applications. Nick's second language was quality time. Janelle plopped down on her bed. She didn't know how to speak that language. She tapped the cover. Learning a new love language couldn't be much harder than interpreting Spanish. She adjusted her position and dove into the book with more enthusiasm than she'd dug into the Guatemalan government forms. She quickly understood that quality time included listening to Nick, giving him her undivided attention in a relaxed atmosphere where he felt free to discuss his ideas and thoughts. As she read, a plan formed. By noon, Janelle had finished reading, showered, and changed, and she was headed toward Nick's office. He had appointments on the other side of the city this morning, and she hoped to find his office empty. After asking the receptionist where to go, Janelle found Nick's nameplate on the wall next to an opulent office. She waited for his assistant to get off the phone, and then gave her a friendly smile. Hi, I don't believe we've met. I'm Janelle. Oh, my goodness. Brenda jumped to her feet and came around the desk. She took Janelle's hand, and instead of shaking it, she pressed it between her palms. "I've heard so much about you." Janelle used her free hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. "Really?" Brenda nodded, and in a conspiratorially tone said, "I have to ask if you brought brownies." Janelle laughed. "I'll make you a deal. If you help me get a night off for Nick, I'll make you a whole batch." "Done. I'm a sucker for chocolate." Some things are universal. Brenda went back around to her computer and pulled up Nick's calendar. Janelle brought out her phone and did the same. Her heart stuttered. What if Nick didn't want her? "Let's see what we can do here," said Brenda. Janelle pressed her lips together. She'd never know if she didn't try. Chapter 34. What about sales? Nick asked Brenda as she straightened up his office, putting files away and snagging his empty soda can. "They're done. There has to be someone I can meet with." Brenda dropped the can in the garbage by his desk and gave him a stern look. "You've spent the last week and a half managing this company to death. You're micromanaging your managers, and they're going to revolt. Go home." Nick checked his calendar one more time. His spot was empty, the first and only empty spot for the next few weeks since he'd spent every minute he didn't have a meeting lining up a meeting. This could be bad. He didn't want to go out with the guys. However, he didn't want to go home. What if he bumped into Janelle in the kitchen, or worse, the hot tub? He'd managed to smooth things over with his mother. She was still miffed, but the time limit on the marriage contract and the prenup helped to ease her concerns. He was sure if she spent some time with Janelle, she would love his wife just as much as he did. When he'd helped Janelle into bed the other night, he'd had to exercise huge amounts of self-control not to kiss her forehead. Her forehead, for the love of Pete. Every time he got close to Janelle, his body hummed with joy, and when they touched, little explosions of happiness filled his chest. Kissing her was like standing in the middle of a fountain of euphoria. It shot up, around, and through him. He couldn't resist that much pressure. It was good pressure. He quite enjoyed it, but it would lead him to places Janelle didn't want to go yet. He should spend his spare time working on a way to win her over. As he stared at the calendar, a cell filled in with purple. Janelle had something going tonight. Nick pulled the phone closer to his face. Her post said she had a dinner appointment. That was strange. Janelle never scheduled appointments in the evening. He clicked on the slot to see if there was more information, but the comments section was empty. She wouldn't be meeting another man. Their prenup specified no dating other people while they were married. Up to this point, Janelle had lived not only by the letter of the law, but by the spirit of the prenup. She'd been his dedicated wife in so many ways that he couldn't imagine she would change now. Besides, who would she meet? Nick's stomach tightened like a fist. He had no idea who she would meet up with, but it was highly possible that there were dozens of men on campus lining up to take her out. What if one of her professors asked her to dinner to discuss her project? Would that be considered a date? Or would it get around the prenup? He ran his hands through his hair, and the feel of Janelle threading her way through his hair and pulling him closer rushed over him. He needed to figure out where she was going. He could text her. She always answered his texts. He stared at his phone. A text wouldn't tell him what he really wanted to know. If he hurried, he could see her before she left. He wouldn't have gotten to this point in life if he couldn't spot a lie from a mile away. Grabbing his jacket, he rushed out the door. Brenda waved as he passed her desk. At every red light, he checked the clock on the dash. Janelle's dinner was scheduled for 7. If he didn't get there before she left, then he'd be forced to wait up for the answers he was determined to get. What kind of a creep asked out another man's wife? Maybe Janelle didn't wear her ring to school. He'd seen her leave with it on the day she borrowed his car. She could have slipped it off before she got to campus. He squeezed the steering wheel. Wasn't she the one who asked for a smaller, less conspicuous ring? If she was cheating on him, it was not going to end well for the guy. Rushing through the front door, Nick barely had time to register the smell of fresh-baked brownies before he stormed up the stairs. "Janelle," he called halfway up. "Janelle." "I'm down here." Nick reversed directions and headed for the kitchen. Janelle met him in the gathering room, wearing an apron over a pair of tight-fitting leggings and a loose shirt that hung off one shoulder. Her hair was straight and hung in those big curls he loved, and she had a spatula smeared with chocolate frosting in one hand. "You made it." She smiled and beckoned him to follow her. "What are you doing?" "I thought you had a dinner appointment," he said as they made their way into the kitchen. Janelle ducked her head. She used the spatula to lift out a perfect brownie and set it on a square plate. "I do." Nick looked around the kitchen and saw dirty pans in the sink and the table set for two. "Are you hosting?" Janelle kept her head down as she placed another brownie on a different plate and then took them both over to the table. "I am inviting someone to dinner." Nick rubbed his hand over his stomach, where it felt like someone had just punched a hole. He watched as Janelle pulled out her phone and typed a quick text. The thought of Janelle with another man made him want to throw something, but standing here, facing the reality that she wanted a man that wasn't him made him sick. His phone chirped, and he pulled it out of his pocket. "Janelle, would you like to have dinner with me?" Nick looked up, but Janelle was busy untying her apron. He looked again at the table. She'd laid out a dark tablecloth and set each place with care. She'd made a salad with dark greens, strawberries, and red onions, and there was a platter of flavored rice and salmon. It was all warm, so she must have just barely finished up. He was touched that she went to so much effort on his part. He looked at her again. Maybe she wanted to clear the air and discuss their parents. That could be beneficial. Or maybe her parents had talked her into ending their marriage. He had no idea what type of people they were. For all he knew, Janelle's mother was just as protective as his. That could be bad, but it wasn't anything they couldn't overcome if they worked together. He glanced at the table. She wouldn't have gone to so much trouble if she were going to break things off. He typed back.
Yes.
Janelle's phone chirped. She glanced at it and then up at him. Her cheeks colored, but she smiled and went to the table. Nick pulled out her chair and waited until she was situated before taking a seat. She offered grace before taking some salad and passing him the bowl. "I wanted to say thank you for loaning me your car. It's been a lifesaver." "Oh, so this was a thank you dinner." He felt the tension between his shoulder blades evaporate. "No problem. It's good for the engines to run every so often, and I don't drive either of them enough." "Then why do you have them?" "Because it's nice to know that when I want to take a lazy drive up the coast, I can do it in a convertible, or if I need a four-wheel drive vehicle, I have it." Janelle shrugged and took a bite of her salad. "Thanks for sending Jerry over, too. He was a huge help." "Did you get everything turned in?" "Barely. But thanks to you, we're back on schedule." "Good." Nick tucked in, determined to show her he enjoyed her cooking. As he tasted the salmon, which was really quite good, he wondered at his earlier fit of jealousy. He should have trusted her more. He took a sip of water and wiped his mouth with his napkin before asking, "Have you told people at school that you're married?" Janelle picked at her food, keeping her head down as she talked. "I didn't go around showing off my ring when school started, if that's what you mean. Most everyone is aware of it by now. My students don't know the difference because I teach entry-level classes and get new ones each semester." She took a sip of water. Professor Ford was surprised. "He's my advisor. I've worked pretty closely with him for the past 2 years, and I think he was offended that he wasn't invited to the wedding. I told him we eloped, and he relaxed a bit." "Why do you ask?" "I realize that you've met a lot of the people I work with and my mother, but I haven't met anyone in your life." She looked up and met his gaze. "Do you want to?" Nick scratched his chin. Did he want to, or was it just his insecurities spurring him on? He tried to picture what she did, and the only images he had were of her in the ball gown or here at home. There was a whole other side to her that he had yet to discover. "Yeah, it would be great to see where you work and what you're working on." "In that case, I'd be happy to show you around." Fidgeting, Nick wondered if it were wise to bring up their parents. Turned out he didn't have to. Janelle placed her hand on top of his. "I haven't heard how things went with your mother, Rebecca." Nick leaned back. "They went as good as could be expected." "Is she angry?" "More at me than at you."
He rubbed his chin.
"I should have been honest. I didn't plan on things getting," he broke off. What was he supposed to say? That he didn't plan on falling in love with his wife? That sounded stupid.
Deep.
Janelle offered. "Yeah." Nick met her gaze, and he saw something there he hadn't seen before. Or perhaps it had been there and he'd not paid attention or tried to talk himself out of believing it. Capturing her hand, Nick felt a slow burn start up his arm. The important thing with Mother is for us to show unwavering conviction. Janelle's eyes flicked to their hands. She licked her lips and asked, "How do we do that?" Nick enjoyed having her talk about we and us. It was another sign that she wanted in this relationship. Maybe not as much as he did. She might need some time for her feelings to develop, but it was a start. "We'll start by taking her to dinner tomorrow night." Janelle smiled as if she actually liked the idea. "Sounds good."
She played with her napkin.
"Did you talk to your parents?" "Not yet. I'm having dinner with them on Sunday." "I feel bad. They were so excited that I'd be there." "We used to have dinner every Sunday." "You can again. We can have them over here." Janelle considered this. "I would like that." "Then it's settled. A week from this Sunday, and every week after that if you want." "Thank you." Janelle gave his arm a squeeze before taking another bite of her dinner. Nick slid his dinner plate out of the way and pulled his brownie closer. Janelle was still working on her salmon, and he had no desire to hurry away. "Tell me about your trip to Guatemala." For the next half hour, Janelle outlined ancient Mayan burial practices and explained her theory regarding the placement of bodies and what they said about Mayan beliefs in life after death. Her eyes danced as she talked about the Mayans, how they gave themselves new names at certain milestones in life, and how they recorded their genealogy, fastidiously. As she talked, he slid her brownie over and ate it too. She didn't notice until she paused to take a drink and realized the spot was empty. "You." She playfully shoved his shoulder. Nick pointed at the counter. "You have a whole pan full." "Those are for Brenda." "Brenda?" Janelle piled her silverware on her empty plate and set her napkin on top. "I made her a deal. If she got you an evening off, I would make her brownies." Nick softly thumped his chest. "I've been ambushed and I didn't even see it coming." Janelle laughed. That's kind of the point of an ambush. Letting the sound of her laughter wash over him, Nick enjoyed the happy bubbles floating inside his chest and finally let go of the jealousy and mistrust completely. Janelle wanted to be with him. In fact, she'd gone to a lot of trouble to make this dinner happen, and it struck a chord of hope that she might feel at least a fraction of the way he felt towards her. "True," he conceded. Dinner was over, and Nick was nowhere near ready to let Janelle go. After using his napkin one last time, he asked, "What else did you have in mind for tonight?" Janelle stood up and took her plate to the sink. "What, a home-cooked meal and one ill-begotten brownie aren't enough for you?" Nick lifted one eyebrow. "You didn't plan anything else, did you?" Janelle bit her lip. "To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd get you to sit down at the table, much less stay for a whole meal." He mentally cringed. Had he been so callous toward her that she thought him cold? His feelings toward Janelle were anything but chilly. How could he be with her and not express how he felt, even with the smallest gesture or touch, without making her uncomfortable? But she'd planned the meal. She'd even enlisted Brenda in her scheme. If he was reading the signals correctly, she wanted to be with him. "Well, you did make my favorite brownies." He winked, and Janelle laughed. "Speaking of which, I'm going to have to hide these, aren't I?" She pulled the tinfoil out of a drawer and covered the pan. "Close your eyes."
Why?
"So I can hide the brownies." "You're kidding."
Nope.
"If you'll steal mine right out from under my nose, then an unattended pan doesn't stand a chance." "Close them." Nick sighed dramatically. "Fine." He closed his eyes and waited for Janelle to hide the brownies. As if she could mask their scent. He'd have them sniffed out in no time. She may win this battle, but he'd win the brownie war. And if he was careful and didn't frighten her away by moving too quickly, he might win much more than brownies this evening. Chapter 35. Janelle had no idea where she could put the pan so that Nick wouldn't find it by rummaging around. "No peeking," she called over her shoulder as she opened the freezer and shut it again. She finally settled on storing it behind the oatmeal in the pantry in the hopes that he wouldn't look past the first thing on the shelf. "Okay, you can open your eyes." "Am I allowed to look for them now, or do I have to wait for you to fall asleep?" Janelle put her hand on her hip. "Those aren't for you. Let's do something to take your mind off of chocolate. Do you want to play pool?" Nick considered it.
Nah.
"How about a video game?" Janelle made a face. Snapping his fingers, Nick smiled. Movie. Janelle pulled out her phone as Nick placed his dishes in the sink. I can check show times. I'll bet we can catch a 9 o'clock showing. Nick took her phone and set it on the bar above the sink. I have something better. He set his phone next to hers and grabbed her hand. It was such a natural extension of their easy conversation over dinner and light teasing over brownies that she didn't think much of it until he gave her a little squeeze. Then she had a hard time focusing on anything except the thrill of being close to him once again. Before she knew it, they were in the home theater room under the garage, and Nick flipped on the stage lights. She'd only been in the theater once before, on their wedding day, when she'd wandered the house in a haze of disbelief and curiosity. Even then, she hadn't gone far past the doorframe. Now, stepping inside again, Janelle felt her breath catch. The room stretched wide beneath the garage, with rows of deep, reclining seats staggered on elegant risers, each one a plush navy blue with built-in cup holders, armrest charging ports, and memory foam headrests. The final row, instead of chairs, was a wide, black leather sectional with an oversized knit throw draped casually across the back. It was the kind of couch made for sinking into, for movie marathons and whispered conversations long after the credits rolled. The room itself was far from sterile or corporate. In place of cold modern minimalism, Nick, or maybe his designer, had leaned into whimsy. Heavy timber framed the walls in curved slats, like the hull of a ship turned inside out. Nautical rope trim bordered the sconce lighting. And overhead, the ceiling flickered with 1,000 pinpoint LED stars, a fiber optic constellation dancing above them, dimmed just low enough to feel like magic. Nick walked over to a sleek, wall-mounted panel near the door and tapped in a code. The massive wall display, no longer a projector, but a seamless micro-LED screen, flickered to life with the quiet hum of ambient presets. A carousel of recently streamed films rolled gently across the bottom edge. Do you have a preference? He asked, swiping through a few curated playlists on the screen. Drama? Sci-fi? I have a soft spot for heist films. She moved beside him and scanned the display. Not horror, she said immediately. But I don't mind action or adventure. That one, she said, pointing to a title in the corner. I haven't seen it yet.
Perfect, he said.
Then he grinned. Can I put you on snack duty while I queue it up? Popcorn and something to drink. Deal, she said with a smile, already pivoting toward the kitchen. She was more than happy to leave the tech to him. Give her a trowel and soil samples any day. She could work layers of history out of dirt, but surround sound systems were a different kind of archaeology entirely. By the time she returned with a big wooden bowl of popcorn, 2 chilled sodas, and a handful of chocolate caramels tucked in her pocket, Nick was already sprawled on the couch, holding what looked like a tablet in one hand. What's that? She asked, setting the bowl down between them. The room lights had shifted to a dusky gold, and soft instrumental music played from somewhere overhead. It's the control hub, he said, handing it over, so she could see. Everything's integrated: sound, lighting, streaming, HVAC, star ceiling. I had it all upgraded last year. Janelle raised an eyebrow. You had your ceiling upgraded? He tapped the screen, and the constellation lights above them began to slowly rotate, mimicking the night sky over the northern hemisphere. She blinked. Okay, that's cool. He smiled at the understated awe in her voice and took the tablet back. Watch this. He touched an icon labeled Scene Select. A menu appeared. Previews, movie time, intermission, late night chill. He tapped movie time, and instantly the lights dimmed to a rich velvet hush. The overhead stars brightened just slightly, and the screen transitioned from the carousel to their selected movie's opening frame. Then the speakers kicked in. Sound exploded through the room. Surround, bass, vibration-enhanced subwoofers hidden in the risers. Janelle yelped and clutched the bowl, her heart leaping into her throat. Sorry, Nick said quickly, laughing as he fumbled for the volume control and slid it down. Apparently the system thinks we're trying to entertain a small stadium. Janelle exhaled and pressed a hand to her chest. I think I just saw my life flash before my eyes. He looked at her, eyes warm, and grinned. Did it include popcorn and a bossy tech bro dragging you into a private theater? She gave him a look. You are the tech bro? He held up the tablet like a crown. I wear many hats. Janelle couldn't help it, she laughed. Fully and freely, the kind of laugh that unknots things deep inside. He joined her, and for a minute they just sat there, hips barely touching, knees brushing, two people caught in that sweet, awkward, wonderful in-between. Nick smirked and threw a piece of popcorn at her. She threw one back, and he grabbed a handful. Janelle grabbed his wrist. Wait, the cleaning service will kill me if we get popcorn all over. Truce. Nick tipped his head to the side and lifted one corner of his mouth. Okay, but only for the maid's sake. Janelle tucked her feet up on the couch, which wasn't hard to do. The seat was as wide as a bed, and just as soft. She concentrated on the popcorn and tried to ignore the thoughts of beds and Nick that continually distracted her from the movie. Before long, their shoulders touched and the popcorn was half gone. Janelle ignored her cold feet for as long as she could. She tried to tuck them closer, but it wasn't helping. After fidgeting for a few minutes, Nick asked her if she was okay. I always freeze at the movies. Aren't you cold? Hang on a sec. Nick went to the pirate chest at the end of their row and pulled out a blanket made with some type of fur on one side and flannel on the other. Janelle put the popcorn bowl on the floor. Nick sat close and threw the blanket over both of them. Then he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Your arms are like ice. Chuckling, Janelle said, it's just like a real theater. Nick rubbed his hand up and down her arm to warm her skin. As he did, she remembered him brushing her arms as they kissed in the kitchen. She felt heat flood her face, and she leaned against his chest so he wouldn't see her flush. Nick adjusted so he could slightly recline into the corner of the couch, not letting go as he moved. Janelle found a spot to rest just under his chin that was extremely comfortable. Being with Nick, relaxed and close, was easy and right in a way that she'd never found with any other man. Her earlier worries that he would hide away from her or brush her off seemed ridiculous. Instead, he teased, flirted, and even looked for a way to extend their time together. Being wrapped up in Nick's arms made trying to watch the movie as difficult for Janelle as doing geometry while patting her head and rubbing her stomach. She couldn't figure out why the alien soldiers were planning an attack on Washington, and she stopped caring when Nick's fingers trailed up and down her arm, leaving waves of heat on her skin. She bit her lip and focused on calming her racing heart, hoping Nick didn't notice the change in her breathing. She'd planned dinner so they could get through the awkwardness created by her unfortunate choice of words with his mother, and it worked. The easiness of their relationship had returned. With it came a whole other level of feelings she'd only allowed herself to peek at. Nick moved up to brush her cheek, and Janelle let out a sigh as she relaxed into his arms. As his chest rose and fell, Janelle realized they were breathing in sync, his breaths just as short as hers. The air charged with the feelings between them, warming Janelle's heart and skin. She tipped her head to see if Nick was as affected by it as she was, and found him watching her instead of the movie. As their eyes met, he sank lower into the couch, placing her above him and running his thumb along her lips. Nick's eyes held a question wrapped in a promise. Janelle's breath caught. Here's the man she'd fallen in love with, and he loved her back. The evidence was clear. Janelle traced the outline of his lips with her finger as her hair fell to the side, blocking out the big screen. She leaned down, and he lifted up to meet her halfway, pulling her with him as he fell into the cushion. Janelle sighed against him as they kissed slowly, luxuriating in the joy of finding the one who cherishes you. Nick was masculine and gentle, and Janelle wanted nothing more than to spend every moment of the rest of her life wrapped in his arms. Nick's face was smooth under Janelle's fingers, and he smelled like he'd put on aftershave that morning, and only a hint of it remained. As long as she lived, she'd never forget that smell and the way it sent her heart soaring. They continued tasting, kissing, and being lost together in the haze of happiness. They only touched the tip of the island they were creating, but it filled Janelle with a sense of awe that such a place even existed. When the final credits stopped, there was a loud, high-pitched whistle through the speakers that sent Nick diving for the control. Janelle laughed and rolled her eyes. Stinking sound, guys. Nick gave her a look, and her heart stutter-stepped. His hair was disheveled and his shirt rumpled, and he was the most attractive man she'd ever seen. And he wanted her. The wonder of it left her gasping. Reaching for one of the bottled waters, she took a long drink, feeling pleasantly tired out. After pressing several buttons, the noise stopped and Nick dropped next to her. Janelle offered him the water, and he finished off the bottle. "Do you want to put in another movie?" Nick asked. His lazy smile and contented look were all Janelle needed. She shook her head and wrapped her arms around his middle, resting her head in that space, her space, between his chin and shoulder. He played with her hair, running his fingers down the length of it, and then twirling the end. The soft touches lulled her into a state of happy oblivion, and soon she was fighting to stay awake. Nick lay down on the couch with his head on the armrest and pulled her to him. She snuggled into his arms, happy that they fit so well together, and closed her eyes as Nick kissed the top of her head. "You can sleep. I'm not going anywhere." Janelle slid her hand over his chest and across his body. "No meetings? Promise." Before she dropped off, the thought crossed her mind that she was finally going to sleep next to her husband. Chapter 36. Janelle awoke to the sound of a vacuum coming through the closed door and the feel of Nick tucking her hair behind her ear. She smiled shyly as he kissed the tip of her nose and said, "Morning, beautiful." "Good morning." She looked around. The room didn't have any windows, and she couldn't tell how long they'd slept. "What time is it?" "It's after 8. She groaned. "I have a class at 11. Thankfully, it wasn't a Tuesday morning, or Steve would have stormed through the house, blowing his whistle and demanding she give him 20. Nick chuckled, and Janelle placed her palm on his chest to feel the deep sound against her skin. "I have a meeting at 8:30. He picked up her hand and pressed his lips to her palm. "I'll cancel it and we can have breakfast together." "I'd like that." Nick stood up and then offered her a hand. As he stretched his arms out to the side, he said, "I don't know about you, but I have this strange craving for oatmeal." "The brownies." Janelle dropped the blanket she was folding and made a mad dash for the door. Nick was right behind her as she passed the maid and ran all the way up the stairs. She barely made it to the pantry door before him, where she turned her back to the door and barricaded the brownies. "If you want these brownies, you'll have to go through me." Placing his hands on her hips, Nick leaned down to whisper, "Gladly." As his warm breath tickled across her neck, Janelle felt her resolve slipping. He kissed and nuzzled his way along her jaw, and her arms moved around his shoulders. When their lips met, the kisses were strong and passionate, and Janelle found herself swept away to that place where she was surrounded by the feel of Nick's lips against hers, his warm breath on her skin, and his arms crushing her against him. Nick pulled back and touched his forehead to hers. Janelle held on to his arms, not ready to let go of this thing they were sharing, the connection they'd formed. She closed her eyes, breathing in the scent of him and storing it away. "You know what?" Nick asked. "What?" Janelle breathed. "I'm really glad Brenda sent me out the door last night." "Me too." Nick stepped back, ran his fingers down her arms and grabbed her hands. "I'm thankful enough that I'll deliver those brownies myself." Janelle gave him a dubious look. He smiled. "Scout's honor." "You know, I'll text her to find out if they got there." Dropping her hands, Nick grabbed his phone. "I will send you a picture of her holding the plate to prove how happy last night has made me." Janelle felt her cheeks flush. "I may be out of my mind, but I'm willing to trust you on this one." They ate a hurried breakfast, and Nick ran up to change clothes while Janelle did the dishes. Nick came back in wearing one of his well-fitting suits. Janelle loved him in a tie. She tipped her head. Of course, a towel wasn't a bad look for the guy either. Biting her lip, she rinsed the last of the soap off her hands and reached for a dish towel. Nick came in close and ran his fingers through her hair. "I set up dinner at the Montego with Mother. Will 7 work for you?" Janelle nodded. Spending the evening with Nick, even if Rebecca was there, was better than spending it alone. "I'll be ready." Nick pressed a quick kiss to her temple, snagged the brownie plate, and then he was out the door. As the door clicked shut behind him, Janelle stood for a moment in the quiet kitchen, holding the damp dish towel in her hand and staring at the space he'd just vacated. Her lips still tingled. She wasn't sure when it had happened, when the lines between convenience and connection had begun to blur, but it was no longer a question of if. It was happening, right here in this kitchen, between folded towels and oatmeal jokes and kisses that unraveled her faster than she could pretend otherwise. She ran her fingers along the edge of the counter, grounding herself. The room still smelled like cinnamon and Nick's cologne. Her heart was still doing that fluttery, traitorous thing it had started doing every time he looked at her, like she wasn't just part of a plan, but part of his life. And tonight, dinner with Rebecca. Her stomach twisted, not with dread exactly, but with anticipation. With stakes she hadn't signed up for, and maybe wouldn't have had the courage to chase if she'd known where this would lead. But standing here now, in his house, in his kitchen, wearing yesterday's eyeliner and a secret smile, Janelle knew one thing for certain. She didn't want to go back to pretending this was all for show. And if tonight went sideways, she'd still show up.
For him.
Chapter 37. Nick wiped his palms on the crisp linen napkin laid across his lap, then casually ran them down his pant legs. The movement wasn't necessary, his hands weren't damp, but it gave him something to do. Something to ground him as he watched the restaurant's front doors and braced for the approaching storm that answered to the name Rebecca Ryburn. Any minute now, his mother would make her entrance. The maitre d' had already escorted her to the hostess stand, and Nick had spotted the gleam of her signature pearl earrings from across the room. He knew that gleam. It wasn't just jewelry, it was armor. His mother never showed up to dinner unarmed. He glanced sideways at Janelle. If she was nervous, she hid it with the poise of a diplomat. She sat with one ankle crossed over the other, her posture graceful but unpretentious, her expression unreadable except for the faint amusement in her eyes. She had worn her hair down, large waves tumbling around her shoulders in a way that made it criminally difficult for Nick to focus. He kept picturing her from the night before, how that same hair had brushed against his arm as she leaned into him, smiling, flushed from laughter and too many chocolate caramels. She caught him watching her. Then, with the casual confidence that left him both undone and awestruck, she raised her water glass, took a slow sip, and winked at him over the rim. Nick bit back a groan and checked his watch. 7:02. If they could make it through this dinner unscathed, he was going to take her straight back to the theater room. No lights, no volume misfires this time. Just her in his arms and all the slow-burn promises they'd been building toward. Under the table, he reached out and let his hand rest on her knee. Her skin was warm beneath the silky fabric of her dress. He gave her a gentle squeeze and leaned close enough for her perfume, something soft and citrusy, to wrap around him like a secret. Janelle turned her head slightly, her lips curving with mischief, and leaned toward him like she was about to whisper something deliciously off-limits. And then, like a thunderclap, came the voice that could part oceans and raise eyebrow arches across continents. "Well," declared his mother, "here we are." Janelle straightened, schooling her features with elegant precision. Nick rose slowly to his feet, tamping down the instinct to slide his chair in front of Janelle like a shield. "Evening, Mother," he said smoothly. He stepped around the table and pulled out the empty chair for her, always the gentleman even when his jaw was tight with bracing. Rebecca swept toward them like a queen in tailored wool and quiet disapproval. She placed her clutch on the table, her eyes sweeping over Janelle with the kind of assessing coolness that said she'd already made 3 silent judgments and filed them alphabetically. Janelle smiled, not too wide, not too soft, just enough to be gracious. "We're so happy you could join us."
We. Us.
Nick felt the words echo through him like a tuning fork struck against his ribs. She hadn't said I or he, she'd said we. There was a quiet thrill in it, a small claim staked publicly, and it hit him with unexpected force. Rebecca adjusted the napkin in her lap. "I wouldn't say no to my Nicky." Nick flinched internally. His childhood nickname, weaponized in front of the woman he was trying to build something real with. His mother knew exactly what she was doing, re-establishing her dominion, asserting her memory of who he'd been before this inconvenient, remarkable woman came into his life and started changing it. He didn't rise to the bait. Years of boardroom discipline held. The server arrived, a young man with confident posture and a charming smile. He handed out menus and listed the specials with precision. They ordered Nick a steak, rare, Janelle a seasonal pasta, his mother the salmon, no sauce, and then the waiter vanished as efficiently as he'd come. Nick leaned back in his chair, draping his arm over the back of Janelle's with a casual confidence he didn't entirely feel. She responded instinctively, shifting slightly closer, the edge of her hip brushing his. They weren't just pretending to be a happy couple anymore. And the realization was so sharp, so stunningly clear, it took his breath for a moment. They were becoming one. Here, under the low light of a rooftop restaurant, under the gaze of a woman who had shaped his ambition and sharpened his instincts, he found himself reaching not for strategy, but for Janelle. And she hadn't hesitated to reach back. This dinner might be a test. But for the first time, Nick felt like they were ready to pass it as a we. Before the awkward silence could stretch any further, Rebecca slapped her fingers on the table, the sharp sound ricocheting off the glassware. A fork jumped. A few heads turned. Even the server at the far end of the room looked up. "This is ridiculous," she snapped, her voice low but blistering. "Look at the two of you, carrying on as if this were a real marriage. It's shameful." She stood abruptly, clutching her purse in one hand as if it were a shield. Her napkin fluttered to the floor like a fallen truce. Nick shot to his feet, instincts firing. "Mother?" He took a step toward her, heart thudding, uncertain whether to reach for her arm or let her go. "What is the matter?" Rebecca scanned the room with sharp, darting eyes, cataloging who might be watching. She lowered her chin slightly, voice tightening. "I raised you better than this, Nick. Your father and I both did. What would he think of the man you've become? Mocking the very thing that brought him the most joy in this life." The words landed with the precision of a knife. Nick opened his mouth to speak, but another voice beat him to it. "Wait a minute." Janelle rose slowly to her feet. There was no drama in her motion. No flinch. Just resolve. Her voice, when it came, was calm, controlled. But behind it, Nick could feel the steel. "Nick is a wonderful man." He turned toward her, caught off guard by the quiet conviction in her tone. She wasn't defending him to score points. She wasn't posturing. She meant it. Janelle reached for his hand. "He's kind," she continued, her eyes fixed on Rebecca. "And generous. He cares deeply about people. He's not perfect, but he tries, and when he falls short, he doesn't hide it. He shows up." Rebecca didn't blink. "As far as I'm concerned, you don't have a leg to stand on, or a say in this conversation." Janelle didn't waver. "I'm as much a part of this marriage as Nick is. We made this decision together." She squeezed Nick's hand, and he felt the pressure, the tension, the emotion, bundled beneath her composure. She was angry. She was hurt. But she was standing her ground. Rebecca narrowed her eyes. "You are nothing more than a hired gun." The insult hung in the air like smoke. Janelle faltered. Her shoulders twitched. She sank slowly back into her chair, his chair, as if the weight of those words had pushed her down. Nick's vision tunneled. "Mother," he said sharply, the words seared with disbelief. "That's enough." His pulse roared in his ears as he dropped to one knee beside Janelle, cradling her hand between both of his. He lifted it to his chest and held it there, against the place that had been aching for her since the night they met. He turned to his mother, fury burning low and steady in his gut. "Janelle has done nothing, to earn your scorn." Rebecca opened her mouth. "Don't," he said flatly. "Don't you dare say another word about her. She's not a mistake. She's not a transaction. She's—" He looked back at Janelle. Her eyes were wide, stunned, searching his face like she wasn't sure where this was going. He cupped her cheek, heart pounding in a way no boardroom or billionaire deal had ever made it pound before. And still, he didn't look away. "It doesn't matter how we met," he said, quieter now. "It doesn't matter how fast we married, or what people assumed this was. What matters is that she's changed my life. His thumb brushed her cheekbone. Her lips parted. Janelle is amazing. She's thoughtful, kind, strong. She grounds me. She surprises me. She makes me want to be someone I didn't think I was capable of becoming. And she's beautiful inside and out. Her breath hitched. Nick took a breath. And I love her. The words were out before he could temper them.
Not that he wanted to.
Not anymore. Janelle stared at him, completely still. Then, slowly, she lifted her hand and pressed it to his cheek. Her thumb moved in the lightest stroke across his skin. "If you mean that," she whispered, "if you really mean it, it changes everything." "I do," he said, voice thick. "I mean every word." He leaned in, and she met him halfway. The kiss wasn't for show. It wasn't to prove a point. It was soft and reverent, and full of every late-night whisper and look across the dinner table they hadn't said aloud until now. "I love you too," she breathed against his lips. A sound escaped from behind them, small and sharp. Nick turned just in time to see Rebecca swiping at her eyes with a tissue. "Mother." She held up a hand. "When I barged into your home the other morning, I thought I was saving you. I thought I was the only one who still remembered the love your father and I had." She shook her head, blinking fast. "But then you looked at her."
And it hit me.
"You look at her the way he used to look at me." She stood slowly, smoothing the front of her blouse with trembling fingers. I have to go." She turned before either of them could respond, and within seconds, she had disappeared into the soft hush of the restaurant, leaving nothing behind but her empty chair and the faint scent of roses. Nick let her go. His hand found Janelle's again, and this time, she laced their fingers together without hesitation. They weren't pretending anymore. They were in this for real. Janelle frowned as she watched the restaurant doors swing shut behind Rebecca. "Should we go after her?" Nick shook his head gently.
"She needs time," he said.
"But I think she's softening." Janelle nodded, though her gaze drifted across the restaurant, at the quiet couples at nearby tables who had definitely overheard every word. Strangers now knew more about her life than most of her grad school cohort. Her cheeks heated, and she instinctively reached for her water glass, but it was already empty. Nick leaned toward her, speaking low. "You want to go home?" Home. The word settled into her like a promise. Not just a place, but a place with him. She gave a small nod.
"Yeah."
"Let's go." Nick flagged down the waiter, canceled the order with an apologetic smile, and left a tip that could have covered the entire meal twice over. Then, in a gesture that made her stomach flutter despite everything, he offered his arm. She took it. And for the first time since they walked into the restaurant, Janelle realized she wasn't bracing for rejection anymore. She was bracing for something else entirely. The drive home was quiet. Not uncomfortable, just full. Like the air between them was charged with something neither of them wanted to deflate with small talk. Nick kept one hand on the wheel and the other resting near the gearshift, his thumb tapping silently every few minutes. Janelle watched the lights of the city slip past the window. Her mind kept circling back to that moment, when he dropped to his knees, looked straight at her, and said "I love you" like it had been written on his bones all along. When they finally stepped through the front door of the house, Nick closed it quietly behind them, and then turned, his expression unguarded and raw. Before she could say anything, he stepped forward and backed her gently against the entryway wall. His hands framed her face, not rushed, not demanding, just reverent. As if he were memorizing her expression, the feel of her skin, the way her breath caught as he leaned in. And then he kissed her. It wasn't a brush of lips. It was a claiming, a slow, aching kind of kiss that pulled her straight out of reality and into the space only they seemed to occupy. When he finally broke away, he pressed his forehead to hers. They were both breathing hard. "Say it again," she whispered, her fingers curling in the front of his jacket. He didn't hesitate. "I love you." The words wrapped around her, warm and low and unshakable. Janelle closed her eyes. Her whole body melted against him. Nick lifted one hand to her cheek, cupping it like She was the most precious thing he'd ever been entrusted with. "Marry me," he said. Her eyes flicked open, confused. "Nick, I mean it," he said softly. "Really marry me. Not just in paperwork or name. I want you as my wife in every way." He kissed the tip of her nose, then her brow. "I want to fall asleep beside you every night and wake up to your hair in my face and complain that you steal the blankets. I want a life with you, Janelle. Not someday.
Now.
His voice cracked just a little. "I built this house with a future in mind. A family." Laughter echoing through the halls. "Someone to fill the silence. But I never imagined how right it could feel until you walked through the front door with a trowel in one hand and 2 duffel bags in the other." Janelle's throat tightened. "I want a home," he continued, his forehead resting against hers again. "And I want that home to be you." Her hands slid down his chest and stilled over his heart. Her eyes flicked to the ring on her finger, the one she'd been wearing like an obligation, a placeholder.
But now?
Now it felt like a question waiting for her answer.
His voice was quieter now.
Vulnerable. "If you need time." She silenced him with a fingertip pressed to his lips. And then, after a beat that stretched just long enough to make his pulse stutter, she smiled. "Yes," she said. Nick stilled. His heart kicked like a supercomputer rebooting mid-crisis. "Yes," he echoed, just to be sure. "Yes," she repeated, laughter blooming behind the word. He kissed her again, this time grinning so hard she could feel it against her lips. When they finally broke apart, she let her fingers drift to the hem of his suit jacket and said, "So, how does this work now? Do we celebrate?" He arched a brow. "Champagne? Chocolate? Interpretive dance?" She laughed and shook her head. "I was thinking movie." Nick grinned, a thread of heat in his eyes. "I've got just the theater." And this time as they walked through the hose, it was as a husband and wife, newly married in heart and soul, together beyond time and contracts. Epilogue. 10 months later, Nick carried 2 bottles of water inside the Mayan temple, where Janelle and a team of grad students worked to decipher the drawings on the wall. It was a big effort to get the permits for this dig, but Janelle was determined to see her theory either proved or disproved, and so she'd met with all the right people to make it happen. Nick chuckled as he realized she'd had an easier time of winning over the Guatemalan officials than he did of winning over her parents. They were still miffed that he'd stolen their daughter, but they'd softened a bit when he promised to go with her to Guatemala to ensure her safety. The extra guards and their guns were worth the small fortune he'd spent once he got here and realized how remote and vulnerable they were. Stepping over the electrical cords along the floor that connected to floodlights here and there, Nick ran his hand along the cool wall. Without the power, they'd be in complete darkness even in the middle of the day. When he reached the end of the tunnel, he found Janelle squatting in front of a plaque to the right of a sealed-off doorway. She drew a copy of the picture in a sketchbook. He touched the bottle to her shoulder, and she looked up and smiled. "Thanks. Any progress?" She stood up and took a drink from the bottle before answering. "It's slow going, but we're discovering new things every day." Her eyes sparkled. "We should be able to open this door tomorrow." She was in her element, making sure proper techniques were followed and that everything was categorized precisely. "What can I do? Will you draw these characters on this side while I finish up over here?"
Sure.
He took the extra sketch pad, sat cross-legged in the dirt, and got started. Time passed quickly as he listened to the students express their different opinions on what they'd found. His drawings weren't perfect, but they were a good enough representation that they'd be able to match them up with the photos. As the day wore on, the people thinned out until it was just him and Janelle left. Nick arched his back to work out the kinks, and Janelle sat next to him, leaning her head on his shoulder. "This has been quite an adventure," she said. "Are you happy?" Janelle nodded. "Quite."
Good.
Nick pressed a kiss into her hair. Janelle laced her fingers through Nick's. "You know, we don't have to wait till we get home to start our next adventure." Nick raised an eyebrow. They'd spent many nights talking about starting a family, but had agreed that Janelle should finish her PhD first. Janelle ran her fingers through his week-old beard. "Being here has been a dream come true." I'm so grateful you supported me in this. But I'm ready to move on and work on our dreams. The sketchpad fell to the dirt as Nick pulled Janelle into his lap. She let out a squeak. I didn't mean right here. Nick pressed his lips to her neck. I can't think of any place I'd rather be right now. It was true. There were a dozen grad students back at camp, and at least that many guards roaming the grounds. As if reading his mind, Janelle said, "Just a second." She leaned over and grabbed the power cord that connected the nearest floodlight to the generator and unhooked it. As the light went out, Nick could still see a soft glow around the bend where the other lights burned brightly, but they were now enveloped in a cocoon of darkness should anyone happen to enter the temple where they were living their dreams. In the hush that followed, with only the pulse of their joined hearts echoing in stone, Nick wrapped his arms around Janelle and rested his chin atop her head. They sat together in the shadows, two souls who had once entered a marriage as strangers, now sealed by something deeper than vows. Here, beneath layers of history and the slow work of time, they had carved something lasting. Not just a love story, but a partnership, fierce, loyal, and full of light. And as the temple held them in its quiet embrace, Nick smiled, knowing that they had only just begun. Thank you for listening to The Academic Bride, written by Lucy McConnell. If you enjoyed this story, please take a moment to leave a review wherever you listen. Reviews help other readers discover the series. Don't miss the other heartfelt romances in the Billionaire Marriage Brokers series, where every love story begins with a contract and ends with forever. Until next time, thanks for listening and happy reading.